Tell me where do I go? Tell me where do I take us? Your heart is starting to slow. May the water be safe as I dive in. Bloodstains washing underneath the waves. I'll be reaching out to keep you safe as we fall. I can't hold on much longer. We're drifting down to the other side. Try to pull us under. Keep holding out for the other side. Tell me where do I go? Tell me where do I take? Where do I go? Tell me where do I take? The heart is starting to slow. May the water be safe as I Welcome to the world, no heroes and villains. Welcome to the war, we've only begun. So pick up your weapon and face it. There's blood on the ground, go and take it. You get one shot to make it out alive. So higher and higher you chase it. It's deep in your bones, go and take it. This is your moment. Now is your time, so prove yourself and rise, rise. Make them remember you. Rise, push through hell and rise. your blood, go and take it. This is your moment. Take to the skies, go. Prove yourself and rise, rise. Make them remember you. Push through and rise, rise. They will remember you. It is you fight among the dead beneath the dirt. Or do you know it? Or do you want it? And when the giants call to ask you what you're worth, or do you know it? We don't die. Prove yourself and rise, rise. Make them remember you. Push through and rise, rise. They will remember you. Prove yourself and rise, rise. Pick up your weapon and face it.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, and welcome to the Vietnamese Championship Series. We are on the final day of the first round robin, and we're kickstarting this day with Genius Esports taking on Cerberus. I'm Milky Cyril. I'm joined by Spoot. Well, no, I am joined by Spoot. He's my producer. But Quincy has returned. He ditched me yesterday. Quincy, it's good to have you back, buddy.
Yeah, it's good to have me back, I guess. But yeah, you just got to wait a little bit longer, right? I mean, they just had to tease it a little bit and just throw Spoots into the cold water yesterday. I mean, he did swim pretty well, I would say. And yeah, today, yeah, I'm looking forward to live up to that and swim maybe a little bit better, maybe a little bit worse. We will wait and see. And I'm also looking forward to see the VCS again because I haven't seen those guys in a while. And yeah, we kick it off with, as you said, Cerberus against Genius Esports. One team I'm very fond of and one team I'm a little bit in a position where I cannot really judge them. Less fond of, I would say. But I don't want to hate on Genius Esports too much, although they have lost to AS Esports while I was away, so I guess I have to hate them a little bit.
And the weird thing is, you mentioned that Genius Esports did pick up that loss to AS Esports. AS Esports, just for context to anyone new to the VCS, they haven't won a single series until... They hadn't won a single game, actually, until that series against Genius Esports, where they got their first 2 wins of the split. The interesting thing is, if Genius Esports had won that series, they would have been tied with Cerberus, with Team Wales, and with GAM in a four-way tie for third place. But as it is, they end up finding themselves tied with Saigon Buffalo coming into this week. We saw Saigon Buffalo winning their series against AS Esports yesterday, and now Genius find themselves against Cerberus. Again, Genius with 2 wins this split, Cerberus with 3. It's very close in the standings between these two teams, and arguably not a lot separating them.
That's true, and if you just count this AS Esports loss as an off day, then they would be, as you said, tied to all the middle of the pack bunch, I would say, and that would be a position where they would be like even more considered to maybe even be able to take a game or even 2 against Cerberus Esports. But I gotta say, on another note, Cerberus Esports is also a team where I would be like, if they would lose to AS Esports, I wouldn't be all too surprised because like they kind of are like that. They have a very high ceiling. Sometimes they just do not play up to the task and just randomly lose to like teams like Team Wales, who is also in the bottom half of the standings, in a 2-1 series. And it's a team that is very volatile in both directions. So we really shouldn't count Genius Esports out at all. And I would think Cerberus is the favorite today, but are they a clear favorite? I'm not too sure.
Now, I just want to give like a bit of a narrative and let me know, Quincy, if you agree with me, because I'm currently looking at the split and the teams in the split like this. You've got SBTC, you've got Secret, and you've got GAM as your three best teams in the league. Then you've got the likes of Cerberus, you've got Saigon Buffalo as your next best teams, right? And I know I'm missing a few out, so I'll get to that. Then I think AS Esports are your worst team, but they're capable of taking series of Genius. Then I think Genius is your next worst team, but they're capable of taking games off every team that isn't your top three teams. And then I think you have Team Wales, who can take games and lose games against practically everybody because they're that coin flip.
I mean, that's just not wrong. I mean, we basically saw it yesterday, like with Team Wales almost beating GAM, and GAM is potentially like our best team, maybe, but so far they kind of haven't. But also like SPTC and Team Secret are far from absolutely clean. So every team can basically lose to everyone if they are like in the certain shape or form on that day specifically. I mean, SPTC or Secret losing to AS Esports looks very unlikely right now, but it's also not something that we can 100% count out. So there is no series we can like easily predict so far. I mean, we saw it in our own prediction sheets, right? Like there's a lot of red in there. Like they are all getting Rumble ulti every time. And yeah, we can just have a wild guess at what happens this series. As Cerberus, I would say they are like a slight favorite, as I think very highly of them when they really get their stuff together. But so far, in recent times, it looked kind of better than usual, but they haven't shown their full potential yet. I mean, they won 2-1 against GAM, which I very much liked. And I think if they keep that track record going and just show their A game, or at least their B game today, they should be able to clinch a win here.
And I kind of see Cerberus as being this very consistent team. We saw that they weren't able to beat SBTC in Secret. They have beaten GAM and Saigon Buffalo. And just before people think, oh, they beat GAM, so they must be one of the best teams, let's not forget GAM had a very tricky start to the split. So Cerberus were able to take advantage of a struggling GAM finding their feet in the new meta after the durability changes. So this does seem to be that Cerberus are kind of your fourth place team, trying to take that final playoff spot. They're going to have to defend against the likes of Saigon Buffalo, Team Wales, and maybe even the team they're facing off against today, Genius Esports, if they can continue to ramp up. And this Cerberus team is practically identical to what we saw in spring. The only change coming through is the fact that Ego, who was their star jungler and was able to carry them to win back in winter 2021, is no longer on the team. It's Draktha and Leash splitting game time between the pair of them.
Yeah, and you bring up a good point with that, I would say, because we have only 4 player spots, but right now with VCS looking so stacked, you kind of feel like there are some decently good teams missing out on playoffs. And if Cerberus just barely is the last team to scrap playoffs, then I feel really bad for teams like maybe Saigon Buffalo, maybe Team Wales. I mean, Saigon Buffalo literally represent us at MSI and maybe misses out on playoffs if it just keeps going like that. And that is something that is very volatile to the league in general, with so many good teams and so many good teams also missing out potentially. And you also just now brought up the jungle point of view for the side of Cerberus. They get rid of Ego. I mean, he was maybe their best mechanical player, but kind of didn't really bring to the team what they really wanted in him. And Leash had a great start initially, kind of went a little bit dull after that, but they brought Draktha back in, who also had a great comeback in his first series he played. So Cerberus has 2 very strong weapons in their jungle arsenal, and I'm really looking forward to see who will play today. I think Leash is more likely to play overall, but I also wouldn't hate to see Draktha.
Well, so far, Leash and Draktha have had game time split equally between themselves. So it's a 50-50 on who plays this series. Either way, we are heading into picks and man. Cerberus on the blue side, Genius Esports over on the red side. And so far, Cerberus banning away the Silas the Gnar, one of those champions that Coty has been playing a fair bit of so far this split.
Yeah, he mostly played Gnar and the Gangplank so far, and one of them being taken out means a lot, of course. And also, we have seen pause on the Gangplank, so they might just pick it away to even further decrease the champion pool that would be effective for the side of Coded. Now also Sivir getting taken away. In the time I was away, I have seen like quite a lot of Sivir games, and Sivir with the soft reaver kind of rose back to priority, and also a lot of AD carry bans in general in the VCS, and especially against Artemis, who is like the star AD carry of the league, so to say. So that doesn't surprise me that much. Lucian now also being taken away. It's something that's more like play towards the mid lane, and sometimes in these Lucian Nami bot lanes we still see plenty of. Some say it is a trap pick, but some say it's still something that could make a lot of work in the game. And with Funata being taken out, we now get to go towards the first picks. They won't first pick Draven, I guess. What I could see now is, of course, like picking the jungler first. But with Kalista being open, maybe that's where they want to go.
Absolutely. Very strong pick. Locked in. There's still the likes of the Wukong, the Viego available for Genius Esports to lock in. Should also take a moment to mention that it is Pos and Leash playing instead of Pun and Draktha. So we'll see how these two are able to perform. But Poppy, such a strong champion right now. Very good against dashes. Very good against Kalista as well.
Yeah, you say it. Steadfast Presence, just one spell to really wound Kalista's day, make up martial poise basically useless, and just denying every possible dash for her. Wise also being the second login for them. It's a bit early, I would say, and Wise not really the middle inner that you have seen a lot in recent times. His stats aren't really impressive right now. I mean, just the damage output he does is kind of underwhelming. They usually go these weird tanky item builds with like the Fimbulwinter Everfrost or the Fimbulwinter and the Crown of the Shattered Queen is something they could go for, and I want to see from teams like Cerberus to really punch it. I have seen like some Wise played in being kind of soft countered by Galio, which sounds weird because you can just match the global pressure and then just snowball ahead on that regard. What Cerberus, however, is going for is the trundle lock in for the side of the jungle to just really match what Poppy is doing and eventually just steal so many tanky stats from her with the Subjugate coming out. And looks like a Gwen blind pick for the side of Pos. So the Gangplank may just actually be the best option left for Coated, and it is a decent pick against the Gwen, I would say.
Well, Genius say no, we're going to be picking the Draven. Cerberus offered the Draven themselves, but now it's Slader picking up the Draven. And I'm very excited for this, Quincy. I think I've made it very well known that I'm a big fan of Slader's performances so far this split. I think he's one of the best ADCs, particularly on Lucian. That's banned away from him, but now we've got the most aggressive ADC possible in the bottom lane for Slader, and I can't wait to see how he performs on it.
Yeah, and also because Juve doesn't like Slader as much, right? You just now get one game where it's basically pedal to the metal. Slader has to perform now. He gets Draven into Kalista, a pick he definitely chose to take, and yeah, now it's a pick where like you kind of shoehorn your top lane a little bit because now the Grand counters are getting banned out, Jax is being taken away. Maybe they ban the Gangplank next, or maybe they ban something like the Jace, which was played by Coded in the spring and winter split, and is also a decent pick against the Gwen. Hasn't been that popular in the recent times, so I would maybe expect the Gangplank to be banned out right now more than the Jace would be, and Jace would maybe be the pick that they go for last, but they instead over to the Nautilus ban to really deny any potential support that would ruin the day. Amumu also being one thing that I have to talk about, because Kalista Amumu is such a destroying bot lane right now. They can just easily win the 2v2 before minute 5 basically and completely take over the game, and that's something they really had to ban out.
Is that Fiora going to get locked in? It means that BOB is going to have his support pick at the very end. Now, before we touch on this Fiora pick, BOB is a player that has been playing a lot of Pyke. It could sync very well with this Draven, and I really like the fact that Cerberus are taking Leona because while it's also very good with the Kalista, it denies the Leona-Draven pair-up.
It does, and like the good options are kind of away now. I mean, what's really left there? Leona, Nautilus are banned away, so basically no VCS support. I'm just making some fun. Either way, maybe it's something like the Alistar, maybe Braum or even Set could maybe work, but that's not really what you really want against the Kalista, I guess, so it's kind of hard to say. But it might actually be the Set, so...
No, do not lock Alistar! I swear to God, if you lock Alistar with a Draven...
It makes sense against the Leona to some extent, so it wouldn't be completely awful, but I don't want to say I like it because that would trigger you to insanity, I guess. Either way, are we getting logged in for the side of Yado? And it was his best pick in the spring split, so that of course makes sense, and yeah, now the Alistar gets locked in. The R5 Alistar brought to you by Genius Esports, so you do not agree that they would be geniuses in picking that, right?
So, okay, clarify for me, Quincy, because I'm fully willing to accept that I'm completely wrong in this, but I see Draven, I want to see an aggressive support to go with it, and I know Alistar can engage, but Alistar always to me seems like the defensive champion. Apart from when you want to tower dive, then I agree, Alistar is a fantastic champion.
Yes and no. I think you're right in general, because he is more of a defensive option to really like deny the Leona more than anything else, and just the other good supports are basically just banned out, like Tamkench is out, Amumu is out, something like Nautilus would be something that they would pair the Draven with, so it's basically just the best pick that was left up to the table. I mean, the other options they hovered it would have been Set or Worm, which would be even more defensive, and Alistar like the most aggressive out of those three.
Not defensive.
Yeah, okay, he gets
Braum, I agree though.
Yeah. Set could actually be played pretty aggressively. Anyway, regardless of that, it's not Draven Leona against the Kalista, Draven Alistar against the Kalista Leona lane. Could work. I think they played surprisingly safe in the early game though, because you can basically just farm next to each other, which is ironic with Draven Kalista picking against each other. On the other note, you have Wise against the Ari, which is something where I would assume that Yado gets the early priority going. And I think this Fiora pick up so early is kind of risky by the side of Coded, but he also got kind of pinned at this champion pool, so I'm really looking forward to see where this is going. Overall, I think Cerberus is kind of happy with where they really got in this draft. If they can make use of that bot lane, because Draven against Kalista is not easy to play, but Artemis, I can trust him to do that.
Now, I want to talk a little bit about the mid lane, Yado and Blazers, because these are two mid laners that if we wind back time and look back to the winter split just a few months ago, they were two of our, 4 best mid laners, alongside Kati and alongside Glory. But I feel like both of them have kind of fallen off that pedestal that they were on, and it kind of happened to both of them in spring, and they haven't really picked up from that trough so far in summer.
That's definitely true, and I think that's happened to the mid lane in general in VCS a little bit, I would say. I mean, Foggy also had like a decent high in Spring Split, then at MSI he kind of got exposed by Faker and never really recovered fully from that, I would say. We had Artifact as the best mid laner, Kati kind of coasting a little bit on Garm, and arguably he still is exactly doing that, so we kind of have right now Artifact being at the top and DR1 contesting that spot, with him being a returner of the league, and the other mid laners are kind of in the middle of the pack slump, I would say. And maybe Yado, I mean, he just now got his best champion of the Spring Split. He has to perform right now, and I really want to see Yado back at the top and even contest the likes of Artifact and DR1 to be the best mid laner of the league. And the same goes for Blazers, of course. Him on Wise, I mean, they picked the Wise pretty early. They also must be very confident he can do damage on that pick.
Now that we head on to the Rift, there is one player that we want to bring up. Now, I've got 2 facts for this player, because one of these is scripted, and the other one I've just realized. So we're going to start with the unscripted one, Quincy, which is, how many games do you think Coated has played on Fiora over the entirety of his career?
More than 0, I would say, but not that many. I would say like 3.
Very close. It's 4. He played 1 back in Season 10, and he has played 3 in Spring Split of this year. Now, the follow-up question is, how many of those games do you think he's won?
4 games. It is a fact you bring up in the question, so it's probably something very funny. He won all of them?
No, he lost all of them. So you were on the right track, but you were going the wrong way. So, I'll give you half a point for it. But okay, the reason why I do want to bring up Coated is because Coated is a player that I feel has had a completely differing playstyle from spring to summer. In spring, we saw him as the lane-dominant top laner, and in summer, he hasn't been. And we've got a very nice stat to highlight this, where we can compare his winter split stats versus his spring split stats. And you can just see how things have changed from spring to summer for him, because he's gone from a player who was always dominating a lane, always getting CS leads, to now a player who doesn't do that.
I was trying to find like a silver lining for the side of Genius Esports, right? Because I mean, they picked this Fiora pretty early, and so far, I mean, the first few levels look pretty decent against the Gwen, which isn't as dominant in this first few levels as it has been before, with her getting also kind of like a soft rework. And maybe this is the first win of Coded's Fiora. We are waiting and seeing if that maybe happen. As of right now, I mean, the lanes look kind of struggling for the side of Cerberus, with maybe even the mid lane being the only one that's working decently in their favor. Leash just now looking towards the mid lane and clearing out that ward, as he maybe returns to that later on. And those two just farming next to each other. We haven't really addressed the scaling in this draft so much, right? Because I think it's a little bit two-faced. We have Kalista, of course, who kind of falls off Draven, also not the best champion in the late game, if he happens to not get kills early on, but I would still always prefer the Draven in the late game, as I would maybe even the Fiora and the side lane later on against the Gwen, as that champion cannot really fall off in that department. But Wise, damage-wise, actually kind of is not the best scaling 5v5 pick, so it's also kind of tricky in that regard. It's a mid-jungle duo for the Cerberus is also outscaling, and that leaves us in a position where it's anything but grey, and there really isn't a clear scaling cage for either team, I would say.
It looks to me anyway that Genius Esports have this composition that's going to be very good at playing 1-3-1, as you talked about. Fiora scales very well, and while Gwen scales exceptionally well. Fiora's just better in a side lane. Gwen's going to be better in the team fight. So I guess it gets to a point where can Genius play those side lanes effectively? Can they play the split push game effectively?
That's exactly what's happening. Either way, now we see the recall coming out by the side of Yijin. He was looking there to maybe go for a lane gank, but Artemis and Huber are not really pushing up to anything. Leech also just now clearing another ward, and he's not really finding anything. You could go for these early ganks on the Trundle, but if you don't find the angle, there's not much to do. So on their side, it's just now a very awkward wave state for the side of Genius Esports bot lane, with Artemis and Huber freezing this wave at this point, and not really able to push it out on the side of Yijin and the bot lane from Genius Esports. Coded and Pos are taking quite some damage on both sides.
When you get to top laners that like to skirmish a fair bit, just chipping away at each other's health bars, getting both of them within kill range of each other. But I'm already glad to see that Yijin and Leash looking towards this bottom side, but you can see that Yijin trying to make these plays happen first, and Leash just trying to be able to cover and look for the counter ganks against what is a very aggressive bottom lane in this Draven.
Exactly. Now we see Trundle going for his Gromp side of Leash. Of course, he's one of the better options for the scaling in the late game of the side of Cerberus, but I think overall Cerberus should be too happy with their ADC, especially being in a position where he couldn't really do much if he happens to just scale next to the Draven. I think right now it's looking quite decent as he has a small CS lead, but that will be equalized by the side of Slater as he catches this wave right now. And Yijin, he's still on the bot lane. It's face rush Poppy, by the way. Usually I would expect the Predator to be in here, but she's going for the face rush. And that's the first player going on.
They catch out Huber. Huber tries to flash away, but Yijin pulls him out from his tower, and Sladen just throws out the axes. Will he be able to get the kill? Will he survive the final tower shot? No, he won't. That's why you take heal and not cleanse.
But he's still happy about it, I would say. It's first blood bonus. It's Draven cashing in with adoration. That's exactly what they wanted to do. And him dying to Huber is kind of whatever in the bigger thing.
Fast reset.
I would say. Oh, yeah, fast reset. I mean, you recall quicker. I mean, the death times are so short. And Huber, of course, using both summoner spells for that is something that he's kind of okay with as well. He still has his cleanse on his side. And that gang working out. I think Huber didn't expect this to work so far away from or so close to the turret, so I would say. And now Leash makes his return play.
Coated, though, he's used the ultimate, and Coated's going to get the solo kill onto Boss, and now Leash looking to chase him down, but Coated is just going to lunge his way out to safety.
And this may be the game Coated actually wins on Fiora. He's definitely making some arguments right now of getting the solo kill before the gank can even start, and Leash is just like, yeah, what do I do now? And Boss baiting a little bit too good on his own, with taking some free damage from the Fiora, and yeah, Coated just gets the solo kill, and not looking too good for the side of Cerberus right now. And this kind of makes me angry, because I know this team is such a high skill ceiling, and they just do stuff like this.
And I think this is one of the things with Cerberus as well. We know what their skill ceiling is. We've seen them win, Winter Split, they were the champions. But in spring, in summer, they just have not been performing to that ceiling we know they can perform at.
Yeah, and here we see in the replay again how Huber died. See, it was actually a flash pull voice engaged by the side of BOB to really get it going. And you were questioning if Alistar is aggressive enough. Right now, you saw what he can really do, right?
Okay, it was a 3v1, Quincy, okay?
But he was aggressive, and that's the point. If it does a job for the Draven, it's all you pick it for, right?
Yeah, okay, that's fair enough. Still a 3v1.
Yeah, either way, here we see what happened. Top lane, Coated getting the solo kill onto Pos. Pos tries to hide his vitals with the wall over there, but can't do it enough. There are 4 of them, yeah, just one too many. And Coated can just heal back up and just walk out. And Leash not really in a position to really chase him out. Subjugate using the mid lane, not too much effect. And Blaze just give those two the thumbs up. He had to burn his flash, however.
Yado, Leash still both having their flashes available. Cerberus going to use this pressure that Yado has been able to find to start up the first Rift Herald of the game. However, Yijin is here, and BOB has been making his way up as well. So this is going to become a fair fight, especially as Pulse has now had to head into the top lane to catch this wave. So Coated is just going to make his way down towards Leash, but Leash has Smite available, so nothing Coated can do.
Yeah, nothing could do. What Yijin could maybe do is go for the Keeper's Valley and just snipe out Leash so nobody takes the Herald, and maybe just go over it yourself, but that would take too much time. The Herald would reset. You could maybe annoy them so much that you can just get a good delay on that. But like this, Cerberus gets the Herald. Like the first big W in this game, I would say, because their only kill so far has been this return kill to the Draven, which wasn't really doing them too much. And just a good play by the side of them to really get this going, despite all these atrocities that happened in the side lane so far. And Cerberus needs to do something with this Herald. I mean, they can use it to really like, get some turret platings on their own. And with Drake now being on the side of Genius Esports, they are also quite happy with the way this game is going so far. Some attack speed, some ability haste for the side of the Draven, for the side of the Fiora can definitely do much in these later team fights. However, it's just one individual Drake, and they aren't yet on the patch where they have been buffed, if I recall correctly. So it doesn't mean all too much.
We are on 12.13. I'm not sure which patch the Drakes got buffed, and I didn't even realize there was a buff coming for the Drakes. Shows how much I've been reading the patch notes as Coated just continues
It's actually
to believe.
huge.
Is it?
It's actually huge.
Okay.
Yeah, I want to go in depth on that a little bit. Like the Drakes all get a lot more HP, so you can't really rush them down as much. And the individual stats for the Drakes get like amplified by 50%. Either way, I'm out of time to talk about it.
It's a Realm Warp to the bottom lane, and it's Artemis who will fall so quickly. Yijin ends up getting the kill. I think that was a burn from the red buff. Solarflare will buy Leash and Huber some more time, but BOB just goes under tower. Will tank up a few tower shots, but nothing more, as Slayer will prep this wave to get it to crash under tower, and this will be a few nice juicy plates going over to the Genius ADC.
Yeah, and beautiful one by the Realm done by the side of Genius Esports. Adam is getting caught out. He also burns the flash, which he maybe shouldn't have used as he was dead anyway. And here we see Slater picking up the platings. Would have been, of course, ideal to give the kill over to the side of Slater and him propelling further into this game, as he currently is just sitting on this one kill. But yeah, as you said it, the kill likely got taken by the red buff of Yijin. Not something they are too happy about, but overall, game looking great for them. 2k gold up at 11 minutes. They got the first Drake. And they only need to play against this Herald push by the side of Cerberus Esports. And so far, I mean, they are really starting to get priority anywhere. So can they really make much use of this Herald? I'm really doubtful of that. Maybe they can overload onto one side and just brute force it. But other than that, the game doesn't look too hot for the side of Cerberus.
Look, we all remember Quincy. There is the term known as the Ego Rift Herald, and let's not forget Ego was a player for Cerberus. As Huber getting caught out, or maybe catching out BOB. No solar flare available.
Oh no.
And the Fate's Call going to pull Huber away, throw him back in onto Slater. The cleanser's been used, solar flare back off cooldown, but Slater will get the kill. Might actually fall to the Leona, getting rooted out in place.
Oh no.
Flashes away, gets the kill onto Huber, and Blaze's roam comes in so clutch for Genius.
Comes in clutch indeed. Otherwise, it would have likely been a 2-for-0 on the side of Cerberus, with them just outmuscling the bot lane and getting the Kalista Leona lane really going for them. Huber also has his flash still available. Maybe there was like one way to really like weave in another auto and get the Draven down, but he was healing from the Triumph, healing from the little lifesteal he already has. So actually Slater coming out on top of it and actually surviving. And Blazes, yeah, great roam, as you said, was ready for the play and used everything he really had. So even that slightly positive play by the side of Cerberus gets turned to a 2-for-1 for the side of Genius, and them not really being too happy about it. It was also them face checking into the brush. We don't really see top side. Pause really struggling against Coded's Fiora, and he will just get solo killed again.
For a second, I thought Coated was going to die in the process, but Coated playing so well on the Fiora against this Gwen. I'm pretty sure it's a bit of a counter matchup for Fiora. But either way, still a good job.
Yeah. That's how they really got this solo kill going. And Genius Esports, I mean, both sides looking really great for them. What's really working for the side of Yado is, of course, Yado's really working well for the side of Cerberus, what I wanted to say. Either way, we see the bot lane play again. They face check into the brush. Instant stun on the side of Slater. He kind of gets some damage down to Leona. Fate's Call gets used. Knock up onto Slater, so he cannot really return the damage. They just kill BOB with the Vent. In the meantime, Artemis tries to kite as best as he can, but it's ultimately not enough, with Blazes also being there and then just spell fluxing into his face, so he just gets killed. And Huber, of course, cannot really do much 1v2 against 2 carries, so he also falls as well.
And to be fair to Genius, I think the reason why it goes so badly is because Slade and BOB think that they can just burn through Huber on a Leona, so Artemis just stays completely healthy, and Artemis did more damage to BOB than Slater was able to do onto Huber, both of them running with the Glacial Augment. Blazes taking a lot of damage, but the charm does not land, and Blazes will just be able to survive the gank.
Yeah, you can easily survive it. Also, very clutch for him to really land the Everfrost cone so he can get the wood down, so he can buy a little bit of space, a little bit of time. However, it's still inevitable that they lose this mid lane tier 1 turret. They're also the first turret in the game, which is some room to breathe for the side of Cerberus. Also grants them a decent amount of map control for the potential next Drake or Herald fights or whatever they may choose to fight over. With the next Drake coming up soon, likely one target they go for.
Realm Warp is available from Blazes. This is a 3v4, make it a 3v3. The Realm Warp, the focus might shift on it to Yada, but never mind. Look how much damage Slater is doing. And Artemis will fall. Blazes will die. Almost gets the kill onto Yado. Does Yijin want more? No, it's just a 1-for-1 mid laner for ADC, but this is going to be the tower falling in the bottom lane as well.
Just a 1-for-1, but that's also GS Esports being so much more happy about it, as they just won the health bar advantage by so much. They also take the bot lane outer turret with that, and Slater might just overextend though.
There's a teleport as well. BOB stepping too far forward. Can Slater get a kill? 2-mana pulverize. Look at the damage that Slater is outputting, but now Yado shows up, and it is a shutdown. The charm this time lands, and it is 2 kills going the way of Cerberus.
For them, they use a TP for that, however, and Yado getting the huge shutdown is the really big part about it, as Yado is like the one player set up to carry for the side of Cerberus, and the other ones are kind of struggling so far, with Artemis dying again, and the whole team kind of falling a little bit apart, especially with Poss in top lane, losing 1v1 over and over again right now though. Maybe Poss can turn it. Oh, that's some decent damage. Gotta say though, he used his Ignite for that, and now this Ignite is down for like 3 minutes, and he cannot all in that time frame, likely, so Poss not really finding the impact he wanted to have. And I'm also a little bit angry about Leash taking the second kill. If Yado gets that kill as well, maybe Yado has like enough damage to really like one combo someone like Slater and then turn those teamfights around.
You know how we've spoken about, Kati having a Band-Aid champion of the Corki, 5 games on the Corki, 5 wins. It turns out that Ari is Yado's Band-Aid champion. 4 games on the Ari so far, 4 wins. Can he make it a 5th? Or is it going to be coated, breaking his current record on the Fury? Because this game is very close. You're talking about less than 1,000 goals separating the two teams, and Slater's Draven maybe hasn't been quite as accelerated as Genius would have liked it to be.
That's definitely the case, and I gotta say about Yado and Coded, both deserve it, right? I mean, Coded deserves his first win on Fior. This time he actually has a very good game on the pick. I mean, he has always lost on Fior, but I wouldn't say those games have been bad in general, and here we see again how he really can do something. And this might just be another game of those where he just does well and still doesn't really get to pick up the win overall. Also, we saw a little bit of Poss just now, at least firing back a little bit, and while Cerberus is not really convincing me with those plays, just as you mentioned, they're only down 1k gold. It's 70 minutes by now. It's not really meaning that much. They also dropped 2 Drakes, but individual Drakes don't really mean that much in the current shape of a meta. And if Cerberus just finds one good angle, they can still easily take this game of them. So definitely time to hold our horses as we are looking towards the mid lane. Maybe Yado with a pick, but he misses his charm, so there's nothing he can do.
Blaze is coming in from the bottom side of the mid lane as well, and it's just both teams just pushing minion waves towards one another. We do have the second Rift Herald of the game. It has spawned. Maybe both sides looking towards that as Yijin heads into his bottom side jungle just to pick up his dwarves, and then he'll probably be heading back up towards the Rift Herald.
That's what they're about to do. Cerberus starting this second Rift Herald up on their side, but I don't think Genius Esports is okay with giving it away for free with the way they are in the game right now. It is just a second Herald, but they still look very, very eager to contest it at least a little bit. And Cerberus likely has to back out.
The charm landed onto BOB, but he uses the ultimate. Thrown in with the Fate's Call is Huber, but Huber just taking so much damage. It's a front-to-back teamfight from the side of Genius, and they're just doing so much work, and now Coated showing up as well. It's a double kill as Opossa falls. Artemis Yado on the run, but Artemis is going to die as well. Leash the next on the menu.
Kill.
It's a quadra kill for Slater, and Genius Esports all of a sudden are completely back in control of the game.
That's one way to lose the whole game over a single second Rift Herald. I told them, back away. They just don't listen, right? It's really irritating to see. And they just get fronted back by the Wise all too much. They try to engage onto anyone with Yado going in with the Spirit Rush, but they don't have the damage to really insta-kill anyone. We just see how they do a little bit of poke. Yeah, that's nice to have, I guess. Either way, we see a nice, I think it was a headbutt pulverize engaged by the side of BOB onto the Leona. He gets Fate's Call out. Once back in by the side of Artemis and Huber in this play, and the Leona just gets kited out. Nobody deals damage and can really do a successful dive on the side of Cerberus, and with Wise and Draven just plunging onto them, and this corridor also not really helping them with Leona already being down, the front line kind of being gone. Slater can just keep hitting on them, and that's a quarter kill for Slater. One game to really make arguments for himself as a top AD carry of the league.
You say one game. I say it's another game to make the argument of him being a top AD carry in the league. I mean, to be fair, you know, I've got to give the counter argument. He is playing Draven. It is a very hard or very strong early game champion, and Artemis, I feel, did have the measure of him, at least until Legion and Blazes started spam ganking the bottom lane.
That's a little bit also a very good matchup in general for them, but gotta say, if you play Draven, I mean, you kind of have to be like the one who carries the game or the one who loses the game, right? He's just that volatile of a pick, and we also know only the Giga Chats really play Draven, and yeah. Slater just now looks to be one of those, either way. First turret taken on the side of Cerberus in the top lane, one aftermath of course, the game state that we currently have, with Genius Esports being kind of ahead right now with 3k gold. The next Drake coming up very soon, and we see, of course, how fat this Draven right now is. It's 3 items against 2 on the Kalista, and Artemis, I mean, the Kalista has a lot of things, but she doesn't really have much range, and that's also one of the reasons she kind of falls off to picks like that, and there's no way for Cerberus to contest right now. They really need to hope for a huge mistake by the side of GE to really find their engage going. They have the Solar Flare, they have a good charm from Yano maybe to get back into this game, but if Genius Esports is not misstepping, they can just take objective after objective, and there's not much Cerberus can do.
They're looking for Leash, no Rune Prison to slow or root the Trundle in place, but Genius now are onto Mountain Soul Point. If they can pick up the Soul as well, it's just going to make team fight so much harder for Cerberus, and then 5 minutes after that, we'll be having the Elder Drake, and judging by how this game is going, Cerberus won't be in a position to be able to contest it.
And I think the Elder won't even be needed, but it is a Mountain Soul. I mean, who's really dealing damage by the side of Cerberus? I mean, even right now, I mean, they're already struggling a little bit. And Kalista is not a hyper carry. Ari not like the best late game champion in the damage output itself. He was here to catch though.
And Slater thought he was out of range of Artemis, but a Fate's Call, a Flash, and a Solar Flare was just about enough from the side of Cerberus to be able to pick Slater off. And Cerberus are going to take this opportunity to try to rush down the Baron Nashor.
I think they maybe have to, and that's what also the pressure they are feeling. They know that they're getting brutally outscaled by now. They cannot really stick the damage to anyone. They really need to like bait Baron or just rush Baron and force a reaction of Genius Esports and hope they panic to some extent. Even without Slayer, they can maybe even pull those 45 fights, especially with Baron hitting so hard in the early stages of the Baron being spawned right now and it trading the resistances of the team from Cerberus. So right now, Genius Esports, yeah, calls their bluff and just goes towards the Baron and forces them to step away from it. So at the end of the day, it's just one good pick by the side of Cerberus. A good shutdown for Artemis, of course, to really get his pockets really filled with money. And they just need more of those, and maybe then they can fight towards the next wave and then contest whatever Genius Esports is doing to them. Because with the Mountain Soul being gone for Genius Esports, there's really no damage coming out of the side from Cerberus.
And now, I feel like when you get these picks onto an ADC, as Cerberus found that pick onto Slater, it's a once-in-a-game kind of thing, because from now on, Slater's going to be a little bit wiser to that, and I think he's always just going to keep BOB a little bit closer to him. So if Cerberus ever try that again, you've got an Alistar at the ready just to headbutt the Leona away.
That, and also Slayer didn't have his flash up. He will likely have his flash up for the next big skirmish, as the Mountain Drake will spawn in a little bit over 2 minutes. His flash will definitely be up by then, and Slayer, of course, now, as you said, is now in his head and knows that he has to respect stuff like that as pause.
Okay, that's just 4-on-1, and that's a quick kill for Genius Esports. The Everfrost did root Yardo in place, Charm almost connecting onto Blazes. Do Genius want more? They might very well do. They could just roam up to the mid lane and just start pushing in multiple waves at the same time. We did, you know, compliment this draft for Genius on its ability to be able to split push very effectively.
And they just want to keep harping on this bot lane tier 2 turret. I think it's also the correct call. They can just threaten the dive for the side of the Alistar. With Bren being down, there's not much threat against them.
Well, the Keeper's Verdict forces one away, and it means that Genius Esports can engage a 5v3 and they get the kill. But Slater taking a fair bit of damage, is healing up as he goes to Yijin. Slater takes so much tower damage, but just about able to kill the tower before it brings him to his knees. And Cerberus end up getting 2 kills again in a tower as well.
Yeah, I mean, Cerberus get killed there. I mean, it's just the lion's share of the damage that Cerberus dealt was done by the bot lane tier 2 turret. That's just how desperate it is right now. I mean, Slater almost died, but even that was okay. He was just tanking the turret with his shield bow and could just auto-take it until the turret is dead and then just throw away the whirling death. The poke is still landing on the side. They can just use Draven as a poke champion by now because he's just that fat at the current moment. And Cerberus right now really struggling. Like, even when they get disrespected like that, they can still not kill anyone on the side of Genius Esports. And that's a very rough awakening for them. Next wave coming up in 1 minute will be the soul for Genius Esports if Cerberus cannot really make a miracle play happen. And right now, it looks like they really have to do that because Genius Esports in the fair 5v5 will just beat them down.
And look at the items that Slater has. The Infinity Edge already completed. Yardo, Artemis, Posse, they're going to take so much damage. And then you've got the Lord Dominic's Regard as well, which is just going to shred through whatever armor Leash and Huber have been able to pick up so far.
And he also just knows stopwatch, so he also has another safety net on his side. He could have gone for more safety or for more damage right now, and he didn't even do that. It still does so much damage. It has another safety net. There's like the room of error is the margin of error that we could really do is like so insane for side of GE. And now maybe I catch him to the Alistar.
BOB getting caught out, but Coated is here as well, and Yijin coming in from behind the Keeper's Verdict. Slater has already found the first kill off the fight as Yijin, or pardon me, as Leash will fall. Another falls as well. Now they're looking to Huber. BOB has died, but it doesn't matter because all of Cerberus are falling. And down goes Yardo, and it's an ace. Yijin survives as well. A triple kill for Coated, and an ace for Genius.
An ace for Genius, not the game for them quite yet, as the wave wasn't really in an ideal state. It's just Cerberus trying to go for one desperate fight, trying to go for catch, but they really deal no damage. They actually managed to kill the cow, but just the cow, as they focused so much fire onto him. The fire wasn't really left in the tank left to kill anyone else. Slater could just keep harping down them. With the Wellmob being in, they also like have the right mans at the right time. And Coded, this is why Coded lose on Fiora. He gets executed at the Baron for no... Like, this is very appalling because it's Baron buff on a Fiora you just gift away. Baron would be so strong that Fiora with a mountain, so like, who would stop Coded? Does he really want to win on the Fiora, or does he want to keep the perfect streak alive? I don't know it anymore.
I think it's just he wants to handicap himself. He realizes he's too strong, it's too much power for one man, so he needs to limit himself somewhat.
Yeah, and here we see the replay again. Leash being the first one to fall. He's the main front line on the side of Cerberus right now, and then Coated. He's not even on a teamfight champion, but Fiora is actually better teamfighting, but with nobody really dealing damage to him, as nobody could really focus him. He can just keep harping onto them, and yeah, they kill the cow. The focus was really blown onto him. They couldn't really get the pick, as Unbreakable Will is a good ability to really like buy some time for the rest of the team, and Slater is a very happy man right now. Just now committed his GA on top of what he had before, so he's on 4 items with Artemis starting to get 3 items on his side, and the AD carry difference is very, very huge right now. But I do say AD carry difference, the difference overall is very, very huge right now.
Yijin and BOB getting caught out, and BOB is just going to get burnt down to a crisp. Slater can't do any damage, cannot approach this fight, and BOB is going to fall as well. It's 2 kills for the side of Cerberus. And all of a sudden, the entire Baron power play is thrown away. Now, Blaze is getting caught, knocked up as well, and it's going to be 3 kills for the side of Cerberus. Goes Golden to buy a little bit of time for Coated to continue to split push in the top lane. But guess what? Here's the thing, Quincy. Coated doesn't have the Baron buff.
Yeah. He's not that fast. He just gets 1 tier 2 to it, and he will likely
also
get brought down. This is 4 Baron buffs overall. No, it's just a 3, but it's still very, very disheartening to see that Genius Esports, even with the Mountain Soul, even with the Baron buff, cannot really do that much. I mean, usually they can actually afford getting caught out like that, as Coded would have turned away the base right now with getting at least like the inhibitor or something. But he gifted away his Baron buff by getting executed against the Baron, so he's not falling as well. And now, I mean, there's like this 1% chance that Cerberus wins this game, and there really shouldn't be one. It should be 1 out of a million games, not 1 out of 100 games they win in this situation.
Genuinely, if Coated has Baron buff, I think the inhibitor tower at the very least falls, if not the inhibitor as well. And
yeah.
If Cerberus somehow find a way to turn this game, we're pointing fingers at Coated, right?
Yes, I mean, it's his Fiora. He finally has a good game on it, or a very good game. Like, he was smashing lanes, getting soul kills, get a triple kill in a team fit on the Fiora. Like, that's something that really shouldn't happen ever. And then just get executed by the Baron. Like, come on. Gotta say though, we can point fingers at multiple members because
I was gonna say,
getting caught in the jungle. Like, you have Baron buff for the lanes, like for the minion buff, and they will like get in the jungle when nothing is really up. They will just like be greeting for some jungle camps or something, or looking for a catch when they don't need to look for a catch. Why are they there?
I mean, they weren't looking for a catch. They got caught themselves. And yeah, we're memeing about Coated being the reason. But let's be honest, Yijin and BOB getting caught out was not the best. Yijin actually making his way down as Coated is just 1v2ing onto Leash and Posse in the top lane. Soliflare's going to lock BOB down, taking a lot of damage from the tower. Coated gets the kill onto Posse, will fall to the final tower shot as Yijin now on the run from Leash. Got a flash under the tower, looks for Huber. Blazes putting out a fair amount of damage with the overload, but not quite enough. Huber lands the Zenith Blade onto Slater, but will fall. And there's just 3 members of Cerberus left standing as Genius will be able to secure themselves the inhibitor. And then they roam up to the top lane. They want to make it 2 out of 2.
Yeah, they want to make it look smart or something, because with Color being in the 1v2, they could definitely afford to play this like this. And the fight is not over yet.
It's not. Slater still out, putting a fair amount of damage. Blaze is getting chunked down relatively low by Yado's Ari. But the inhibitor is going to fall. Is there anything Artemis can do? No, I don't think so. Genius should just be able to escape. But as you mentioned, there is a TP flank coming in. And it's not just 1, it's a 2. And now we have a 4v3. But Yado is on the run. Yijin getting run down by Artemis and Leash in the bottom of your screen as the rest of Cerberus trying to keep Genius at bay. And Yijin will fall. Is there anything more that Cerberus can do? Pulse taking the blast cone. Wants to be able to delay the backs. We have a Baron. We have an Elder in 1.5 minutes. But Cerberus cannot do anything further.
Yeah, Cerberus just stopping the bleeding a little bit, using 2 teleports to just get a single kill over there. That's not something that I really would comment on their side. And yeah, this siege looking kind of decent by Esports with, of course, Coated being in the 1v2, getting the solo kill onto Pos in that situation. Eventually dying himself, but he bought so much time for the mid lane siege to really play out, getting the inhibitor on this side. So with the well up together, they can just get 2 inhibitors on their side, which definitely helps them to really fight over this next wave if they happen to take it. As yeah, it's the inhibitor far away from the Drake, and also the mid inhibitor on top of that. You really don't want to have all these supers crashing into your base while you fight for the Elder. And Cerberus will be in a very tough kind of stalemate situation where they really have to both fight the Elder, which is a miracle fight to begin with, and also then defend their base. And yeah, the chances are looking very, very low for them to really get anything back in this game. And Genius Esports can just do like a little standoff at the Elder Drake and then just wait for all these supers to crash into the enemy base and then just take the Elder. And with that Elder, I mean, they could easily win the game. Just force a dive with the Wise, with the Alistair coming in, and even with the Fiora, who's very, very fat right now, they can easily teamfight this. And just with Slater cracking down on them, this should be their game.
It's looking towards Pos's build because I've been playing a little bit of Gwen lately, trying to complete that Zhonya's Hourglass. Not had a chance to be able to build the Nash's Tooth just yet. And Genius prioritizing the Baron. Does this mean that Cerberus could try to rush down the Elder while Genius are on the Nasher?
I don't think they can. I think they could maybe go for the Elder, but then it's just a wham into the enemy base and then just the game ends. So I think that's way too risky to do. So
they're doing
it. They do it anyway.
Here they go, 5 members strong of Genius onto the Nexus Towers. BOB is just stopping Cerberus from even being able to approach. Yano flashing forward, but it's just too many members of Genius on the Nexus. That's how you end the game, and Genius take down Cerberus in game 1.
What a very stylish way to end the game. I was like, they can't go for the Elder. They would just get framed and the game would just end. And what happens? They do it anyway. I don't want to say I called it, but I mean, you know, I called it.
You actually pulled out the sunglasses.
Yeah, I mean, I haven't put those back on in a while, so it was just the ideal timing for that.
Cool, Esports,
very quickly.
Is this why I didn't get you yesterday? You know, you were building yourself up just to make all the predictions for today's series.
Yeah, but I mean, yesterday was like easy games to really call, and today we have like SPTC against Team Secret, and that first game as a pre-warm-up, so to say, I gotta be ready for that one, not the other game.
Yeah, Cerberus Genius wasn't meant to be the banger series. It's SBTC against Secret, but considering how well this series is going, I'm very, very excited for the SBT series later. However, Genius, a very good win over Cerberus in game 1. Still another game, maybe 2 more games to come. We're going to head into a short break, and we will be back shortly with our second game of the series. Stay tuned. Welcome back, everyone, to the VCS English. We've had a bit of a surprise result for our first game of the day. Genius taking a game off Cerberus. It's not the biggest surprise we could have ever expected to see, Quincy, but we were expecting Cerberus to be the favourites into this series.
We definitely did. I mean, they weren't really a huge favorite, but a favorite nonetheless, I would say. So I think this is definitely a little surprise. Also, the way it happened, right? I mean, was very confident. Artemis Kalista first pick coming up by the side of Cerberus. And with Artemis, you know, he doesn't really screw around much and he usually just dominates those lanes. The even counter pick for Slater, however, working out brilliantly, I would say. I mean, in the 2v2 itself, it wasn't really always doing the trick, but with, of course, a very good focus by Yijin towards the bot lane, it definitely worked out. Also, the Poppy pick in general, making it hard for Artemis to navigate those team fights, definitely proved to be an obstacle for the side of Cerberus to really overcome, and they couldn't overcome it at all. Also, what we got to celebrate a little bit is Coded 3-hour, which got its first win in 5 games. So, congratulations, Coded.
Congratulations, Coated, indeed. So, Quincy, are you telling me that the better draft won?
In this rare instance, I would say yes. I mean, I like the bot lane counter pick. I like the adaptation of Poppy into the Kalista, and also the top lane counter pick. We were doubting Coded's Fiora because it always lost, and because we also didn't like Fiora being shown not as an R5 pick, but a little bit earlier. But he kind of proved us wrong, I would say. And I think overall, the draft from GS Esports was easier to play. Also, easier to play in the late game, especially in the 5v5. So I would say yes, a better draft this time won, which is a rare sight in the VCS.
I think the interesting thing is that we went into that game talking about how Coated has gone from being a champion that would play for lane to a player who was playing, you know, for the game. And then that particular game was like, you know what? We're going Fiora, we're going to win lane, and Coated showing that he still has what it takes to dumpster on lanes. You know, it's not a complete destruction of pun, but it was, of pass, but it was a decent one. Either way, we're heading into our second game. Genius Esports over on the blue side, this time Cerberus over on the red side. And what this does mean is that Genius have that first pick available to them now that they're over on the blue side.
They do, and it won't be the Kalista this time, as Cerberus is already betting that out, which to me kind of shows a little bit of a weakness, right? I mean, it just tells me that they wouldn't be confident in picking something like the Draven against the Kalista. Another great argument for the side of Slater actually being good this time, so write that down, Milky, write that down. Anyway, regardless of that, Silver being taken away, we addressed the software work earlier. It is a very strong champion right now, and Genius Esports doesn't really like to pick into that, as now Yumi also being taken away. One good enchanter pick that would be useful for the side of Huber, and with Zeri also being taken away. What leaves that, the rest to us is what we really might ask right now. I think it could be something like the Senna, but Genius Esports still likes to play these Wise compositions and Blazes. While I doubted the Wise pick, the Wise looked good in game 1.
I would just like to say Cerberus, the team with Artemis, who is, you know, usually referred to as the greatest ADC from Vietnam. They're the team. 3 bans against Slater, may I point out. So giving respect where it's due. Also, Cerberus probably saying, you know, we're going to pinch away this ADC pool, and once we go, you know, deep down into ADC pools, this is where Artemis is going to be able to shine over Slater. Still got champions like the Jinx and Aphelios open, though. But to start things off, once again, Genius locking in the rise for Blazes, and Cerberus answering with the Wukong in the jungle for Leash.
Yeah, it's the Wukong in the jungle, and I also expect the Ari to be taken right now, as Yado definitely has this one band-aid fix to like the Cerberus way of playing so far. This is Ari usually wins. Last time it kind of didn't, which is not really that usual for them. And yeah, Genius Esports just using what worked last time with going with Poppy again. Even without the Kalista, it's still a good pick that they can really make good use of. I mean, against Ari in particular, also decent, by the Spirit Rush is a dash. Poppy can interrupt it with the steadfast presence, and Na also just a very good blind pick top laner in general. I would say you can counter pick it with something like the Gangplank. And also, like, one thing I want to throw in there, Wukong top lane could be played against Na. It would be a decent matchup. And Wukong usually is a jungler, but if it's against a Na, you want Wukong top lane. And this is also something that Cerberus apparently agrees with.
Okay, Trundle locked in. I just want to say Trundle could technically go top as well, but I do think he's going to be Leash on that Trundle once again. Wukong into the top lane, and Coated going back to the kind of champions that we've been seeing much more frequently from him this split in that Na and the Gangplank. This is now his 7th game on the Na this split.
Yeah, and we have seen both sides locked in for both teams, so the AD carry pools gets pincered even harder. Draven now also been taken away, and yeah, you addressed it earlier. I mean, this is maybe where Artemis really shines with these off picks. I mean, he played off picks into meta, he really changed the meta in the winter split and forced everyone to play his stuff, and then he still had his picks to destroy everyone with. Maybe we go to like the deep pockets and go to something like the Twitch now for sort of Artemis, maybe, with maybe Jinx and Aphelios now. Could potentially be the next Spence is what I want to say. And Senna being taken away, one thing that Artemis could maybe make use of.
What is this?
Gotta say so, is Artemis really a Senna player? I think a lot of champions I see him on.
It's his third most played champion, this player. He has had 2 games on it, but then again, it's Artemis. He's been playing so many different champions. This player, go on, Genius. One more ADC ban. Make it 12 ADC bans.
Yeah, make it Jinx versus Twitch or something. Samira!
There we go. Yeah. So, what do we have open then? Jinx, Aphelios. They've both made it through somehow. Surely it's Jinx, Aphelios, right?
And Jinx, Aphelios. Yeah, maybe Caitlyn, maybe Twitch, but I would expect Jinx and Aphelios. They are like the most conventional out of those. I think if we just now get, Aphelios for Artemis is locked in, and now we will see Slater likely going for the Jinx. But I mean, it's Slater, right? He also was like the solution Nami enjoyer when most other bot lanes weren't really playing it anymore. He is also kind of like the weird bot lane pick enjoyer.
Lulu Cockmore.
Could be, but do you want it against Aphelios? I mean, it's usually the counter pick against something like the Senna. And they just go for Zarya, another ADC we also forgot. There's so many AD carries in general right now. I mean, with the new releases or something like the Zeri. And Zarya Rakan, still something we didn't really consider. Now, what do you pick into Rakan is what we really have to ask. Support is the last pick. It could be something like the Leona, the Boeing route, but also something like the Nautilus. I mean, it is the VCS, it will be one of those two. We kind of already know that. It looks like it will be the Nautilus. I would like the Leona a little bit more as a Rakan counter, also like having like some definite engage. Maybe also Hubert doesn't really feel the Leona as much as he just now lost on the pick. Maybe that's the angle he's really going for, but I think the Leona would be a tad better. However, they just go for the Nautilus, something that could also work wonders against something like a Zarya. Gotta say though, this death charge could be blocked by the Featherstorm pretty easy.
Yeah, and that's something to remember, that if you want to try to get on top of this Zarya, first you've got to get through Coated and Yijin, who are very solid frontline, especially when Coated is in that Mega Gnar form. And then there's a Featherstorm for some additional defenses for Slater Zarya. I also want to add, we've had 8 ADC bans, and still we've had 2 very good ADC picks. And this is just to let everyone out there know that the next time an ADC is out on Twitter complaining about how there aren't enough ADC champions and like their pool can get banned out quite quickly, refer to this game. I think there was actually an LPL game once where there were 10 ADC bans that happened.
There should be like 10 ADC bans and like mid and top lane do like something like Lucian pick away and yeah, maybe even something. What other ADCs are picked in top lane?
Tristana.
Tristana, yeah. Maybe for top lane. Zeri top lane, yeah. Could be a pick. And yeah, like there are enough ADCs to pick is the point we're getting at. Like the pool is literally an ocean. And yeah, let's speak about those comps in general. I like what Cerberus brought to the table with like the Wukong into the Gnar, Trundle being flexed to the jungle as an answer against the Poppy. Didn't work out last game, but that was not really the Trundle's fault, I would say. So that could definitely work. I think Nautilus into Rakan also a great matchup for them. Overall, I think the comfort is quite high by the side of Cerberus. However, I think Genius Esports, you really need to be careful that this mid lane Wise pick doesn't work again with like very good Valmor worms for the side of Blazes, which worked in game 1, could also work in game 2 as the side lanes from Cerberus might overstep a little bit, and even if not, dives are possible with Poppy, so we could also have Blazes taking over the game yet again.
And let's not forget, in game 1 we did see Genius overextending a lot. When they were completely in control of the game, we saw on 2 separate occasions them being completely caught out and almost giving away back into the game for Cerberus.
That's definitely true, as we just now load into the game and see maybe some level 1 stuff coming out this time, actually, with Cerberus stacking in this mid lane brush and Huber not really taking it. Oh, I'm actually trolling. It's Genius Esports on blue side right now. Yeah, they try to get Huber. And I'm also looking forward to see what Huber really can do on this Nautilus, because last game in the Leona, he didn't really convince me. And Huber is also known to be like one of the 2 supports from Cerberus, who's more known to play those enchanters really well. And Nautilus and Leona are the opposite of that, quite literally. And yeah, he didn't look comfortable in game 1. Maybe in game 2, he can show me another side of his and actually have a decent game on it, as we maybe run into a level 1 fight here.
Blazes is going to get forced away surely by Yada because the Ari will do more damage than a Rise level 1 with Blazes. Still happy, actually sidesteps on the Charm as well. There is no buff that is going to be started up in...
Poss will join.
Slate
is one.
Coated is not going to be able to get here. So this is a 5v4, but never mind. They're going to get the kill onto Leash first. So it's first blood for the side of Genius. Slater on the run, but Poss will be able to pull one kill back. Yijin, BOB, forced to flash over the wall. Yijin is surely going to die now as well. And Yado ends up getting the kill as... I don't know how Yado got the kill onto Yijin there because it was Artemis who was auto-attacking him down. So it's 2 kills for 1 for Cerberus, but Genius get first blood.
Yeah, Genius get first blood, and I think they really shouldn't have gotten first blood. I think it was Cerberus being a little bit too impatient with Leash going down there. He also still has his flash. It was a fight that was kind of doomed from the start for side of GE, as Poss was roaming down, but Coated wasn't. And Wukong level 1, a very strong champion to really annoy your backline so much. And here we see again how it really played out. It was Yado face-checking into Blazes, those two kind of having a somewhat even fight, with actually Yado being quite decent. Lee chunked out as his charm is missing. Lee now getting tagged by the side of the Wise E, and the fight being propelled a little bit longer, which is of course intentional, as Cerberus really wants Poss to join into this. And here we see, yeah, Leash just gets comboed down. He can't really flash anywhere. Should have used it beforehand. Poss dives into the backline, gets a kill onto Slater, and then, yeah, Yijin doesn't really have anywhere out because he uses spell offensively, and he also cannot really get anywhere regardless, and Yado just get that kill. So it's a 2-for-1 for Cerberus. Them not getting the first blood bonus is something that really hurts, but still overall, I think they take this one.
I was wondering how Yada got the kill because Yada doesn't have Ignite, but his Corrupting Potion burn that ended up killing Yijin. All the while that happened, Coated was able to get the shove in top lane, so has a bit of a CS lead over Poss, but Poss did end up teleporting back up to the top lane, so there's a teleport advantage for Coated that could come in handy for the side of Genius.
Could come in handy, but I mean, with teleport being nerfed, not really Unleashed teleports being in early. I mean, the TP cooldown is very, very long. That is true so much, but it's Wukong being held against Na in the early game, not really something that Coated can likely make an advantage of, so I think it's not the end of the world for them. I think Cerberus definitely is more happy with that result of that level 1 fight in the overall scheme of things. The lanes are playing out quite fine for them. Now we see Leash going over to his red buff, being done with his first clear, and here we see Poss fighting against Coded. And yeah, Poss, he's quite tanky already, right? He has an additional Ruby Crystal, and the Stone's passive gives him enough armor to really sustain the Na damage. And Artemis, I mean, we know he is a good 2v2 fighter and can also do a lot of work with his flamethrower. Needs to respect, however, that Yijin is coming, but they do spot him out.
Yeah, Yijin making its way down again. This Poppy running with Phase Rush over Predator, so a little bit less movement speed to be able to come in for those random, very quick ganks. As now Leash has spotted out Coated. There is no Mega Gnar available. Coated, is there any way out for him? Has a flash available, decides against using it, and in the end, it's just a free pickup for Cerberus.
I think he could have maybe flashed south and really annoyed Poss and Leash a little bit there, but they also both would have a flash, and I think Leash would just flash and just bite his head off, so he was just not wasting my flash, I'm dead anyway. So just one pickup by the side of Cerberus at the bot lane. Didn't respect the cross map that much.
Artemis flashes away and ends up getting the kill onto BOB. Slater flashing forward, and it will be a 1-for-1. No! Artemis survives! The heal at the very end comes in so incredibly clutch. Huber has a flash to get over this wall as well. Or is he just going to run for his life? Flashes forward.
What?
And in the end, Cerberus don't die. And it's just Artemis who gets the free kill onto BOB.
Yeah, that's the problem, right? Artemis didn't respect the crossfire play, but Genius Esports didn't respect Artemis, and he just mouthed him down with the flamethrower, gets the kill. I think also like some triumph feeling coming out. So he was able to survive it, and the lack of damage was kind of the problem for the side of GE, and they weren't able to even get the kill onto Huber. Here we see how it really played out. Hook lands onto the Rakan, gets burnt down. Ignite onto Artemis is ticking, but he, uses Thunder Spell heal. They just don't focus anyone down. And it's Zaya, and now just also like the heroic charge was kind of staggering by the side of Yijin, so he couldn't really get the stun going down, as he was interrupted mid-air by the Nautilus snare from the staggering blow. So Huber could escape that one, and this is just Cerberus winning on both side lanes, and a huge disaster for Genius Esports.
We're going to game 3. We're gonna get game 3. Another 26 game week. There's a 26, I can't remember. Either way, Coated flashing away from Poss, level 6 for both top laners, but Coated no longer has the Mega Gnar available. Gets movement speed from the Hyper, still on the run, but surely the slow It's just enough to dissuade Post from completely getting on top of the Gnar.
Yeah, and now in hindsight, I'm kind of angry that they picked Na when Wukong was already shown by the side of Cerberus. They must have expected that Wukong is still a possible top lane option for them. The matchup is really not good for the mini now, especially if just Wukong cyclones on top of you and you really have to respect the kill pressure. Just now, Coda barely survives, but he's of course not very happy to really survive a trade just by that sliver of HP and pos. Yeah, used his flash, but also forced the one from Coded, and matchup not really looking too hot for them right now. As in the meantime, Cloudtech was taken away by the side of Leash, of course with the bot lane winning in the 2v2. That was an easy task for him, which means some slow distances, some movement speed for the side of them as Artemis gets focused down.
And that was a cleanse being used by Slater. Why did he cleanse? I'm not quite sure. Maybe it was just the Graviton gun that had rooted him in place. But BOB essentially saying, look, Artemis, you flashed my last engage. That's on cooldown. We are going to abuse that summoner spell being unavailable for you.
That's just Artemis being a little bit too cocky, I would say. I mean, he just now won the 2v2. Maybe some Wildfall cockiness is on his side, but he's just not good enough to really 2v1 this, especially without flash. Usually, maybe he was expecting to be able to sidestep any engage that was coming out, but that was definitely not the case. As top lane gets turned,
And Coated in Mega Gnar 4, he looks for Poss, he logs him down in place, another boulder toss, one more auto will be enough. No, not quite, can he get the kill? Yes, he can. And it's a shutdown as well for Coated's Gnar.
and Coated really playing well today, getting the solo kill in the counter matchup with, I think it was Post just not really respecting the HP bars too much, dying to that engage. Also his Cyclone still on cooldown, while of course the Mega Gnar, the cooldown is kind of only gated by the Mega Gnar form itself, as the cooldown is lower than the whole Fury transformations stuff would really be going on, as that solo kill gets taken down. It's also a shutdown which makes it a lot more worthwhile for the side of Genius Esports, and they can also go for the Herald. Leash not really being in the vicinity of that one means that of course this will be taken by the side of Genius Esports. But well, I spoke too soon. Leash is actually able to contest it, and this might just be a flip for it, or they may just bait a fight.
Well, the Rift Herald has been secured. Keeper's verdict is going to send Leash away, and now Genius Esports turn towards Yada, who runs out for his life, burning the flash as well in the process.
Yeah, burn the flash, and also lost a flip at the Herald itself, which is of course another huge win for the side of Genius Esports. The Keeper's verdict being able to really dissuade any fight that would come up by the side of Cerberus, but actually with the Waymark being there and Blade is arriving, it would maybe even be a good fight for the side of Genius. They actually could have maybe taken it. Yado not really in a position to do much, also has to burn his flash, so that another small W for the side of Genius Esports. And after that disaster where they were like losing on both side lanes, they are way more than back in right now, pretty much even in gold. Have the Herald, aside from the fact that Cerberus has a Cloudwag, and you would actually prefer the Herald in the current meta right now, so the game now again looking good for them. But Coated fighting in the minion wave, I'm not too sure about that.
He's going again onto Post, but Leash is here, so Coated is now going to have to run for his life. Doesn't have flash available, able to hop over the wall, and Leash can't get on top of the Mega Gnar. Cerberus, though, going to crash this wave under Coated's tower. They don't have a Rift Herald, though, so this tower will be able to stand relatively comfortably.
Definitely will. Also, like the engage kind of really falling for the side of Leash and Post, with Cyclone and Subjugate both being down. And it was a fight that was actually looking good for the side of Coated. He's very much ahead of the Wukong right now, with him getting that huge shutdown he got earlier. Could actually fight him 1v1 in the minion wave, but with Leash being there, that play got called off. So Coated just gets to reside under his turret. Not even losing a plating, of course, means that GE is winning a little bit of time in that regard. And overall, a game that's definitely looking good again for them. But now we see maybe Yijin making a move towards the bot lane later on, going for his weapon right now, but he's actually puffing topside, so that is something that will not happen. Ocean Drake will spawn in a bit less than a minute, and this will maybe be where Cerberus really has their eyes on, as the Drake soul stack win condition is maybe like the best option right now.
Take this opportunity to talk a little bit about Genius Esports, because we were talking how they are probably the 7th best team in the league. Maybe on some occasions they can take games off some of the higher up teams, but this is looking like a very clean performance from Genius. This isn't looking like, oh, they got a little bit lucky. This is looking like a quality team, and a team that is showing that they deserve to be in the discussion for a playoff team. Post getting caught out in the top lane, and they end up collecting the Wukong, and it's another kill for Coated.
Yeah, good game coming out by Yijin, just using this work charge to really knock him to the wall. Nothing the Wukong can really do, and Post just gets killed close to his turret. Another good play by the side of Genius Esports, and now maybe Cerberus feels like the hand is forced. Get to say that with Yijin being topside, it means that Drake will likely be free for them, but it is at a very hefty price, as it will be the top lane likely falling. Oh, the CP is dangerous. The Herald Charge will
Teleport.
come out. Oh, it's
Still
the
going to do a lot
dangerous.
of work. Still a lot of tower plates for the side of Genius. I was wondering whether they'd look to try to get another kill onto Poss. Cerberus, though, using the fact that Yijin's on the top side to allow Leash to pick up the second Drake of the game for Cerberus as they start picking up more and more Drakes. We do have a Hextech Rift. One of the things that does mean is that players, champions, can move across the map a lot quicker with those Hextech gates, which is something that we very often forget about.
And a very exciting soul in general, right? I mean, those Hextech damage box come out. It just always reminds me of the old static shift, but better, right? This very strong slow, a good chunk of damage done additionally on top of what you already do. And this just might just be enough damage to really like make the difference between like one AoE combination getting someone low and getting an actual kill with the charm and both orbs of deceptions really hitting. So that was definitely happy about the strong soul being on the table as they got the first 2 drags and the gold is somewhat close.
Blazes getting caught out. Yardo and Leash are locked down by the Everfrost, and that means that Yijin is going to be able to run out to safety. Artemis, though, is taking the Hex Gate, and Yijin says, "Here, come with me over this wall with a blast cone." But there's no one else to help Yijin out to try to get the kill onto Artemis's Aphelios.
And I wonder if GE Esports could just maybe even fight this 3v3 and just absolutely destroy Artemis, but they weren't really too confident about it. Oh, Flash Engage, come on.
They get the flasher from Artemis. The heal had already been used by Artemis in that play with Yijin. As the Moonlight Vigil does get used, BOB sidesteps on the Moonshot. And Genius will say, look, we've got Artemis's sums once again, and we'll punish him at a later date.
Yeah, but Leash is still around. They might just go for a play because one of those members recalled, the others didn't. Maybe 4v2 is diveable for the side of Cerberus, but they call the play off. Also, Artemis using the Moonlight Vigil Gravitum to really get a snare engage going on, but doesn't really opt into using it as the whole team isn't really confident to play this without a numbers advantage. As right now, GE Esports really propelling their gold lead. They got the whole top lane turret, and with all plating still being on it, it means a lot of gold for them. Coded is very, very fair on this right now, and definitely a force to be reckoned with in this mid-game team fights, and especially something that Artemis has to look out for. He has a gauge for Unofficial. He really needs to be clutch on that, as he is the main damage dealer of his team as well. And with Artemis doing a good job in his team fights, it is winnable for Cerberus. With him being out of the picture very quickly, it could be a very rough game for Cerberus yet again.
One of the weird things I'm thinking about is at the start of the split, we try to work out who we thought would be playoff teams. As I'm going to have to hold that thought because Coated is in a 1v3 hops, flashes, depth charge will chase him, the charm will land as well, and Coated is not going to get into Mega Gnar. He is not going to be able to survive. He runs, but he will get tagged, he will get ignited, and Huber will get the shutdown.
Yeah, Huber will get the shutdown. That's something that's really unfortunate for the side of Cerberus. I mean, getting the shutdown, of course, is very, very nice, but they now just doesn't really make much use of this gold swing he really gets there. He really wanted to have it on somebody else. Even be it the Trundle, Leash could at least be happy that to complete this Divine Sunroar pretty quickly, so something that would be in his favor as well. Now bot lane T1 turret not attested by the side of Cerberus. They will drop it, not for free, but for the second Rift turret that they could maybe use on their own to really crack at least one structure on the side of GE Esports, which they haven't done so far, and they still have all their turrets remaining. But just now, as I say, they use the Herald. No, they don't even use the Herald, they just get the top lane T1 turret. And game now slowing a little bit down. Gold lead still about 2k for the side of Genius Esports. But I wonder if it's enough. I mean, they play against these Drakes, they play against another Herald push coming up by Cerberus, and Cerberus scaling quite decently this game, so it is not as one-sided as it was last time, and maybe now they make a play.
Rune Prison will land onto Huber, roots him in place. Artemis could look to try to turn this around. Moonlight Vigil does land, but does practically nothing onto the 3 members of Genius. And here comes BOB. One has already fallen from Genius, so it's a 1-for-1 support for jungler, which technically means that Cerberus come out of this play on top.
Yeah, small win for the side of Cerberus. GG Esports a little bit overreaching, going for this one more play and focusing so much on the Nautilus, while Yijin could get focused down. Artemis and Yano not really in a position to get threatened, so they can deal a lot of damage in those situations. And with the next wave coming up in a bit less than a minute, Yijin of course will respawn in time, and it will maybe be a very telling fight to really show us where the story of this game is going. As if Cerberus gets another good W there, they will permanently threaten a potential Hextech soul, and that would be something that really goes heavily against the plans of Genius Esports, who have an overall good game right now and look to close the series to 0, of course. If they, however, manage to get a good fight there, then the game is very much looking good for the side of Genius Esports, with them also scaling decently and always being in a position to really threaten this Artemis Aphelios with the Mega now. Also, Yado not really being able to move around like he wants to do. But Cerberus, of course, knows that. They are also preparing for this Drake. And considering the map presence right now, it looks good for Cerberus.
Boss searching for BOB, he can jump over the wall at any time, and it's now Cerberus who have control over the river. If they can get this Drake, if they can take themselves to Soul Point, that will be very important for them. But Coach coming up from the south side means that Cerberus can't really march into the river. The charm almost landing onto BOB from Yado. Do Genius want to engage? Rift Herald dropped by the side of Cerberus. And Genius might have to answer this Rift Herald, which means that Cerberus will have a free pass to be able to start the Drake. The Rift Herald will charge in at the outer tower, will be able to take it down as well. And now Cerberus march back into the river.
Yeah, the timing not ideal for them, but this is maybe really where they're trying to go. Hexacator used to flank. Yijin is in the back line as well as now Blazes. And this is likely where the game really gets broken apart one way or the other.
Yado charging over the wall, and it is the bottom lane that has been caught out by Genius. But we have a flag. Keep your eyes on Coated and Blazes on the side. Elish forced to flash over the Drake pit wall. Good charm landing onto Yijin, who will get burst out. BOB goes to B. He finds a two-man knock-up, but it's a double kill for Artemis. What can Slater do? Absolutely nothing. As Cerberus will swipe through Genius. Coated on the run. Will be able to find a CC onto Yado, but nothing more. The final auto attack, not enough. Artemis flashes forward, picks up the kill, and Blazes is forced out of the fight. It's 4 kills for nothing for Cerberus.
Cerberus really showing out that they really can make use of this Rift Herald play, really getting the upper hand in this skirmish. The Hexgates were tried to use by the side of Genius Esports to really get a good flank angle, but it wasn't good enough. Slater being forced to use this Featherstorm very, very early on. They can almost burn down Huber, but he also used a very clutch stopwatch over there, as we just now see the fight rolling out again. First, Charm not really landing, but here we see how early the Featherstorm is used out, and now Cyclone really hitting onto the Volcan, so his engage isn't quite as detrimental as it was expected to be. And here we see Artemis just free firing with his Cerberus gun, with the long range gun later on, gets a kill to Yijin from very far away. Volcan trying to get in again, but also gets sniped down by Artemis, and here we see Yajo just marching through the backline. The Mega now from Coated not really doing too much, and he just goes back to Mini and can get killed by the flash auto attack from Artemis, so that falls down as well. Delayed triple kill for Artemis, and now Hex takes Soul Point for Cerberus, and the game looks to be sharply in their control. They also just now got the gold lead back, which is of course another nice touch to them.
It seemed like such a better fight from Cerberus than Genius. Genius just seemed all over the place, not really united in that team fight. Blazes and Coated so late to the fight. Yijin had to Hex Flash over the Drake pit to get involved, and Slater and BOB, well, they wanted to fight normally, and then they found that the rest of their team were all trying to flank, which meant that they had no front line for themselves.
Exactly, as you say it. Now we see Slater trying to make some damage to this mid lane T1 turret, but not really finding anything. As the Wave Cat, of course, gets very quickly wins by Artemis as he's on the Shark Hammer failures, and also the Flamethrower as a secondary weapon means this minion wave dies very, very quickly. As Baron will spawn in 10 seconds, I don't think any team can make a quick move for it. Maybe Artemis actually, as he's fed on the failures right now, can make it with this Chakram weapon and just at least bait the Baron fight and really force
no flash
to walk into them.
BOB looking for the play. Artemis Gale forces away, and in the end, it is just BOB's ult that is used in exchange for Artemis's Gale Force, and now Genius are forced to retreat as all of Cerberus turning up in the mid lane.
Well, that was actually good by Genius Esports. They actually forced the TP out from Yado, which was maybe a bit of a panic reaction from Cerberus. One small victory for them, I gotta say, as they could have been used in a potential cross map. That is now, I mean, for expanding one ultimate is definitely good to trade, and I think they are very happy about that. But as I said earlier, I mean, the Baron bait could still come up by the side of Cerberus with this Chakram gun from Artemis and him doing so much damage. Not to really finish the Baron, just to really force the reaction out of Genius Esports, to really pick a fight they actually do not want to fight just because they have to fight it, and then just Cerberus likely rolling over them in this fight itself. They gotta be careful though, they would maybe take too much damage from the Baron itself, so they opt against it. And right now, of course, the game slowed down a little bit more. Next Drake would spawn in a bit more than 2 minutes, and Cerberus, of course, at every Drake threatened the Hextech Soul, so Genius Esports needs to be very wary of their overall map control.
Yado had gone a little bit far forward into Genius's jungle. That's a realm warp being used by Blazes into the top lane just to be able to catch this wave that is starting to crash under the inner tower in the realm warp. Not the largest of cooldowns. For now, Genius I guess all that they can do is scale, wait for the next Drake. That's going to be the next big objective for these teams to fight over. As Coated looking towards a pos in this bottom lane. There aren't any teleports, there aren't any global abilities for Cerberus that would be able to help pos out if Coated wanted to go for an all-in play.
Yeah, maybe he could have run him down there, but he just saw that he used the Nimbus strike, so there's no way for the side of Wukong to really engage onto him aside from maybe flashing on top of him, but his flash also on cooldown, and you just don't want to flash for that. That maybe a small window where could have done something, but with that vision not really being in his favor, he didn't go for that, and also something that is the likely reaction here, call it. So let's pos live, and pos can easily get out of that play, as now, of course, just a little bit of farming on both teams so far. Artemis just now in a position where he's like, just give me the chickens as well. I mean, the Trottel doesn't really need more farm. He has the Diamant Sandoval. He's basically full build. He just needs to press R on the target, needs to use the Ice Pillar, and then just walk at people. But Artemis, of course, very much in a position where he can do much. The more items he really gets onto his buckle. Slater right now not in a position to really do much. Slater can maybe get caught out here. He maybe use Clutch Feather Storm. Charm is getting dodged.
Has to flash out of the Moonlight Vigil. Can Genius punish Cerberus from stepping too far forward? Huber lands a stun onto Coated. Almost gets a kill. Blaze is flashing forward, throws down the Overlord, will be able to get the kill. Depth Charge finds a knock-up. BOB going too far forward, but from the backside comes Pos. Lands a Cyclone onto Slater. Slater, though, survives. Blazes will be able to finish off the kill, and it's a double kill for Blazes' is rise. Coated flashing forward, lands a two-man Nara on Yijin, maybe stepping too far forward. What can Blazes do? He's going to take a ton of damage from Yano and Artemis. Artemis dashing forward. Blazes survives. No, Blazes dies. The red buff burn. Enough to get the shutdown for Artemis, and now it's a 2v3, but the health bars are on the side of a Cerberus. Slater, Yijin, Coated, forced away, and Artemis just gonna look to rush down the Drake. Coated forced to hop out of the Everfrost, and Yijin is sticking around. Leash not up for another 15 seconds, but Yado is just on zone control and will stop Yijin from being able to get into the pit. This is just Hextech Soul for the side of Cerberus.
So smartly done by Cerberus to just rush down the Drake, and just Yijin getting zoned up by Yado with a potential charm, and also the blast plant being denied. But now Elfmas also low on the side of Cerberus, and the Baron will get rushed by the side of Genius Esports. Gotta say, they might just be too late. The damage from them is so little. Blaze is down. I don't think this will work out, as of course Leash is respawning. Pun is up to the pause up to the task. Pun is not even playing. Artemis is there as well, and Cerberus might just force their last resort out and at least just delay the Baron, and the Baron is getting reset, so it's fine for them.
Can they get a pick onto Pos? That might be the only thing that they can go for. Pos trying to come in from behind to go for a flank play, but the side of Genius just instantly turned off the Baron. They'll get a kill, which makes the play all the more worthwhile. That being said, Genius, they still trail. The goal pretty much dead even, but Cerberus have that Hextech Soul, and that is something that will never disappear from the side from your red team.
That's what you said. I mean, the Hextech Soul will be there for the whole game, and also Cerberus just now, they gave away that pick onto Pos, but they delayed the Baron for that, and just not even one consolation prize. But here we see the next fight, maybe. Graviton was used.
Looking for another play. Realm Warp's going to take Blazes out to safety just before the dredge line lands. Yada goes in, lands a charm onto BOB, forced to pop the quickness and run out to safety, and that's a big engage tool now no longer available for the side of Genius. Baron up on the cards as well. Teleport coming in from Pos, as Cerberus want to turn their attention towards the big purple worm.
Cerberus could actually maybe do that. They just think that Genius is used too much to really have any sort of hope in this fight, with so many abilities used on their side. They just now started off. They don't even have the ideal weapons on their failures, but it's probably something they don't really care about. It's very risky to do so, though.
Coated maybe stepping too far forward. Good dredge line lands onto Slater, who throws out the Feather Storm, but Yijin is engaged on, taken so incredibly low. Pos going over the wall onto Coated, lands a two-man Gnarl, but not enough. Cyclone will be able to find the kill, as Coated will die in the end. It was an Artemis auto attack that took the Gnar out of the picture, and once again, Genius are left second best, and Cerberus are left on another objective.
And now that they can just do the same thing they did at the Soul, just zone away Yijin and get into this Baron pit and just rush down the Baron itself. I wonder, however, if Pos can successfully manage to do that. So far, he's succeeding, and Yijin is very far away from the Baron itself. Cerberus just running it down. Maybe they sacrifice one or two members to just get this Baron down, but just now it looks like they don't really have to do even that. They just win this fight by the war of attrition, so to say. Nobody really dying on either side, but it's actually Coated did die, but that was not really something that mattered here. With that being said, it is the Baron now also in the hands of Cerberus. They have Baron, they have Hextech Soul, they still have a small goatee, which doesn't really mean much by now, but all these objectives itself just means so much for them. They can now just easily recall and then just start pressuring the base on the side of Genius Esports with getting these tier 2 turrets down with the Baron Empowered minion waves should be an easy task for them. Gotta say though, never underestimate the engage that could come up from Genius Esports. They still have Orkan, they still have Wise, they still have a Mega now potentially flying to your back line. So Cerberus still needs to be wary.
Cerberus, though, with that 2k goal lead. And Genius, they do have a few tools to be able to find those big engages. You're looking at Coated with those big Gnarls. Yijin, if he can find a good Keeper's Verdict and maybe knock Artemis away at the start of a fight, and then you find a 5v4 when the big damage dealer for Cerberus isn't around, that could be absolutely massive for them.
That absolutely could be the case, as now Yijin gets in a position to maybe go for a flank, but he gets easily zoned off, as right now, of course, the Wukong yet again at a strong point with Divan Sandor Death Sense. He lost the lane in the late stages of the laning phase itself, but that's not mattering right now, as Slater gets poked on by the Flamethrower and the Hextech Soul itself right now. Keeper's Verdict gets stopped by Yijin himself. He just doesn't really find an angle to really use it. And Cerberus is slowly but surely marching into the enemy base, or pressuring the enemy base, so to say. The next minion wave is coming out. The Baron Empowered Ketamine just chipping away at the turret, and Esports, they likely just want to fight an angle now and really go for a fight here, but Cerberus isn't giving them any.
Another good Keeper's Verdict stopped. This time Yado landing a charm onto Yijin in the middle of its cast. So again, Genius just can't find an opportunity to engage, and now we have an Elder up in 1.5 minutes time. The Baron buff only ends in 1 minute. Genius need to find a way to be able to match Cerberus. They need to be able to find a pick before the Elder. Otherwise, this game is just going to continue snowballing and snowballing out of their grasp.
That is the case. Gotta say though, the Elder spawning and something that plays actually into Genius Esports hands. That's like there's one thing that could go wrong for the side of Cerberus, otherwise there wouldn't be anything. Keeper's Verdict now used to block away 2 members. Cerberus could just go for a 5-man push. They are going for the 4-1 with Pos being in the mid lane, pushing in these minions to be like the artificial super minions, so to say, as the charm doesn't connect by the side of Yado, but Cerberus doesn't have to force a fight, but here they can just be happy with getting what they are getting right now, getting like some structures, getting some more gold into their pockets. Just now though, they just easily win this poke war, and I'm not sure if this Volcano can survive against the Wukong. So far it looks good though, that G2 turret is getting melted away, and Cerberus will likely retreat soon, but this is just one more fight.
In goes BOB, he finds a big knockup, but is there enough damage? 3-man Cyclone as Pos dives into the backline, and Artemis will find the kill onto Yijin. Just 1 kill in the fight so far. Yado going in, lands a great charm onto Blazes, but the Blade Caller doesn't find anyone, and it's a double kill from Artemis as now Blazes falls as well. Cerberus march in the bottom lane. They turn their attention towards the inhibitor, and the inhibitor will fall. The Elder Drake up in 10 seconds time, and there is no jungler alive for the side of Genius, but Genius are back up. They're now threatening onto the side of Cerberus, not letting them take the Hex Gate towards the Elder Drake, trying to buy as much time so that Yijin can respawn. Blazes has a teleport as well when he does spawn, and maybe there is hope yet for Genius.
There's this little bit of hope because of the Hex Gates, but I think the Elder Drake is not that tanky. Cerberus can just rush it down before Genius is really in position to be in a fight there. Yado, however, is pretty low and doesn't have much mana. They might just sacrifice Pos for it, as he's just now buying time. Yijin's very close. It's actually pretty dangerous.
This is big. Yijin, you need to make the play of your split so far. There's a teleport coming from Genius, and they're forcing Cerberus away. They have the better health bars, and the Keeper's Verdict will send Leash out of the pit. But Coated has already fallen. Genius will get the Elder. They now have a 4v5, a potential window to win this game. BOB dashing away. He over the wall, flashing out to safety. Yijin goes back in, and the side of Cerberus will be forced away. Pos will fall. Makes it a 1-for-1 overall. The Realm will pull forward, but BOB has already died. Blaze is taking so much damage. Yijin is so incredibly low. Leash on the run. Blazes does so much damage as the Rise might even be able to get this kill. One more overload. Doesn't land. Now Yado looking towards Blazes will be able to land the charm. The Everfrost on top, and Yado will find the kill onto Blazes. Just 2 members left standing from the side of Genius. Just 2 members of Genius with the Elder buff.
Gotta say that looked cool by Yado and Artemis, especially Yado now finishing him off with Everfrost plus Charm, and it almost looked like Cerberus was the team with the Elder, but they were fighting into this Elder Drake and also kind of leashing it for the side of Genius Esports. The jungler from Cerberus definitely living up to his name in that regard. And Cerberus really playing with fire there. There's one thing that could go wrong. kind of halfway went wrong for them. At the end of the day, it's not the end of the world because they just now only lost POS in this Elder Drake fight aftermath. And why are you going for this unnecessary risk is what I'm really asking Cerberus right there. With Elder now still being on many members from Genius Esports, of course, it's still something they have to respect. Blaze doesn't have it, Cold doesn't have it, but the other members still rocking that Elder Drake buff. However, Cerberus likely can just wait that one out and go for this next Baron fight, as we see later on. Super minions in the bot lane, of course, really disrupting any potential contest by the side of Genius Esports, as they really have to clear out those supers and go to the whole other side of the map and really contest this Baron buff, and it will be a very tough task for them. Genius Esports, they aren't out yet, and we definitely need to respect anything that comes up by the side of Slater, who is also very, very fat right now, and as long as Elder's on them, especially then, everything from Genius Esports needs to be respected.
It's all on Slater because he's the man with the Elder buff. Yijin has it as well, but Slater is the damage dealer for the side of a Genius. Can they find a fight while POS is in the top lane? This is a 5v4. Hubert engaged on by Yijin, but he's just a support. He's so tanky, and Yijin just takes so much damage in the process. Genius getting nothing out of that short little play, and now POS is making his way down, and Genius have to be wary of that very, very impactful Wukong flank.
Yijin went for the Hex Flash.
He goes in, he's stopping Yado from getting out, but there comes the Realm Warp. Yado is on the run, but Blazes can't get on top of the Yari, and keep your eyes on POS. He's lurking behind Genius, waiting for that opportunity. In goes B.O.B, able to land a grand entrance on a two-leash, and POS has decided now is the moment to go. Featherstorm has already been dropped down. Teleport from Yado as he's looking to get in with the Moonlight Vigil, and Slater is murdered instantly. Coated, hit by the depth charge. Charm lands as well. Yado and Huber both on top of the Gnar, and down will go the Gnar, jumping away, and actually Coated might be able to survive this. 2 kills for the side of Cerberus. Blazes and Slater both dead. The damage dealers for Genius are back in the grey screen, and Cerberus are going to march on in to the base of Genius. They look towards the inhibitor. They'll be looking towards the Nexus Towers, and they're going to be looking towards Game 3.
This will definitely be the game taken away by Cerberus. The minions already doing like the lion's share of the work, but this fight just now cements it. Artemis just murders Slater in this game. Gets revenge for game 1, and we gotta have a third game of those two AD carries clashing against each other. I'm all up for it. I really want to see another game of those. And Cerberus really showing that they aren't to be counted out yet.
Genius put up a good showing in game 1. Cerberus put up a good showing in game 2. All credit to Genius, though. They didn't just fall down dead in game 2. They consistently try to find a way to fight. In the end, they couldn't. I don't know if it was a comp diff. I don't know if it was execution diff from the side of Cerberus, though.
It was a little bit of Artemis diff, I gotta say, because I mean the 2v2 was pretty illegal to win. I remember this early game where they were like winning both sides of the map and Genius Esports looked lost. Then they kind of came back into the middle game where Kota made a good play into the Gnar, where he got the Wukong solo kill, and that's something that really shouldn't happen in that side of the matchup. So yeah, I mean Kota tried yet again in this game to really win the series and ultimately failed. Gotta say so. Cerberus, I like that comp more, but it was also like, I would say it's half the comp diff with them getting so many counter picks on red side, and the other half is just Artemis really just showing his proficiency in the 2v2 and having great mechanical skill overall.
Artemis has heard my praises for Slater and is saying, nope, Milky, you're completely wrong. I'm still the best ADC in the split. Don't even get ahead of yourself. We're going to be throwing into a short break. And when we return, we'll have game 3 of our series between Cerberus and Genius. And you'll also have Carrick's jumping in to replace me and jumping alongside Quincy for the final game of this series. Stay tuned.
Hear the call for all the chosen ones. Far away, but all like one. Come together, we've just begun. Chant till Valhalla comes. Chanting till Valhalla comes.
just spoil our head. We're taking over. We're taking over. Hey, look at you calling my name. You ought to know by now that we're taking over. We're taking over. Hey, maybe you wonder what your future's gonna be, but I got it all locked up. Take a lap now, don't be mad now. Run it back, run it back. I got bodies lining up, think you're dreaming of greatness. Send you back home, let you wake up. Why would you dare me to do it again? Come and get your spoil out the head. We're taking over. We're taking over. Hey, look at you calling my name. You ought to know by now that we're taking over. We're taking over. Hey, maybe you wonder what your future's gonna be, but I got it all locked up.
在以后，除了傻傻子，还有其他吗？我左右，键盘噼啪在时间滴答着，还不够。你的固执让我来守候，哪怕太迟也不想以后。就在这时放肆的打斗。I got the heart of a lion, I know the harder you climb, the harder you fall. I'm at the top of the mountain, too many bodies to count. I've been through it all. I had to weather the storm to get to the level I'm on. That's how the legend was born. All of my enemies already dead. I'm born, I'm ready for war. They know I'm ready for war. I told them.
We're taking over. We're taking over. Hey, look at you calling my name. You ought to know by now that we're taking over. Hey, maybe you wonder what your future's gonna be, but I got it all locked up.
Welcome back, everybody. Sorry for the delay. That is my fault, but we are rocking and rolling. We are halfway through a draft already as we head into Cerberus taking on Genius Esports. Game 3. Crincy, you've got 6 picks to break down. Get onto it.
I'm breaking down already. Either way, you get one new AD carry pick with the Jinx into the Aphelios this time. Slater thinks he can play Aphelios as well, as he just now got walked by Artemis Aphelios, so very glad to see how that will play out. The Ari was not banned away, but Yado still opts for different picks, so he's not a one-trick quite yet as he goes for this Azir. Gotta say though, his Azir initially in the split against Tiger Buffalo was doing quite well, so I'm glad to see that one again if he happens to perform on it. It was picked deliberately into the Sylas, which is something that can of course harass the Sylas in the early game, but with Sylas having kill pressure, with a few levels in, you know that as well as a Sylas enjoyer yourself, it can also go the way of Blazes.
It definitely can. It's a volatile matchup. I don't like giving Sylas an ult though, so I respect this one.
But as Yijin will get his Trundle as well. Sorry if there was any double voicing there. There was some tech issues. Should be fixed now. The Yijin going back to the Trundle, something he has picked just relentlessly, even when he's really not up against any tanks. And apparently we're going to have more time to catch up on draft because it looks like there was a client issue.
Yeah, just thanks to BetTV for giving us a little bit more time, as we had less of that earlier than before. And gotta address the Trundle Yijin pick a little bit more, right? Because, I mean, it has been a very stable pick for Yijin himself before his break in the VCS, and it was a very stellar pick, so to say. He was playing Trundle where the others weren't, and he was very successful on it. And the last 2 games, it was actually Leash playing Trundle into Yijin, and this time Yijin got his champion, so to say, back. So it's very important for the side of Genius Esports to get this pick under their belts.
Yeah, and we did see the Nocturne being hovered there. What do you think about that pick in general?
I think Leash is one of the few who actually plays it. I think the other one is a jungler from Team Secret, whose name I'm not getting from the top of my head. He was also playing it a fair bit. I think it is DNK. And I think it is a Trundle. It makes sense because you don't really give him many tank stats to really steal him off, and the Nocturne just on his own can make his impact around the level 6 marking with the Paranoia coming out, and just also do a lot of what Aphelios can do. Use a spell shield against any form of Fort of CT that can come out by the Nautilus, and then just whip away the Aphelios. As long as he doesn't have the Severum or the Chakram gun, you can just easily kill him, or at least threaten like him to use a flash, use a Gale Force, or anything like that. And Nocturne in general, I wouldn't hate the pick. Gotta say, the Leash also plays a mean Lee Sin and picks like that, and I want to see them a little bit more even, because they can have a good impact on the early game, which is something where Cerberus usually struggles a little bit.
And if we want to zoom out a little bit until we do get back into the draft, what do you think about them going with the Korean option in this series rather than sticking with Pun and Drakthar that has actually been working quite well?
I gotta ask right now, because I was on vacation, did they use those 2 against Garm and won with it?
They did.
They did?
Yeah. And Drakthar played really well. Like, Drakthar was on Levi's level, if not better.
And I remember Drakthar, when he was playing his first game, was also playing very well, so it's kind of surprising to me. Maybe they just kind of agree that they just share time regardless of performance, which is like one angle they maybe are going for, or maybe it's also just them underestimating or just not valuing Genius Esports that highly, as they are also technically like the second last team in the table right now, also dropping 1 series to the last place team in AS Esports, which no other team has done before. So maybe it's also just them thinking that they can test the walls a little bit. Gotta say that would be very disrespectful, as they also just not dropped the first game, and the win didn't really look too clean either. Gotta say that those Korean combos, they can work just as much as the Drakthar Pun combo, but it probably just them just sharing time and not really looking into the performance too much. Before playoffs, also assuming they are confident in making playoffs, they just want to give both equal time, and then we'll just have a large sample size of games to pull from and decide then which are the 2 main starters for the playoff run.
Well, as my internet returns, hopefully, we do go back into draft. So I'm sure everything you said there was really intelligent, Crincy. Someone will have to catch me up on it later. We are back into draft, so we will be able to watch this one playing out again. This will be the same picks up until that second phase. So what were you thinking of the comps as we saw them?
I almost forgot what they really picked. I mean, it was Azir Yado, it was Sylas for the side of Genius Esports, which will likely be Blazes pick. There's like a small angle where you could play Sylas top lane. Yeah, Jinx against the failures. Yeah, thank you for catching me up. And Nautilus was the R3 pick by the Cerberus Esports. I don't like that one this much into the Renata, as usually Nautilus just doesn't get to all in and kill the Renata as much, especially with Renata being able to bail out her ADC or just herself, and then Nautilus engage kind of falling flat. And I think the Renata is just a better pick than Nautilus is right now, and one support that usually is just banned or picked very early, as it is right here. And yeah, the other picks, of course, Jinx into Failures is a good matchup for the Jinx, I would say, as you can abuse the range advantage in the early game, going for the rocket launcher, and Yara on the Azir, a welcoming sight we see again with so many AD carries being taken away. Of course, those AD carries being back into the meta reminds us a little bit of the winter split meta, where we had plenty of Failures and Jinx, and seeing those two again, no surprise to us. Now the jungle pull over gets shortened. What we have seen was the Trundle coming out for Yijin yet again, and a hover for the side of Leash and his Nocturne, and I wonder if that gets locked in. I could see it happening.
No, they're just picking on. They were just clicked on the guy that was next to Trundle. That makes a lot of sense. But yeah, so it should be the Nocturne. Where do they round it out with? They need a top laner. I mean, still available. Kicking it into Silas is kind of gross, but it is what they go with.
It is what they go with. I mean, we have seen one Silas into Nara top lane, and it worked quite well for the Silas in the early game, but didn't really do much later on, as they were kind of lacking an actual top laner. It was actually Cerberus themselves that played that, if I remember correctly, with Yado being on... Right. I think it was on the Azir, but yeah, they give away the Gangplank now. Gotta tell you, the Gangplank is a good pick, and also Coated second most played champion. He plays mostly Na and Gangplank, as Milky was harping on in the earlier two games, and he just gets to play Gangplank into the Na. He should be very fond of that matchup, to say the least, and that's one good pickup for the Cerberus Esports for sure. It scales very well and also wins the laning phase.
Yeah, I actually just kind of really like what GE have done here. I really like this team comp. I think they have really brutal zone control, with the Gangplank barrels, with Trundle Pillar, the threat of Aphelios. I actually really like what they put together.
I agree. I mean, I don't like the bot lane matchup as much, but it's also like them play against Artemis and Huber is not really going their way in the 2v2 either way, so you don't really need to focus your draft too much on that. It's like getting good matchups for the side of top lane and mid lane is doing them quite wonders. Gotta say, the Cerberus deliberately picked Azir into Silas. I think they maybe have something in the know that we do not have, and think that they can just punish the lane phase a good amount. And with bot lane having priority instead of Cerberus, mid lane as well. Top lane is, of course, slightly Gangplank favorite, but not that much that I would call it a hard counter or anything like that. It could also just be this time Cerberus showing us a new phase of them and going for some early to mid game snowballing and running away with the game in the mid game, which has, in history, been more their weak spot than anything else.
It's also worth noting you said that, Jinx Aphelios, very reminiscent of that winter split, which of course Cerberus won on the back of Artemis to a large degree. Artemis in that Jinx Aphelios meta was incredibly dominant, so going back to that is only going to help Cerberus.
And I gotta say, even if they have the potential to snowball the early to mid game, they still have not bad late game. But they have Jinx Azir, very strong DPS carries in the later stage of the game. Anar, while not being the best late game champion, can still do a lot of damage with a good Mega ultimate, even smacking Anar fails into a wall, just forcing him to flash or use a Gale Force defensively, and that is maybe even his job being done, for so to say. So definitely some good options by the side of Cerberus as well. And that's something I rarely say on the VCS English podcast, but I kind of like both drafts.
Very, very rare, and it's hard to predict because if they're both good drafts, who's meant to win? As we we are onto the Rift, the final game of Series 1. Important for both of these teams, will really set the tone for the back half of the split. And Crincy, I'm going to ask you in the first minute, who do you have winning?
I have Cerberus winning, but I'm a huge Cerberus shill, so don't take my words too seriously. Take it with a grain of salt. I always keep saying that Cerberus on their A game should be the best team in the league, and they just kind of aren't. And here we see level 1, maybe some action going on. Aphelios is not strong level 1. His base stats are decent, but he doesn't really have a spell at this level, so he really needs to be careful. Slater losing the trade by a little bit.
I mean, that's just main support, right? Just the privilege being able to walk up, Huber, using that little revolver.
Yeah, they keep finding it. Doliak shouldn't hook in. I think that's very dangerous. I mean, even Renata, she looks very fragile, but you cannot really kill her level 1, especially not with her failures together. And yeah, those trades are something that Artemis should be very happy about. And looks like the wave control is also going to the side of Cerberus bot lane as we expected to be the case. Seeing the jungle starts, it will be Trundle puffing topside to maybe even go for an early gank against the Mininar to really propel this gangplank lane ahead. While on the other side, it's Leash pathing bot. Nocturne, not really a pre-6 ganker in general. If the enemy bot lane oversteps, it could be done to some extent, but he mostly just wants to power farm, get his level 6, get paranoia going, and then have an impact on the side lanes.
Yeah, that is very much the case. Just want to wait for that level 6. But that said, there is not a huge amount of movement on an Aphelios. If Slater does misstep, sure, Leash will be more than willing to punish it. Has been a very aggressive player. Speaking of aggression, Yado is suffering from some of it. Can't get E away. He's in trouble. Having to walk out. He needs to find a flash. Does, and now Leash joining Yijin just continuing to towards the Azir, but the bot lane has arrived, Crincy, and Yijin getting hit down. Artemis over the wall. He wants this one. Can he find the last little bit of damage? No. Everyone survives.
Everyone survives, and GE is very happy about it, I guess, because they were not deserving to survive over there with the fight getting baited towards the bot side of the map with Cerberus having priority. They were ready for it, while the GE bot lane kind of wasn't. They just get to farm in the meantime, and it's just summoners being traded across the board. It was almost Yado falling down initially as his conquering sense was cancelled by the side of Silas really going for the engage onto him, and this gank working out for those. Yado used his flash, so did Leash, so did Artemis. His 4 summoners burned on the side of Cerberus, but also on the side of GE. Blaze used TP and flash, Yeetin flashed as well, but the bot lane is very happy as they could just free farm and didn't use anything.
Yeah, GE, their bot lane ends up very, very happy, as you say, because they just didn't roam, which means they didn't lose anything. So it's going to be interesting how this one plays out. I love seeing Artemis go for play as aggressive as he did. Obviously not rewarded this time, but also not super punished.
Yeah, that's exactly the case. We just don't see the first item completions of the components. Sheen being picked up by side of Kotal, which could be very huge for the lane phase, and it just adds so much poke damage for his parley and just makes farming so much easier to really get this parley into barrel combination going to really clear the minion quickly. Yado, he anticipates the hook from Zodiac and just now gets away. Blaze is also not really finding anything onto him. And yeah, with Silence fighting in the minion wave and not really hitting his initial engage, Yado can just poke him down with his soldiers, and that's a good trade by Yado.
Yeah, Yado seems pretty cool, calm, and collected at the moment, especially after that early gank, which he did manage to navigate away from pretty perfectly, held his flash until his team was perfectly ready to punish. But looking forward from that one, no real CS leads breaking apart anywhere. Very, very slight the top lane. Really nothing to write home about. So it looks like Nocturne might have a safe path to 6.
Definitely looks to be the case right now. Ocean Drake just now spawning. This might be something that maybe Yijin goes for early, as he would not expect really Nocturne to be able to do that, while the Nocturne, the Trundle definitely is. And Leech so far is level 4. In the farming department itself, is also a little bit faster than Trundle is, so he's definitely happy how these first few minutes went, and it's just kind of one of the small breaking points for the game. The level 6 power spike for the Nocturne, can he really make some damage with the Paranoia? Can he snowball any lane with it? So far, of course, that remains to be seen. Kodet just now on the gangplank, I mean, we said it before, right? It's his most known matchup, but Kodet might just be overextended.
Yeah, he got baited very far forward for a parlay here. The thing is, he is going to have oranges to break the fear, so it's just a lot of damage being done by Leash, which does save the lane positioning for Pulse.
It does. And also, Kodet didn't use his flash, so he's escaping there with using almost nothing, just a little bit of health bar and him being forced back. It means, in the great scheme of things, he didn't really lose too much, while Leash on his own lost some time to really farm up more. He went for the Executioner's Calling, which I find very, very interesting. Not that I'm condemning it or anything, it's just very interesting, because he's playing against so much healing on the other side of the composition, with Silas being there with the Kingslayer, with a Trundle being on the enemy team, also Gangplank with the remove scurvy, has a decent amount of healing in his kit, so the early experience calling is something that's definitely something to write home about, and something that he can make great value of. Gotta say though, after the ability patches, anti-healing in general got nerfed quite a bit.
It's true. Yijin is lurking around this bottom lane, but with the wave positioning, I don't know what they can make happen, but a flash forward from Slater with the Gravitum, no flash of his own. He's in a lot of trouble with the cannons raining. That's so much damage going in, but can he get revived? No, just but they do manage to trade back. Huber flashing away now. Can they get damage in as Leash joins the fray, cuts them down. Slater will fall.
Yeah, they are diving pretty deeply with the cannon barrage coming out, and the bailout. A lot of time for Leash to really arrive there, and here on the Nocturne, not focused by anyone as he was just now arriving, can just auto-attack them down one by one. Slater got the first blood kill onto Artemis, which was very important for them, but trading away 2 kills inside of Cerberus again, just like in game 1 of the level 1 fight, something that Cerberus is definitely very happy about. Leash now level 5, soon to hit the level 6 power spike, and he probably also wants Ultimate Hunter, I would guess, so his paranoia will be very, very strong. Here we see again how it really played out. Cannon barrage pretty deeply. The handshake from Huber buys a bit of time for Zodiac really being there. Cannon barrage really weighing down them. Artemis couldn't really do anything there. He knew he was dead. He would just deal as much damage as possible so his team can clean up, and Leash did exactly that. So Cerberus with that play probably still kind of happy, I would say, getting a small gold lead. But Slater getting first blood as their failures, also something that could be very scary.
Yeah, it's a good situation overall, but it's not great for Artemis individually because he is now behind in his match. Depends. We'll have to see the scoreboard, see what item break points have been hit because it might end up not mattering. But we have a replay in the mid lane because apparently there was a solo kill.
Yeah,
lots of walls.
Should we shuffle, and then Yado was just like, I have more soldiers than you. It's 7 against 5. You cannot win here. And solo kill for Yado. This is Azir, and that's something very welcome for me because he is not on Arwi and he's doing good. That's something that hasn't happened all spring, basically. I want to clearly get this one good Silas game, and he's playing against the Silas right now. But Yado definitely showing up so far. I remember his great Azir game against Psych and Buffalo at the start of the split, and I want to see more of those because Azir is a very strong champion in the meta right now. Now Cerberus trading away the Drake for the Rift Herald themselves, getting the Rift Herald. In the early game, I would say it's a better trade for them as well, and Genius Esports not having a good start overall.
Yeah, I mean, I always favor the... That said, VCS teams often don't get full use out of it, and sometimes the Dragon ends up being better. But
they don't have ego anymore.
The Cerberus is in. It's true, they don't, but the legacy of ego is still there, haunting them. But with the position that they're in, with this Nocturne Ultimate primed, I think that they can definitely find a good gank into a Rift Herald drop.
Absolutely the case. Now Leash is level 6, so we can use the Paranoia, and I really want to see where he really makes his impact. Blazer's Flash is still down for quite a while, and while Silas is mobile, most of his mobility is offensively used, so Nocturne can really make some good play onto him. Yado now in the mid lane, getting a bit shackled by Yijin, but Yijin also on his own, not really finding anything so far. And I mean, Yado has a good laning phase so far. Is in decent position. Yeah, just want to see.
One thing we also saw, oh, never mind, we'll have to come back to it, as the Paranoia is coming in. Bot lane goes Leash, taking a lot of damage, but not lethal. And now a handshake onto Zodiac should lock them up. A double kill, it does. 2 more members coming in. There's a hostile takeover, stolen away. Huber goes extremely low from his own teammates' rockets, but it doesn't matter when Artemis cleans up a third.
And the Paranoia just striking brilliantly by the side of Cerberus, getting the kill quickly into Slater, who was on the dangerous weapons. He was on the red white gun, so he was dealing a lot of damage while kiting back. And Leash also almost going down. He was getting the bailouts just for good measure to be like in a safe position. And the hostile takeover as a follow-up as Yijin and Blaze were arriving. But it was just Genius Esports chasing the losing play, so it ended up being a 3-for-1 for the side of Cerberus, with Herald also crashing in with a lot of platings going the way of Cerberus. And they are almost 3k gold up again. Here we see again how it played out. Paranoia goes in as well as the unspeakable Hover. Slater can't hit back, so he doesn't lifesteal back up. Zodiac also dying to the Dustbringer, good sniper instead of Leash. And here we see how the mid-jungle duo tries to fight Huber. They will get him, but at what cost? They also use Yijin's life for that. Leash used the flash, unspeakable Hover, and they funnel a kill onto Artemis, the one member you do not want to be fed on the side of Cerberus if you are Genius Esports. And overall, very rough play for them. And with the Herald almost tracking down the turret, Cerberus is very, very happy about that.
Yeah, they're open for sure. And as Cerberus' #1 kill, I'm sure you're very happy as well. Look, one thing I wanted to comment on before that play came in is Poss has actually done really well in the top lane, in that he hasn't built a CS. That's very difficult to do against Gangplank, but he's actually picked low plays.
Yeah, he's definitely doing decent again in this matchup. It is a range against melee matchup in the technical sense, but I would actually count Gangplank with the Pali as a range champion in that department. Here we see another play. Yado getting onto Yijin. They need to find that last bit of damage, but the stolen wall
lasers will keep them out.
Just 2 additional walls, nothing really to chase over with neither Azir nor the Nocturne. So Yijin gets away with a sliver of health. And that play, something that both teams are kind of okay with. And yeah, we wanted to talk about a little bit more about Pos in the top lane. Is doing quite well against the Gangplank. Getting turret plates, range against melee, something where he can maybe do it. But Gangplank, almost a range champion with his party, so it's definitely impressive what he's doing so far. A dive now about to happen.
And Yijin takes the fast track of the blast cone, so Leech can't join the play. Artemis has the bailout, but can't get a takedown to revive him. Cerberus have to bail out of this one. And GE picked themselves up a kill. Well done by Yijin.
And well done by the side of Zodiac as well, using the stopwatch so he doesn't die and would make the bailout successful by the side of Huber and Artemis. So Artemis just goes down without any consolation prize. First kill, first positive play by the side of Genius Esports in quite a while, maybe the first even in this whole game, I would say. And yeah, well done by Yijin. He really knows how to use his funnel to fruition. Second kill for Slater as well on the board now. So Slater against Artemis, he's down a few CS, but if there's another kill, he can maybe do something.
I'm very curious on your analysis, because this is something that's popping up, not just in the VCS, it is a global thing. And I know that people are very torn on it. The Chempunk Chainsword first.
Oh, I don't know. I mean, I don't want to say like I don't hate it at all. I mean, the first item you don't get mythic bonuses anyway, even if you rush mythic, and so it will just come to fruition if you have 2 items. If you have mythic plus 1 legendary. So if you just go Umbral Glaive first or the Chempunk Chainsword, doesn't really matter in that regard. I like Umbral Glaive as a first item, but if you don't go that item anyway, why not go the Chempunk item? I mean, Anti-Heal is a decent stat. I mean, it got nerfed quite a bit in the durability patch, but it's still overall not a bad stat, I would say. And that item, as you say, very gold efficient. If you have good, why not? I mean, you can go with. I wonder though if it's actually better than Goredrinker. But in this competition, I mean, you play against Silas, Gangplank, Trundle. You do so much with anti-healing, it kind of makes sense.
I have to ask you, as someone who's English, who English is their first language, we'll have to come back to it, as Nautilus to cut down, doesn't matter what his first language is, because right now he's speaking nothing. As someone whose first language is not English, does it annoy you that it's Chempunk Chainsword, even though they're both CH?
It's very hard to pronounce, yes. Chempunk
English is, yeah.
Actually, I just noticed it. Yeah, it's both CH,
it's
but
like
they are
chemical.
pronounced differently.
Yeah, because it's like chemical and chain. Yeah.
Yeah. Like some Germans also say Chemie instead of Chemie for chemics, but they are not the correct ones. So either way, first turret taken away by the side of Cerberus. They are now even further ahead with a bit more than 50k. Also, they got the first Drake on their own, so even like a potential early Drake soul stack win condition is off the table for the side of Genius Esports. Cerberus also equalizing on that front. So right now, overall, just Cerberus getting smaller and getting more wins than Genius Esports is getting.
Yeah, and with second Rift Herald coming up, Cerberus do have control over the top side. They could very easily see Artemis is already walking up the mid lane, doesn't need to be in the bot lane anymore, so they should be able to get themselves that objective as well. Overall, things coming up, dogs.
Yes, exactly. Now the next Herald is on the table. Cerberus also taking this one, having good map control. Skylarcrab is done on their side, and you just see how freely Huber can roam. Blazes just now tries to get into the pit. Actually, decent damage against Yado with his Everfrost cone hitting the center, and them getting the bot lane T1 to it on their side. Trading it for the Rift Herald number 2, maybe not ideal for Cerberus, but they're just happy that there's nothing really taken by the side of GE. I don't think they have objective bounties just yet, as I don't see them on the mini-map, but they might be a topic very, very soon.
Yeah, I think the fact that they've got a tower in the bottom, also that first dragon, means that they're not far enough behind for objective bounties. That formula is so strange. Riot, please just tell us how it works.
Yeah.
But anyway, it is going to be Artemis picking himself up more gold.
That's absolutely the case. As he's close to the second item right now, I wonder which one he's really going for on the Jinx. Will likely just be maybe the Phantom Dancer to really ramp up his attack speed in these fights, to really get excited without even getting a takedown, and then getting excited even more once he even manages to have that one. Yado now Tries to survive.
In the trouble. He goes down. There is a paranoia running, but Leech has not joined the fray yet. Will get kept out by that stolen Silas wall. Now they find their way onto Poss, very far away from Meganar, but is going to build towards it quickly. Blazers now smacked against the wall. Wallop taken out by Leash's Dustbringer. In he goes with the hop. Yijin's next target. Can they get him? They can. Leash is on an absolute
He's on also 36-0 on knockdown, but now also this skirmish being won with turret number 2, usually not important, but if you win that much of a skirmish, it can very much be detrimental. Oh, they could have timed the charge a little bit better, but either way, it's a 2-for-1 by the side of Cerberus. They dropped the top lane tier 1 turret, but that's a consolation point that they are ready to give over to the side of Genius Esports. Leash doing a lot of work in this fight with his Dustbringers, and also Poss, I want to highlight here. The most important spell was not the Mega Gnar, but actually the Boulder Toss from him, as he was managing to fire a sticking slow to 2 members, sniping them into the backline to really have the follow-up for Leash going. And Yado, while he died, he bought a lot of time with his shuffle, as we see right now. He's kind of flashed on, used the impulse divided by quite some time. Paranoia gets used right now. They can chase down Yijin. The stolen shuffle comes out, but there's still a one fight by the side of Cerberus as Artemis lands the zap. On the other side, we see Poss. He does so much in this fight. It's actually insane. Mininar can just do a lot of damage right here. Kais himself to this Mega Gnar form. Mega Gnars the Silas into the wall, and here we see the double boulder toss. He then jumps into the fray again, goes for the wall up, stuns him again as well, and Leash just follows up with his damage, and it's just a lot of damage done by Poss and Leash reaping in the rewards.
Yeah, Leash very much just passing, collecting what is passed to him. Coated in the bottom lane, did just get 2v1 by the looks of it, the Paranoia. So far, this Gangplank having very, very low impact. Hasn't had a huge amount of opportunity, to be fair to Coded, and does look to be going the crit build.
He looks to be going the crit build, yeah, as he's on the Collector second, so will need quite some time to really power spike as he's going for like these multiple Infinity Edges, or no, not the multiple Infinity, the multiple crit cloaks, and then finishing those items, as we here see the bot in play. Paranoia coming out, and what can the Gangplank really do against those two? A bit of damage he can do, but that's all he can really do. And what I really like about Cerberus this game is I'm a huge Cerberus fan because of Artemis. At this game, it's actually just Artemis not doing so well, but the top side stepping up so much, so they don't even need Artemis to just really mechanically 1v9 those games. It can also just be Poss and Leash in the top side really showing what they're capable of, and also Yado getting a solo kill. This is just the full lineup of Cerberus having a decent game. Artemis not so much than the other members of his team, and the comp still works out greatly for them.
Really like, I just want to comment on this because you talked about the Gore Drinker for Leash, whether you'd build it first or second. He's on the Stride Breaker. I actually really like this. He's so far ahead that I don't think he needs survivability, and if you can just break Aphelios' ankles, you kind of just take him out of the fight.
You absolutely can. He's now on the Stride Breaker as with that. The tier 2 turret is being pushed down, and Genius Esports right now not in a position to really contest anything. They have 5,000 gold down by now, and Artemis now on 2 items. He went for the rapid fire second actually, so not maximizing his damage output as much as just being able to have that one additional free hit. We see just now also objective bounties being on the table. Yado maybe trying to wave, get this out. He just buys time.
Does really well. He's going to go in 2v1 and pick up a kill. Yado. And now Leash surfing in with a Paranoia, and he'll clean Blazers up. That is out.
And that's 20 minutes. The Baron just spawned. Jungler's down, mid laner's down. Cerberus might just be able to rush this down. They have a Jinx. They have an Azir. It's a fat Nocturne and a very good Gnar right now. This could just be their Baron instantly, 20 minutes. If not, just for the fight. It's also something that plays in Cerberus cards.
Yeah, Huber managed to get a handshake onto Zodiac as he's coming in. 2,000 on the Baron, just need a smite. There it is. Big hostile takeover held them back as well. There's the flamethrower from Slater. He flashed forward as well and now has had to use everything to get back out. Double kill picked up for Artemis. He zooms over towards Code, wants to claim himself a bounty. There it is. The Pirate King slain. Triple kill for Artemis. And oh my word, this game might have just ended.
Yeah, they just completely broke apart. They had the decision to go for the Baron or the fight. They decided to go for both, and they got away with both. They got the Baron, another triple kill for Artemis. Also, very nice micro mechanic of him just not going to the range of Coded, despite being excited and bailouted. He just went for the zaps that to kill Coded off. So this is another huge W for them. 9,000 gold is the gold lead right now. They have the Baron. They also got the Mountain Drake, which is their first one in the game, and right now in full control of the game. The whole party of Cerberus Esports is really far ahead. And Unofficial was a member I pointed out as a struggling one this game, and he just now got a triple kill. And he just now got Storm Wave on the third item, which I think is in general very weird to have. But I mean, if you just now complete it and Power Spike right now, I mean, might as well go for it. I don't hate it super much, and maybe I should.
He's almost playing like a Jhin. He's just, I just land one auto attack for a slow, and then my Nocturne does the rest. I'm not a real AD carry.
One auto attack for the slow, and then the chompers as a replacement for the traps, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Just the same thing, and one W snipe, just like with Deadly Flourish. I mean, it's the same spell, Zap, or Jinx and Jhin are too similar.
Oh, Blazers gets handshaked. Huber doing really well on this Renata. Poss goes to the wall, can't land the Mega Gnar, but the Paranoia now coming out will force them back. Leaf throws himself into the middle of the team, manages to get that 4-man maker. Super Mega Death Rocket whips across. No kills yet, but look at these health bar. They are so empty.
They are, and Cerberus, I just wonder where the Cerberus was in game 1, right? They were struggling against Genius Esports, not really finding anything in any win con with that draft. In this game, they're just absolutely smacking Genius Esports across the board. That's why I was predicting 2-0 for them. And even like at this fight, they can maybe still win it. Two of them come out.
Moving forward, but he's so far ahead of his team. Just a flash back. Poss near Mega. In goes Yardo. Zodiac donked into the middle of the enemy team. The push continues.
The push continues. It will be the inhibitor turret number 2 falling. The inhibitor as well. This might be maybe even a stronger push by them that they opt out against it. I mean, with the death timers being so low, it is a very wise decision. We have seen Cerberus or VCS teams in general throwing games away with insane leads. They are, of course, the course where this game really shouldn't be fallen anymore. 2 inhibitors, are they down? They can just now fight for every Drake, and Genius Esports can do nothing about it. Or what I think is more likely to happen is that they just all 5-man the top side and then just crack open the base over there, as Genius Esports cannot really fight a fair 5v5 or 5v4 or 5v3 maybe even, at the point where really the members of Cerberus are right now. And while that, they need to defend super minions from 2 lanes, and this shouldn't be possible for them at all.
And I want to give some special praise over to Yardo this game. As we'll watch Coda die. Maybe just, demonstrating my point. Yardo doing well along with Poss. But Yardo, he's someone that's been sort of very heavily criticized, and not wrongly, by our community for the last split or so. But seeing him bounce back on a champion not named Ari, making really aggressive plays, I'm really happy to see it.
Yeah, I'm also very happy. I mean, he was the Victor King in the Winter Split, took the title away from Blazers, who's playing against him right now. And now this Azir performance is really good for him.
Oh, Artemis is going to go low, is going to go down, but immediately traded now for Slater. Going gold in the front line for Blazers, but I don't know where he wants to be. He will get taken down. Yi goes next, and that is going to be it. The Brain Trust has been sent packing. It truly is Brawn over Brain here Friday night in the VCS, as Game 3 will go the way of Cerberus, and they end their round robin 4-3.
They really do a good job of it, and they literally won this last fight without Artemis. Didn't really need Artemis that much that game in general, and I really liked everything they bought this game for, like from draft to finish. Like Yardo back on this Azir doing well on it, Leash going. I think Deathless and with like 8 kills or something on the Nocturne. The Jinx Renata bot lane really doing much against Ilios Nautilus bot lane, and also Poss on this Gnar, a very stellar performance from him. Gets counterpicked, still does decently in lane, getting those platings, getting even in CS, and team fighting so well with the Mega and also the other spells he was using. And this Cerberus I want to see more of. This is the Cerberus I want to see every game.
I completely agree. And I mean, overall, we now see them 4-3. How do you think this bodes towards their second half of their round robin?
I think 4-3 is like almost a score that looks too bad for how strong they're actually and what they're actually capable of, right? I mean, 4-3 is just one win away of like mediocrity and being like on equal score, and I think they actually are and should be better than that. I mean, especially with Garm being kind of in a slump, we have 2 new top teams in Secret and SPTC, and I think Cerberus actually belongs right in this category if they are on their A game. They really don't show it always, but we have seen in game 1 today as well. But if they play like this game just now, they should be like one of the contending teams.
Yeah, I completely agree. And speaking of those 2 top teams, Team Secret and SBTC, they will be going up against each other in our second series. We are going to go to our break. It should only be about 25-30 minutes. There will be a train as soon as we no, which would be a little bit. But thank you for watching VCS English. I have been Tarix. With me has been Princey. I also want to thank Milky Cereal, who did the first 2 games. Unfortunately, he couldn't finish the series out, and he missed a unlucky mate. We'll be back in just a little bit.
Yeah, keep it simple. Drop a rock into the water, watch it ripple. Tides turn quick, just keep your head on a swivel. Competition getting stiff, I'm here to make you wiggle. You know me, surround your whole town, make you yell siege. All-star, homie, this the king's speech. You can lock it down, we gon' still preach. Boy, preach. Who's next in line? Can you make that climb? Now is the time, get out of your mind. Raise up the lights, we all here tonight, so let's do it right. Yo, we came here to fight. Who's next in line? Can you make that climb? Now is the time, this world is mine. Raise up the lights, we all here tonight, so let's do it right. Yo, we came here to fight. Boy, you already know I'm the real wonder. Before I bring the storm, you gonna feel thunder. So your body count is up there with killmongers. How about you come take a look at some real numbers? Might just double up on you while I still slumber. I'm the living proof, I'm just coming through for the thrill of it. Room full of all-stars, we all guys. Somebody gotta be Zeus, I'll take charge. Who's next in line? Can you make that climb? Now is the time, get out of your mind. Raise up the lights, we all here tonight, so let's do it right. Yo, we came here to fight. Who's next in line? Can you make that climb? Now is the time, this world is mine. Raise up the lights, we all here tonight, so let's do it right. Yo, we came here to fight. Positive, negative, I'll take charge and shake eyes, remain great while I pay homage. They always said that pressure can make diamonds, so keep climbing all the way up, that's where you'll find me. Right next to the legends, I go off my brethren. Said goodbye to the old me, I'ma make sure that you know me. After this here you gon' own me. Didn't choose a game, it chose me. You know what G-O mean to an OG, let's go. Fight, who's next in line? Can you make that climb? Now is the time, get out of your mind. Raise up the lights, we all here tonight, so let's do it right. Yo, we came here to fight. Who's next in line? Can you make that climb? Now is the time, this world is mine. Raise up the lights, we all here tonight, so let's do it right. Yo, we came here to fight. Who's next in line? Can you make that climb? Now is the time, get out of your mind. Raise up the lights, we all here tonight, so let's do it right. Yo, we came here to fight. Who's next in line? Can you make that climb? Now is the time, this world is mine. Raise up the lights, we all here tonight, so let's do it right. Yo, we came here to fight. Yeah, get your back off the wall. Come on, yeah, come one, yeah, come on. Get up, yeah, get your back off the wall. Come on, yeah, come one, yeah, come on.
first round robin of VCS Summer Split, and just one series remains. Team Secret facing SBTC Esports. 3.5 weeks ago, no one would have expected that these would be the two teams at the top of the standings. But here we are.
And that is going to be SE completing the reverse sweep and taking a win. They start 4-0 in the VCS.
And AS will fall to Team Secret as Team Secret secure their first 2-0 of Summer Split. Team Secret rose to prominence in Spring Split when Hero, Penguin and Artifact joined from, well, none other than SBTC Esports themselves. They became known as the ultra-consistent team that would never drop a series against anyone below them in the standings. They became the team that was more than the sum of their parts. Come playoffs, they got even better, and they just narrowly missed out at a chance to represent Vietnam at MSI.
They're going for the end. It is 3,500 kilometers to Busan, and Saigon are coming. Watch out, T1. Watch out, G2. Watch out, World. Vietnam is back.
SBTC, on the other hand, only joined the VCS as an organization in 2021. They built a super team, and it crashed and burned spectacularly badly, and they weren't able to recover. In the spring split of this year, they only finished in 5th and arguably didn't even look like the 5th best team. So what's changed for them? Well, after a 1-year ban, the former mid lane superstar Dia 1 made his return to SBTC and to the VCS. And in his first series back, against none other than the current champions GAM, his former team as well, he decided to play Gragas. The scarier thing is, he made it look good.
Palette will fall, but can GAM find the fight? Emperor diving on in, Levi will follow, Moonlight Vigil on top, the Chaos Storm is massive from Carti, but it is now a 2v2, Emperor will fall, it's all on Dire 1, on his return to the VCS, will clean up GAM, and it will be an ace for SBTC.
Now, while we might be starting to see a rivalry forming between these two teams, this series is so important for our solo laners. Emperor used to be Hero's substitute back at SBTC. Last split, they were tied in votes for the most improved top laner. And now this split, they're facing off against each other as the best top laners in the VCS. Artifact, he got benched by SBTC in 2021 for not being good enough. And a split later, he was a best mid laner in the league. Now, Dia 1 has returned to claim his crown, and what better way for himself to prove that than with a face-off against Artifact himself. Team Secret and SBTC were never meant to be at the top of the split. They were never meant to be a rivalry. But it might just become one.
Thanks for that one, Milky. And that is an excellent primer for the clash of the Titans. And yep, apparently I've been echoing, but I'll say it was for dramatic effect. Thank you for that one. And it is myself, Carrix, and Crincy to bring you the clash of the top dogs as Secret are taking on SBTC. And Crincy, what are your initial thoughts on this matchup?
My initial thoughts are we have ideal timing for this matchup, right? I mean, it's the end of the regular split round robin number 1, and it's just two teams that face each other that are not only tied in match score, but also tied in game score at the top of the table. I mean, what a better story could you write at this point? I mean, the scriptwriter's definitely doing us a good one with that one and making us a favor. And two really closely tied teams. Secret having their loss quite recently against GAM, and SBTC, if I remember correctly, it was a bit earlier in the split against, I think it was Sagan Buffalo. And it's just so hard to pick a favorite on these two, but they are just so closely tied and just so far ahead of the competition in general, with maybe GAM and Cerberus rising a little bit and contesting those spots. And it's just such a close match, and I'm just all excited to see it.
And I think the really interesting thing about these teams is how different they are. Team Secret has always been the team that's better than the sum of its parts. The only player on that team that I would say is top 1 in his role is Artifact. And yes, Artifact is very clearly the best mid laner in the VCS. Over on the side of SBTC, you have Enpa. Absolute breakout split from him. He is a solo kill monster. You have Dia 1, who maybe hasn't dethroned Artifact yet, but he's definitely coming for the crown. They are star players everywhere. How do you think that matchup actually works out? How do you think these two teams actually clash into each other?
It's very hard to call. I mean, Daya 1 also is kind of known to have like these special picks, but he's playing Gragas mid when nobody else kind of does. He really likes the Swain, but I gotta say, Swain's also picked that Artifact has played before, so he wouldn't be like going to the unknown if that would happen to be picked up by the side of Daya 1. And also, like in general, with these two teams, we had it even before SBTC was forming the super team, that this was basically just those teams having swap players between each other. When Emperor and Hero really sharing the top lane role in Team Secret on the winter split. We also have like DNK and Penguin playing for the respective other team. And there's just so many storylines clashing at one point, and it's just all happening in a few minutes when these two teams face each other. If I had to pick a favorite, I think maybe actually Team Secret this time, because they are just such a great macro team and they are greater than some of their parts, and they have indeed the better mid laner. And I think a better mid lane is one good start really to start into a series. Gotta say it, Dear One, maybe he has a surprise prepared for today. You don't know.
It's true. Tier 1 is... I don't think he likes the fact that we say Artifact's the best mid laner in the VCS. I don't think that sits right with him. And I think he wants to reclaim that crown after the break he was forced to take. And as you said, this is so many storylines rearing their heads, so many storylines coming to clash against each other. And I am so excited to see it in this last match of our first round robin. We couldn't have scripted it any better. If the VCS was scripted, this is how you'd write it. Enper as well. Enper is a player I have talked about a huge amount. I just think, I was saying it last split that, hey, give him another split or two and he's going to be the best top laner in the VCS. And he did it faster than I expected. I expected him to need this split and then he'd be really good in the next one. But he's done it this split. He's currently sitting at, I think I checked the stats last night, 18 solo kills in the first round robin. This guy is an absolute freak of nature. How does Team Secret control him?
Maybe with Hero himself. I mean, the thing with Hero is he's kind of similar to Emperor, right? I mean, they were literally sharing a spot in winter, and I remember Milky asking me, like, would you rather have Emperor, would you rather have Hero? And I was like, I don't really care. They are both like lower mid-tier top laners who really gives a crap about them. And right here they are, right? Both improved a lot in their own regard. Hero maybe not as much as Emperor, but he also had a very strong showing in the spring split, I would say. So maybe he's one that can actually control whatever gets offered by the side of SBTC's top laner in Emperor. They're also kind of similar in that they managed to play the champions like Camille in the spring split a lot, which has kind of fallen out of favor by now. And maybe Hero is enough to neutralize them. However, if not, I mean, there's still like a whole lot of different assets in the arsenal of Team Secret, with them having such a good map, with them having that bot lane that can play the seller to such a great extent, them being like the first team to pilot Renata into the VCS. They have so many tools, and I'm just looking forward to see them. Also, Penguin, after not so strong spring split, I would say, this time in summer he looks better. There's just so much to tackle here.
To the point where we will go into draft in just a moment. I want to point out there are some people on Twitter that have been discussing the best mid-jungle duos in the world, and some people have actually been putting Penguin and Artifact on their top 10 list. I just want to put that out there. But into draft we go as the two current titans of the VCS clash to close out our first round robin. This is to decide first place as we go into the back leg of the split. And oh boy, am I excited. ADCs being removed by TS. SE going for a bit more of a holistic approach. Princey, where do you think these picks are going to go?
I'm just missing a Lucian ban right now, which has been banned like most of the time before and kind of not really been mentioned, because the Lucian ban is just something that kind of just happens and it's just done because Lucian Nami lanes are still feared, despite some people calling it a trap pick. Sometimes also still solo lane Lucian being something that could be good, especially with Gangplank being a popular champion. And Lucian is left open this time. But also what I want to note is Senna potentially being picked up by the side of Zhu Hao or the Renata, which are both like in their own regards, not together, like this is maybe the strongest pick of that position, but Secret right now looking like they want to go for a different route with the Sin, however. But I really think you should maybe go for a bot lane angle right now, because I mean there's just so much on the table that you don't want to give over to the enemy team, but they instead go for the Lee Sin at the first pick, and that's of course a VCS traditionally strong pick and something that Penguin can definitely make some work with.
So I think an interesting thing here is that screams to me that they have something in mind for bot lane. Because you know you're giving Renata away. You know you're giving first bite of the cherry on the actual ADC pick. Then again, no, with the big three are kind of gone, so you maybe not too scared of the ADCs. But I don't know. Lee Sin just doesn't seem to. Oh, they immediately counterpick the Lee Sin with the Rek'Sai.
At least it is a counter pick. I mean, Rek'Sai in general not really a favorable champion right now, but it is of course an early game powerhouse that not only matches Lee Sin, but also can deny Lee Sin so much with the Praise Seeker being there, and also just when Lee Sin is attempting to go in onto Rek'Sai, she can just unbow and then just knock him up before he really lands the second charge of the Resonating Strike, and this just ruins the duel in its own, which is why Rek'Sai is such a strong counter pick against the Lee Sin, and just matching the early aggression and also exceeding it is something that Penguin definitely doesn't like to play against. However, that pick falls off a cliff if it doesn't snowball. You want to have some early game kills to really like be strong on your own and then translate those leads to your side lanes, and I have seen it before where I think it was actually Penguin himself, or it was maybe even DNK, went like 5-0, failed to translate this lead to his teammates, and then just always kept trading 1-for-1 because he couldn't really do much in team fights anyway. This just now brought over the Jinx Time Kench lane to the side of Team Secret, and I think that's something that they can definitely make some use of. However, I think just the center would have been so good for Eddie here, and that's why I do not love the Jinx pick here.
Draven. Locked on in. There is confidence over on SE as they pick in what, in my opinion, could be one of the strongest early game bot lanes possible with Renata and Draven.
I mean, you could pick a more aggressive support, even despite the Renata. Of course, she with a handshake can do quite some damage, and also Baylor is such a good mechanic to really make use of Draven, as Baylor could maybe even give, by the few seconds you need to really cash out on the Draven itself and then just not even die on him, would be excellent way to really propel this champion forward. So I don't hate it at all. And Draven, a pick, of course, that can punish the Jinx. So far, SE just counterpicking what Team Secret brings to the table and going for very, very huge risk, though. It's Rek'Sai and it's Draven. I mean, what more early game snowballing do you really want to show them to really have like one thing going for you? And I wonder really how Team Secret is trying to neutralize that. Maybe even depending on the next pick up for themselves, I see they could go for something like a Malphite even to deny all this physical damage streaming into them and then just absolutely nullify it. And maybe that's even something that they are planning to do so, which we will later see. The Gragas is getting taken away. That is of course one way for DR1 to really pull a surprise on the side of Team Secret, as that is like his stable pick that no other mid laner really plays in VCS.
I actually think one thing that it doesn't really suit SC's style, so I don't think they'll do this, but I think it could be really clever, is actually picking a really hard scaling top laner like a Vlad. I mean, Vlad's not necessarily super strong at the moment. Maybe Kayle and build her AP, because you don't want to play around to top laner if you're SE in this game. You're looking at a Draven. Rek'Sai's going to be going bot the whole time. I think if you can pick a magic damage top laner as late game insurance, I actually think that would be really, really clever.
Gwen is still open, they could just still go for that one, or maybe even pick a Silas and just decide later on if it's mid lane, is it top lane, and that's what they are going for. The ultimates on the side of the Secret are okay, I would say. I mean, you can make decent use of the Dragon's Rage especially, and maybe even a strong Super Mega Deathwalker, but that's a lot more niche than you would maybe expect to be.
Kench is really good early game. Makes dives just ridiculous.
Yeah, and also Silas kind of denies this potential Malphite pickup, which would have been good otherwise for Team Secret. I mean, they've shown like 2 high physical damage threats. Malphite would have been good in general there, but you do not ever want to pick Malphite into Silas. Don't give him the best ultimate you could use ever. And what they instead opt for is the Talia, which will be Artifacts pick in the mid lane, so very strong mid-jungle early game combination for the side of Team Secret, and they just don't need to blind pick their top laner. Gnar is a possibility, however, the strong Gnar counters are still open. There's still Gangplank, there's still Camille, there's still Aurelia open, and Enpo, I don't... Yeah, Enpo is a Riven player, he could also play Riven, exactly. Which is why they maybe go for the Camille pick, and I have seen this Camille against Riven matchup, I think maybe even in this specific team matchup as well, and that didn't go too well for Enpo, I gotta say that.
Pantheon, the current hover, Camille locked in. It does look like it just be the Gwen. That makes sense. Sort of plays into what I was saying, and you corrected me. You guided me away from bad champions toward the other AP threat. How could I have forgotten? What do you think of these teams? I feel like they are doing 2 very, very different things.
They definitely are. I mean, very, very strong early game focus by the side of SE with this Draven Vexer composition, of course. Like, the late game in Shield is kind of having the Gwen there, and Draven, in general, is not a bad late game champion. He just usually wants to snowball, and if he doesn't snowball in the mid game, there just won't be a late game. It's mostly his problem, is what I would call it. On the other side of Team Secret, of course, you kind of match this early game aggression with the strong mid jungle early game duo, and also Camille against the Gwen kind of scaling similarly at every stage of the game, I would say. And this Jinx lane against Draven doesn't really have to concede the priority that much, I would say. So it's kind of fine in that regard. I think if it goes late game, Team Secret is of course favored, but the SE is something that we never should count out in this early to mid game, and I think it's very scary what they have drafted so far. And I have a feeling that this Vexer pick will work out this time, that SE goes away with game 1.
Yeah, I mean, we're going to know who wins this game, I think, in the first 15 minutes. Just because of, like, if Celebrity gets an early kill with some adoration, he'll just run away with this game. I think that's going to be hard against Jinx Tahm Kench. I don't think he'll ever die, of course, but I feel like actually getting a kill is quite difficult. But look how explosive this SE comp is. I have to agree with you. I'm leaning towards SE, but I do think there's plenty of ways for Team Secret to get into it.
There absolutely is. I mean, just one failed dive by the Vexer and maybe even over already, because the Jinx would then get excited. You would have a Jinx that could propel against the Draven lane, or even Draven not getting the kills could also be a disaster on its own if those kills would go over to the side of DNK on the Vex side. I think, however, there's like some angle, of course, for SE to break open the game. Maybe even at the point where Vexer is level 6 and the Tahm Kench yet isn't, where he couldn't really devour anyone under the turret and just be the safety net that Team Secret really wants to rely on in the later stages of the game. So there definitely is a window to break open it, and I wonder if they are able to do it, because as we load into the game, it is Team Secret against SE, the top match of the VCS. At the end of the round robin, we couldn't have a better timing for that. And first off, level 1, of course, no aggression, right? You have Tahm Kench against Venata. What do you really want to do there?
Yeah, they're going to play it so, but also one pick we haven't talked a huge amount about was this Lee Sin. It was first picked. They gave away the pick of the litter for SE. They gave away the Renata in particular. Penguin really needs to make something to happen on this Lee Sin, or I just feel like it's not worth it.
I mean, he's against the Rek'Sai. I think if he just scales next to the Rek'Sai, he's fine. That's like the silver lining he kind of has already on that one. On another note, I mean, you sacrificed so much in the draft for it, so giving away Renata is kind of huge, because Draven can really make much use of it. However, I think Jinx Tahm Kench is also fine. I mean, it's another strong bot that you can pick right now. We have seen earlier in the series how Artemis was popping off on the Jinx. Despite not really having a good early game, he was still able to really do much on it. And if Eddie doesn't get absolutely brutalized by this Draven in the laning phase, I think he's more than fine to also go towards this earlier mid game. And I also want to see what Artifact really does on this Talia. He has Spellbook on it, so just now he's running TP. Can change that however he pleases in the mid game. And whatever he wants to do now, maybe even going for something like a ghost and even chase people down with that. And Talia also, after her own soft rework, is a very strong champion again. And yeah, one good seismic shove could mean the end of Celebrity.
Oh, look at those axes going in. Ignite even spent. Of course, answered by the heal from Eddie. But that is Team Secret, unable to get wave prio. One of the very few lanes where Jinx can't get the early shove.
Yeah, definitely something that's hard for them. Gotta say though, Ignite burn for the side of the heal is something that they might be not too happy about, as it just now loses them some kill pressure, not really that much of an HP advantage gained through that. And now DNK, I mean, Rek'Sai is a cheeky champion, but you can just flash on bow on someone that's like no counterplay, and that's maybe what he does now.
Yep, Artifact, good flash. But DNK doesn't commit his own, so that is, you know, just do it again.
Yeah, just do it again. Also, the wave looks very, very rough. I mean, can Artifact ever push that one out without help? I'm kind of doubtful of that, and Penguin just now also hovering this mid lane area. And this Cuddle seems to be going over to DNK as Penguin goes for the chickens on his own. So, small victory gained by the side of DNK, and he can just... He has 5 minutes of time to really punish Artifact again. One flash on bow, a chain landing from the side of the Silas, and Artifact would just go down.
Yeah, Artifact has to play with an incredible amount of respect. Did also see that Rek'Sai cut her clear early to go get it, which of course will be read by all the members of Team Secret. Looking up at the top lane, it looks fairly even at the moment. Camille is actually a champion we haven't seen almost any at all of this split. What do you think of the state of the Camille?
I think it's picked not enough. Usually I see many Gnar blind picks and then Camille just not being picked. I've seen some lane matchups where actually Camille gets very much punched by the Gnar in the early levels right now because of the durability patch. The Gnar just kind of survives whatever all in some of those melee champions just really can pull off against him, and then just through the hyper he still does a lot of damage despite the durability patch being into effect. So Gnar kind of got stronger and the Camille counter is not doing as much as it used to do. So Camille is a lot less priority, but it's still an overall good matchup, I would say. So I want to see more Camille. I think the pick is kind of being slept on so far, and it's still like doing the things it's used to do, right? Because you can still just very much play an unstoppable side lane win condition. Maybe against the Gwen it's a bit harder, but also even if you don't want to do that, you can still teamfight with her and have guaranteed lockdown against a champion like the Draven, and that is something that I want to see Hebo utilize this game as he's on the Camille, and the pick just scales as good as it ever did, and you can very, very hardly contest her in the later stage of the game. So I really want to see more Camille, and I really want to see Hebo in this game, that he can show that the pick is still being useful and can do great work here.
Yeah, and of course we touched on it in draft, but there is a bit of history between these two players. Of course, they shared a team last split. We're competing for games back and forth. Now they're up against each other, Quincy.
They actually are, and both also known Camille players. I think Enpo is the one that was more like striving towards his different picks, as we know he is also a great Riven player. So for example, and also this game he's not the Python Camille, but on the Command, and here we see the first top lane 2v2. Very dangerous for both sides.
Ignite's coming out. In comes Penguin. Has landed the Sonic Wave, but look at DNK just sitting under him, threatening that Unburrow. Stops any plays.
DNK really just there to really bail out his top laner. Otherwise, it would just be follow up and a very quick dead Gwen. Because I mean, in the Hell of Mist, she can't really do much against these melee fighters like the Lee Sin. They can just still beat her up in this small realm. And now Hero needs to be careful that he isn't just getting lane ganked, as DNK is still hovering around the top lane. And he's not quite level 6 yet, but maybe soon he will be. Hero just now collecting this wave and getting these early minions. However, overall, I must say, Team Secret probably very happy with this game state so far, as the right side didn't really do anything at the first 3 levels, and just now got his way to Dirk. He got the flash from Artifact, but his time is about to run out, as he would punish this mid lane pick a second time, and Artifact in a position to really get his flash back, and then this early game gank didn't really come to anything.
Yeah, especially because Dia 1, it's an interesting situation where Talia ult is great to steal for Sylas, but it's not very good for actually fighting against the Talia. It's so hard to find an angle to actually wall her in as your jungle's coming. So Dia 1 really doesn't have an ult to help out. And yeah, the flash is about to come back up. So DNK is not going to punish the early flash being burned from Artifact. Now the question is, does Artifact get out on the map and use that Weaver's Wall to go influence another lane?
He might actually be able to. Otherwise, that's just not Tam Kench hovering about the mid lane. Now, Dia 1 needs to be a bit careful. Granted, though, it's Dia 1 with flash up. It is a Sylas. He has quite some mobility on his own. So this will likely just be... this looks weird, right? It's just a mid lane 2v2 with mid lane and support being there and nobody really forcing anything. It looks kind of funny. Regardless of that,
I feel like these teams have been scrimming a lot.
Yeah.
This tells me these teams are scrim partners. Oh, Eddie's in a lot of trouble. DNK, flash on Burrow. Look at the damage coming in, and the League of Draven will get its first kill.
And this is huge and also so unnecessary by Eddie. His flash was down. He didn't know where Rek'Sai was. Both supports were in the mid lane, so he was aware of the fact that once Rek'Sai is there, he would die pretty quickly. And that's exactly what happened there. There's now first blood plus Draven catch up plus the regular kill money for the side of Celebrity. And he should probably have like 1k gold from that kill alone. And that's an early kill for the Draven. Definitely something you don't want against you. Yeah, he just got eclipsed. Like, he's already very much in the mid game. And yeah, Eddie now... on these small components, good luck with that one, I guess. He's on Moonquiver plus Pickaxe, and it will take quite some time once his Kraken Slayer or Galeforce or whatever he chooses to pick will be completed. At the constellation points, however, it will maybe be the Rift Herald for them, but now SE is also close.
They need to get out. As there's the Renata ultimate to buy some time. In goes the Camille. On top of Paulette, they should be able to pick up this first kill, but no, the bailout actually keeps Paulette alive. He gets healed as well. Dia1 gets that first kill. Into the backside goes DNK. Doesn't work out for him, but it's 2-for-1 in the favor of SC at the moment. Penguin blast coding away. Artifact puts up the rocks, but Celebrity flashing forward, whips an axe down into his back.
This is where Draven shines. These early skirmishes with Draven getting ahead with 1 kill, having this Eclipse by first before this Rift Herald fight. It was Team Secret trying to get the constellation points with this Rift Herald. They were rushing it down, but they were getting collapsed on by SE and just couldn't get out as SE was there in time and Celebrity just picking up 2 more kills. I was about to say 2 minutes ago that Team Secret is very happy with the game state as they were just scaling into it, but here we see again how this fight went out. They tried to rush the Herald. I think they were also getting the Herald, but that is a very hefty fight. They just now have to play. Hostile takeovers catching onto them. Dia1 gets into the flank, instantly gets onto Penguin's Lee Sin, and also has the Dragon's Rage kick available. Just insects Penguin into the team, I think. Or was it Penguin? The bailout also working brilliantly to make the survival possible. It was just DNK falling, and 4 members from the side of the Secret were falling. It's so many kills onto the Draven as well, and SE just now completely running away with the game so far. It was actually 2 kills for the side of Draven and 2 for the side of Silas, so pretty evenly split, but just look how strong this Draven right now is. I mean, just now a Sheen, 2 more long swords, and Eddie doesn't even have his Mythic yet.
It's pretty harsh. The other person I want to shout out in that fight is actually Paulette. Had really great restraint, used his bailout super late, revived himself, and actually landed the slow that let Celebrity get that last kill. So very good Renata play from Paulette as well as the ult to start the fight, of course. Overall, all members of SE firing on all cylinders.
Exactly, that's happening. And I mean, just a few minutes ago, it was looking fine. It all just started with Eddie being called in the bot lane as he didn't respect the potential Vexer gang coming out. Just a pretty easy flash on Bow. Not really anything of mechanics used there. So SE kind of getting it handed to them, and they absolutely strike when they need to. It's almost 4,000 gold, by the way. They're all of a sudden ahead.
Enpa in some trouble. They find their way onto him. Dragon's Rage kick. A lot of damage coming out. He's got the needles flying, and he'll find himself a 1-for-1. Great result.
It's not even worth, not even ahead in gold for the side of Team Secret. I mean, they gave a shutdown away. It was Penguin, the one player who was doing good on the side of Team Secret, and he just now dies to Enpa. Enpa gets his kill, and the cross map, it's not looking too good for the bot lane.
It's not. They're focusing in onto Eddie. There's that hostile takeover, and hostile it is. As Draven's continuing with those axes, needs to find one more. DNK out of the belly. Double kill for Celebrity. And my oh my, is that name appropriate right now as he is 5-0.
He's absolutely living up to his name right now, and I just gotta also quote you in that regard, as he was having a very hefty argument with Milky on Twitter, where he was saying that Celebrity has the split of his life right now, and is kind of getting understated so far. Maybe this is the game we actually all managed to see that he was actually right on that one, as he's absolutely popping off on this Draven pick. Here we see the top lane fight again, with Emper buying so much time and also so much HP bar, as he gets another kill to Penguin while dying, so that was even worse for them. And yeah, Celebrity just breaks open this bot lane, and yeah, SE, yeah, you just give them a finger and they just rip out your entire arm.
Man, you're lucky to just lose an arm there, I think. As this time Kench did everything he could, but there was no escape. Penguin gonna have a mosey up to the top lane on a ward though, so nothing comes of this. And Emperor's even got the Draven emote. He's everywhere.
That's perfect. Yeah. Couldn't be more literal League of Draven either way. Constellation Prize is being spawned by the side of Team Secret. It will be the Rift Herald. Platings are still up, so there's at least something to take for them. And they will actually manage to pull off this charge in a 3v2. As you respecting that one.
They're going to go in. Under the tower they go. Immediately blow up DNK. Very well executed, but at the same time, there's been a roam from Paulette to the mid lane. Penguin going low. He will go down to Enpa, getting those scissors flying underneath the tower. Can he defend? He's got one more charge of this ultimate. Can he whip the needles out? He does. Onto Hero. Into the belly. That should be his death sentence. He's still alive, Crinchy. Where are you going, Zhuhao? That's not where you want to be. He picks up the kill.
And where was Zhuhao going? It was looking at like he was a bit
trying to leave the game.
Yeah, I cannot blame him, honestly, because if that happens to you, it's just absolutely ridiculous, right? When it survives literally everything, just returns so much fire damage to you, and you just get another kill there, and he just survived. I don't know. There's nothing you can think. Meanwhile, that was happening at the same time. No picture-in-picture, sadly, because it's just something that the observers weren't able to do in the meantime. But Artifact died in the meantime as well, so SE was winning on multiple sides of the map, as that top lane play was also not really working out in their favor. Remember, it was their Herald pushing, them getting the free platings plus the turret itself, and then them, trying to get 2 kills there with killing Emperor, killing DNK and then Emperor, but Emperor, he just doesn't die. It's absolutely insane. He just also plays so smartly with the minion wave, right? Just making the minion wave deal so much damage to the side of Penguin. Here we see again how it happened. They instantly collapse onto DNK, that much was fine. Hextech ultimate him very well used, as well as a Cho'Gath ultimate on Camille's Q. Here we see how Emperor is surviving it, however, just buying so much time with his needles. Also through exhaust, right? So he also does a lot less damage than he actually should have. Here we see him using another needlework. He gets devoured, but he still survives on an inch. Just hits a 2 damage con onto Hero. Zhuhao tries to leave the game and actually does so, as Emperor finishes him off, having some mercy on him. And Penguin just barely survives the minion wave slamming onto him.
Oh my word. Emperor. You have had the split of your life. And currently, SE are all having the game of their lives, as Team Secret do manage to find an angle to push down this bot lane tower. They aren't going to be able to pick it up. They do have objective bounties, but 7,000 gold down at 15 minutes. My word.
And SE shouldn't ever give this away anymore. I mean, it's almost 8,000 gold by now, 50 minutes in. Objective point is, of course, a topic that could maybe propel for them. They are not allowed to trade 1-for-1 in turrets or anything anymore, but they also don't need to. Right? It's just so strong how they are. This Draven is almost on 3 items by now, but Eddie just barely had the Kraken Slayer. It's so insane.
D is in a lot of trouble. He should be going down here. No, an excellent flash gets him out. Penguin misplays, and now they're in trouble. There's the gas coming out. Eddie, the sacrificial lamb, just going to be given over to Paulette. Penguin going down as well. Here comes Celebrity finding that axe. Here we go. Draven up to 6.
They could have actually gotten for the double kill for Renata, which would have been way more funny, but of course, you just give the kill to the Celebrity, and Draven is a Celebrity, I mean, we just know it. Just now another kill for him, he just now completed his RFC, so he's on 3 items, while the Jinx is on 1.5. I mean, very nice. Yeah, this will never get better. This game is basically over at this point, unless they just walk into the enemies and just die. I mean, it was looking like Dia 1 was getting caught, but he's silenced, right? I mean, he has multiple mobility spells, he has a stopwatch, you can easily catch him, and if you do not fully kill him, he just heals back up with the Kingslayer, which he didn't even need right there, and SE just completely rolls over. I mean, outer turret line completely demolished by now. They got the first wave as well, so like a little bit of a safety net in the resistances department for them, and there's just nothing where TS can punish them right now. I mean, in theory, this Rek'Sai, this Draven would fall off at some point against what Jinx and Lee Sin bring to the table, but Lee Sin not the best late game champion as well, and here we see again how they try to kill Dia 1. So stolen Lee Sin ultimate, Everforce cone used. He kicks away the main target, which is Zhuhao here. Tries to sidestep the Zap, doesn't quite get it. Gets devoured, but he still survives as he uses a clutch stopwatch and then flashes out at the right moment. And Penguin just gets baited in and they just all die.
And I mean, this is such a shame for Dia 1. He can't use his Kingslayer in this game because all the Kings are on his team, as they just dominate another play. And I mean, I said we're going to know who wins this game in 15 minutes. And Quincy, I think we know who's going to win this game.
I think we are. I gotta disagree in one part though. They are Kings on the Team Secret team. It's all 5 of them, but it's just SE being a team of 5 Emperors.
Oh my. But Celebrity continuing to farm it up. I'd love if we I don't know if we'll ever be able to get this stat. In fact, I know we won't be able to. I'd love to know how much bonus gold he's actually got from that Draven passive, because it's actually probably not all that much. He probably actually hasn't got that much bonus gold because he can't stack it. He gets too many kills.
Yeah, it's actually not that much, I guess, because he doesn't get really time to really farm many minions, right? He's just farming champions right now. And the first kill was probably like 100, 200 adoration. The last one, I mean, they are all like 50 minimum. I think maybe like 500 gold from the adoration itself, but it's Draven, it should be more. I think it's overall maybe like 1k.
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah.
But
He's a fat Eddie carry nonetheless, but he's 6 kills ahead, 15 CS. I mean, even if he wouldn't be Draven, he would be definitely a full item ahead on the side of Eddie. And
no question. Another tower falls. Herald summoned up. This is going to be a push towards an inhib tower, and I don't think there's anything Team Secret can do. Team Secret just needs to think about game 2.
They definitely do, and I wonder if SE now crushes the inhibitor, because that's always like the focal point, but it's pre-20. Usually you would say it's not necessary to do that, but they are so far ahead that they could actually afford to really down this inhibitor and just instantly rush the Baron, and there's nothing TS could do against it, and it would just basically be game over as soon as they lose one fight. Though I think in this scenario, if you're that far ahead, you can actually take the inhibitor.
Yeah, look, I feel like that's always one of those things. We'll have to come back to it, though, as the fight has kicked off. Zhu Hao will be the one to find. Celebrity takes him down, rather, as the inhib now under siege. We immediately go up to the top lane where Enpa and Hero are having a biff, and the tower and Hero actually link up to shut down Enpa. One step too far from the Gwen, but the inhib will be cracked regardless.
Yeah, in the crack pretty minutes, as I predicted before. And gotta tell you, so Enpa dying solo to Hero, very unnecessary, shouldn't happen. He was too close to the turret, was maybe even starting to disrespect him a little bit, as he was too far ahead of himself there. Gotta also say, Enpa himself, while he made this huge outplay twice in the top lane, he isn't that far ahead. Most of the gold has indeed been funneled to the side of Celebrity, so the gold lead is usually on him. He's also sitting on this component of the death cap. He isn't quite at the point where he really even gets any mythic additional stats, and that's why Enpa in the 1v1 can still die to the side of a Camille. You will see how it really happened. He got ignited. Missed one huge needlework. Takes turret shots for no reason. Yeah. If you miss every spell of yours and also just tank 3 turret shots, you actually lose, even if you are ahead, yes.
Yeah, that's not what you want there. A bit of a misstep from Emperor, but I don't think it's going to matter in the long run. As at this point, they could just play the 4v5 and Celebrity would do the job anyway. Picks himself up a red buff. I'd love to see the individual gold totals. Maybe, hopefully, VTV decide to press X, just to see how far ahead of Eddie Celebrity is at the moment. But Crinsey, look, we've said everything there really is to be said about this game as SC are setting up for Baron. How do you deal with this in game 2?
Blow it all up. Try a completely different draft approach. Maybe even ban the Rek'Sai. Maybe not pick Lee Sin first and just get counterpicked in the one strong point you pick for yourself as your blue side first one rotation pick. Or maybe even just ban away the Draven. You will likely be red side in the second game, so maybe even SE things like we just won with that, we can't just go again with that because it's not possible to get like a counter pick in both ADC and jungle as easily. Now SE rushing this Baron and Team Secret maybe going for a last stand. I mean, if they want to have one, they have it right now, and they think
this is their last best chance. Penguin does tag up with the Sonic Wave, but gets held back by Hostile Takeover. He has to get into the pit, and he can't. Flashed forward even. He couldn't get the smite down. Penguin will fall to Enpa on the other side of the fight. You have Dia1 distracting 3 members of Team Secret. Celebrity picks himself up a kill. Dia1 gets one as well. They try and get away. Does Zhu Hao, but there's no chance. The double kill for Celebrity. 4 members of Team Secret already going down. Artifact will be put into a museum shortly as Dia1 under the tower. Celebrity gets the blade to his throat. And that's another team fight win. They are 14,000 gold ahead. And currently, SE look flawless.
They do, and it's actually not the end of the game as I would usually expect with a Baron fight full ace, but the death times are just so short because Team Secret is just that far behind. It's absolutely insane to see. 14k gold, as you said, Emperor, also the fight of Penguin. He just kills him! What the? I don't even have time to really give over to you at this point because he just gets snipped too quickly.
He does, and he just keeps going. He's got a teleport coming in. I think Enpa should go down. Yeah, he does. That Cho'Gath ult from the Camille is good. But now Dia1's arrived to take over. It's not fair to fight 1v in even numbers. Steals the Camille ultimate. Takes down Zhu Hao. Needs to slay some kings. Gets one. Sonya's the super meta words. Oh my god, he kills him.
Yeah, you said it. 1 versus 4 is not fair for the squad of 4 because you just identified that Silas. I mean, yeah, good luck, mates. I mean, really have trouble in that regard. Either way, Npo and Tier 1 making a statement out of it. They both die, but I think the message got across. Another inhibitor got down by the side of SC, and Soul Point also now on him as they off-screened the next Cloud Drake and will be the Cloud Soul. Maybe if the game prolongs for 5 minutes more, but I have my doubts about that. The Baron buff is still on for a whole another minute, and this should maybe just be one push for them. As Empire just now here, snips Penguin to death, and then it's just like, I might just go for it and just take the turret. I mean, DR1 has my back if I die here, and he dies actually surprisingly quickly, I think, especially also for DR1. They give away some huge shutdowns, which of course doesn't really help their case, but it doesn't really matter. DR1 in the 1v4 takes away 2 kills before going down, as he can also win the all-in against Eddie. Good stopwatch by him to really buy some time for himself. He is like on 10 HP and hits the chains, so Eddie just dies. Silence is very, very fat, of course. And yeah, very rough showing by the side of TS in game 1, but also SE make it look easy.
That's what is there even to say? Every member of SE seems to just be having one of the best games we've seen out of them up against the team tied with them for first place. They are destroying Team Secret.
They are, and we also need to like take a good look at what maybe will happen over the second one, Robin. Then, because I mean, this is like one of the teams we then now favor, of course, to represent the VCS at Worlds, and like I just now imagine like the whole world be like, who SE Esports? I mean, nobody knows them. Like people know Buffalo, people know Garm, but if SE makes it to Worlds and people are underestimating them, they are in for a very rough awakening.
Hostile takeover separates the team. A bit of a zoning ult. As DR1 once again nicks away a Tom Kench ult. And they're just continuing to siege in. Axes onto Eddie, doing a hell of a lot of damage. Can they actually get this siege? The thing to keep in mind, it's still only 25 minutes. This is not a super easy time to end the game. In goes Camille on Hero on Camille is what I'm trying to say, as DNK has to go gold. He's on top of Chompers, though. Should be able to blow him up. No, he survives. Ult's back in, getting some damage down. Finally, he goes down after the bailout. But look at that. They are just going down, Crincey. The health bars were destroyed. DR1 has just been casually pushing minions in this entire time. Gobbles up his teammate, gives Emperor a massive shield to continue the fight. Golden Hero trying to buy time. Celebrity will fall. I think they actually hold their base. Eddie moving forward, but he just doesn't really do much damage. He's level 12 to a level 16 Emperor. I don't know if you can step up on that, but they do live to fight another minute. Hero on the side. They need to make this happen. This is last chance saloon. Enpa moving in, trying to get the damage down inside that hallowed mist. They've taken out DR1. Enpa desperately snipping. It's not good enough. Hero now moving forward onto Paulette. Obviously, I know how this one goes. As long as Hero can catch him. Oh, goes for the hookshot wall dive. Paulette with a bailout. One more shot. No, the shield comes up. He's got the bailout running. But it will be Hero that comes out on top.
Slightly missed the better then. Also, just a clutch dodge of the hostile takeover, so Camille actually doesn't fall to that and also just doesn't get CC to it to really stop the chase there, so Hero getting 1 kill back in his arsenal, and SE is not really playing it cleanly. I mean, the point is, here we see the fight again. Hero just using the Hextech ultimatum to really make sure that DNK is falling down, as he just now dies with going offensively into it. Bailout not really successful, and Eddie gets the first kill. He will be more excited in the later stage of this fight, as he is now trying to end the game with Emperor fighting this Nexus turrets, as well as DR1 is, and they get a little bit overzealous here, with Eddie just free firing onto them, and once he's excited, they definitely need to respect this jinx that is right now. Yeah, right now on 2 items. And the problem is, of course, they are so far ahead, but there's nothing really to take on the map right now because it's just too early to be that far ahead, almost to say. And they just try to go for the end when they are a little bit impatient about it. And this is where, in this case, Team Secret can strike and get at least some shutdowns back. Right now, of course, the Baron has spawned, as we see in the picture-in-picture. And this is something for SE to take, and this is something that Team Secret cannot fight. And while they did get some shutdowns, while they did get some time kills, they are on a naked Nexus, 3 inhibitors down against the Baron up SE Esports. That is also more than 10k gold ahead. Good luck against that one. It would likely just be them walking in the minions and watching the minions finish the Nexus, with Team Secret having to go for one last resort.
Yeah, Team Secret do at least buy themselves one last chance, but it is not a big one. This is very much praying to whoever is listening. Dear One pushing in the bottom side. They have to split their focus. There's already super minions next to the Nexus. It's now or never, Secret. You have about 30 seconds to get this one done, I'd imagine. SE are going to break out that last one. Enper very far forward. Hostile takeover going in with him. And the damage is already flying out from the chickens. And Zuhao will be the first one to fall. DR1 picking up that one. Goes in. Lands the chains onto Artifact as well. The Nexus is under siege. And game one is an absolute statement from SE as they dismantle Team Secret. They blind the eye and take themselves a 1-0 lead.
Finishing moments not too clean by the side of SE, but the mid game definitely something we need to write home about, something where other teams can take a lot of notes. Wexside Raven, they went full pedal to the metal with this early game composition. We were having our doubts, but they absolutely stopped our doubts in that regard. And this Raven top celebrity definitely needs an answer.
It really does. With that, we are going to go to a break. We need to catch our breath. We need to maybe go help put Team Secret back together, because I think they might need all the King's horses and all the King's men. We're back in about 5 minutes. Don't go anywhere.
In the brooding silence, by the light of the moon, running through yesterday's gone wrong. Plant a seed of violence, it's the same old tune. Lay out the ravages of love, and it cuts so deep that the fool in you is me, but it pays to see the unholy cast a disharmony. Bittersweet revelations, let the mirror come alive. Glorified sensation, your name in the headlines. Salvation is poison we mystify. It's love with a black eye and no alibi, no illusion to save you this time. You are asylum to my solitude, playing charades all along. You are a siren where I lay marooned. Here I thought nothing could go wrong, and it cut so deep that the fool in you is me, but it pays to see the unholy cast a disharmony. Bittersweet revelations, let the mirror come alive. Glorified sensation, your name in the headlines. War revelation, salvation is poison we mystify.
this. Come and run again. You want a dose of this? Right now it's KD8. I'm a goddess with a blaze. 소리처럼 내 이름 잊지 못하게. Loud, 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 loud. I could take you to the top. 절대 멈추지 못해. 내가 끝내주는 bad gal, gal, gal. And when I start to talk that, oh, you know how to react. I'm a picture perfect face with the wild in my veins. You can hear it in my growl, 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 growl. So keep your eyes on me now. 무엇을 보든 좋아할 거야. 다 할 수 없는 레벨. 나와 되길 원한 늘 확신해. We got it all in our hands now. So can you handle what we're all about? We're so tough. Let's get it, show you out. Can you feel the rush now? Ain't nobody bringing us down, 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 down. They could try, but we gonna wear the crown. You could go another round, 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 round. Wish you luck, but you're not bringing us down. Go hard, till we get it, we go hard. We so in it, we pop stars. Only winning, winning now. Ain't nobody bringing us down, 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 down. You ready for this? Let's go. See, 언제든지 내 모습 매직 단 한 번에 내가 잡아 절대 기죽지 않지. 펴펴 네가 뭘 알아? 견딜 수 없어 원해도 원하는 게 얼굴에 보여. I'm troubling you running it. I'm so cold. When I move that way, you gon' be so blown. I'm the realest in the game. Said I'm on fire with the blade. You're about to hear my name ringing in your head like whoa. So keep your eyes on me now. 무엇을 보든 좋아할 거야. We so tough. Let's get it, show you out. Can you feel the rush now? Ain't nobody bringing us down, 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 down. They could try, but we gonna wear the crown. You could go another round, 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 round. Wish you luck, but you're not bringing us down. Go hard, till we get it, we go hard. We so in it, we pop stars. Only winning, winning now. Ain't nobody bringing us down, 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 down.
Welcome back, and it's a chicken's world. We just live in it. As SE has taken game one in a dominant fashion. It didn't look like they were playing against the other team at the top of the table, Quincy.
Yeah, it looked very much like it was Team Secret being a bottom tier team and SE just showing them up completely. Of course, that tends to happen when you have an early game comp that actually gets those early fights it actually wants to take and just rolls off away with that. And I just wonder now, what if that early kill doesn't happen, where Eddie just gets caught up by DNK and Celebrity? Those two early game monsters really have to look out for, and Eddie kind of just didn't do that with his flash being down. Maybe the game goes a whole different way, and SE just scales next to TS and gets outscaled eventually, but that's not what happened. SE, from that moment on, had that number the whole time, and just completely fired on all cylinders, and within a very short time, made business with Team Secret and are now 1-0 up in this top match of the VCS. And yeah, for game two, Team Secret is a new idea.
Yeah, I mean, they need to go back to the drawing board. That's the truth of it. The composition, I actually don't think their composition was bad. Well, we didn't really get to see it. Their composition didn't matter in that game. They were 5 target dummies. And I always feel bad banning Draven because I feel like there are just other things to do. But what do? Do you just ban the Draven? Do you try and get Renata yourself? How do you fix this?
I mean, first of all, you just go to red side automatically because of the alternating side selection in the VCS. It might just be something that helps TS already, I would say, because you can't just easily get counterpicked in both bot lane and the jungle. Now, the first pick decision is something that shouldn't really happen anymore. You don't have to ban something like the Rek'Sai. I think maybe you could actually ban the Draven, but you don't have to ban it that early. They actually do exactly that, as I say that, though. So Draven is out of the picture, and Rek'Sai something that's likely not on the table if there's no early descent pickup for any of those teams. So this game already looking different right off the drafting phase, and especially already after 4 bans, we know it's not going to happen again.
Ari is going to be removed. So that's actually a different ban from Series 1, so they want to try and limit Artifact just a little bit. But, we'll have to see how it goes into draft. We are 3 ADC bans from Team Secret, so they know, they clearly are on #TeamYourWay that Celebrity is in fact having the split of his life. See if that actually pays off, because there are just so many pickable ADCs at the moment that I think it's hard. And Endpoint, does he get his Gnar? He does, if he wants it.
It's just Gnar so scary that you would first pick it though. I'm kind of doubtful about that. They don't first pick a Momo, right? They first pick the Viego actually, so there's something changing in the jungle already. As Viego usually something that you would maybe have whatever. Either way, Viego is something that they can easily first pick. Is a good reset chip. It would work well with something like the Jinx, I would say. And now for the side of TS, Senna is open, right? I mean, you could also pick away the Renata for Shu Hao. Likely not both of them, as they don't synergize well together. But Senna is something that could change up the draft completely, and it is going to be the first pick. You would likely just now pair it with the Tahm Kench, as Jinx Tahm Kench could be the takeaway, and you likely don't want to have Senna without the Tahm Kench right now, as Penguin just pick the Tahm Kench, come on.
Extremely good start for Team Secret in my opinion. I think Senna Tahm Kench has been a little bit slept on, seems like a weird way to say it. It was super popular early on and then fell off in priority. It did get nerfed after all. But they have picked it up with the Sivir. That's the one that got through the bans, and a lot of people have been saying this might just be the best ADC on the patch.
Definitely could be, and maybe this time Celebrity shows us why Sivir is actually broken and shouldn't be left open. Also, pairing it together with a Yuumi would mean that they kind of sacrifice the laning phase. Of course, against the Tahm Kench laning phase, not really that much of an issue. But Sivir, accelerated by a Yuumi, could be very scary in the mid to late game. And Yuumi also, I mean, she can choose a carrier, right? Also, Viego Yuumi is something you could play depending on what you pick for your mid and top lane. There's other picks that work great with a Yuumi, like, for example, the Gwen we saw last game for the side of Emperor is something that can also work. And now, Team Secret looking for something different. It will be the Nocturne, so something to just instantly dive on top of the Sivir. They know that Yuumi is not something that could be like instantly stop the engage. Also, Final Chapter could be blocked by a potential Shroud of the Darkness by Nocturne with his Spell Shield. And Nocturne one pick to really make the life a little bit harder on the side of Celebrity side.
And what a good champion for VCS that Sivir is. I'm actually really glad that she's come back into meta, and I know that's cursed. We don't like Sivir metas just because of all the lane clear and the 40-minute games that she has brought in the past, but I actually think just that ultimate speeding teams up so that they can hit each other harder is something I always love to see in the VCS, and you know the teams will always opt into it. But Crincy, how does Team Secret, now that there's such a strong engage comp from SE, how do they round this draft out?
Can you repeat the question? Whose draft?
Well, there's this. SE have picked 3 champions that are going to be great in team fights. What does Team Secret do about it?
Maybe pick some sort of disengage. I really wonder where they're really going for. I mean, something like the Wukong wouldn't be possible for the side of their jungle. I mean, they're already locked in Nocturne, so that's kind of whatever. What they could pick is something like an Orianna, maybe for the mid lane, to really have something that could maybe even stop a fight with the Shockwave, or even go for a huge engage on their own, as they have a Nocturne, for example, to really just play backline dive against backline dive and just quickly get rid of Celebrity here is something they could go for. They just now are hovering the Wise. I would have liked something like an Azir, but that was banned away by the side of SE, which is a very smart ban in my opinion, to really stop a potential rolling ball from the side of Team Secret. It will be the Wise eventually, a pick that I do not like, but it's Whelmwop and Paranoia. The double globals are coming out of Team Secret, and that is something that Celebrity definitely does not like to play against.
Yeah, the Rise, I'm always super sus when I see a Rise pick. It has been a pick fraught with danger, but it has been succeeding in the VCS recently. Enpo will return to the Gwen. He had a really good start. He had a really good game 1, is what I meant to say. Completely forgot how to talk for a moment there. He's also another good Yuumi carrier. Paulette gets his Gragas. He's been an absolute alien freak on this champion as well.
No, you're lying. It's not Palette Gragas. He's a Yuumi. It's Dia 1 Gragas.
Did I say Palette? I meant Dia. Sorry, I meant Dia.
Yeah. Okay. I mean, Gragas support was a thing, and it was Palette actually locked the champion in, so you're not completely wrong on that one. Either way, it must maybe be Hero going for the Jax as the hard counter against the Gwen. The new Gwen, the soft rework Gwen, is not as hard countered by Jax as the other one was, and actually can do something in the early game against him. from what I have seen so far. So I think that's not as easy to play as it used to be. But the fundamentals of the matchups didn't change too much. Jax can still beat down on a Gwen if both of those champions have 2 items or more. So this is something that can definitely work in the favor of Team Secret. But I'm kind of doubtful about the composition because it's not really double global compositions I really like. It's not like Senna is that hard forcing in the early game to really punch something like a Sivir. And I think despite all his hard engage on towards Celebrity, he will still be very hard to kill, especially with Yumi being on him.
Yeah, I think SE have put together a bit of an Exodia draft. I think the Viego is a little bit sus. Like, it was first picked. It's one of those first picks that doesn't show anything. But the rest of them, particularly with how well Dia1 has been on this Gragas, I know if you're someone that doesn't watch the VCS very often, you might be sitting there and going, it's Gragas mid. That's ridiculous. No, this guy's from another planet. He's an alien invader on this pick. What does Team Secret do? Because obviously the ball is in their court. They're the ones down a game. How do they navigate this game, Prince?
What they need to do is play towards the side lanes and get Hero ahead, so he can definitely demolish the Emperor on the Gwen in the late stage of the game and even make the life of Emperor in general pretty hard, which hasn't really happened in the phase of game 1, where Gwen was just getting return kills despite getting Dove. It shouldn't happen this time with Jax and Nocturne maybe even focusing her out earlier on. And also another silver lining for them is that they have the Senna and potentially infinite scaling that could also outrange the Sivir at some point of the game. That's something that they could work around. And with the double globals, I really want them to focus towards the top side of the map, as you really need to have a strong Jax, as otherwise the pick wouldn't really be justified, and the bot lane to just stay stable. It is a Senna Kench lane. They also shouldn't be dove easily, especially post 6 when Tahm Kench has a Devour on his arsenal. And with that, we will head into the game. I think SE had an excellent draft right now, but Team Secret Start, of course, still has their own win cons, as I just said.
I completely agree. And this is such an important game. We've been talking about this. Obviously, these teams both sitting at 5-1. They are the top 2. They are actually dead even at the moment. I think the current placing on the ladder is being decided by game time. Not that it really matters at the moment. Going into the second half of the split with a series clear over your most direct competitor is so important for these teams.
It absolutely is. I mean, the series in general, I mean, it's just, of course, just every game counts twice, because if you win a game, the other team inevitably just loses the game, and also just, of course, get in the head-to-head. I don't know if the head-to-head directly matters in the standings, if they happen to be tied again at the end of the regular split, but either way of that, this won't happen if you just win this series. So here we see the first few trades, as I mentioned earlier. At level 1 itself, Gwen's still very, very strong, and not really a counter matchup where Jax can do much, but what's that flash?
It's an interesting one to get early lane dominance. It's asserting his authority, Crincy.
I'm not too fond of it, to be honest. I mean, of course, you just got the lane priority. The wave control is in your hands, but this wave will eventually lead to the turret. Emperor will still hit level 2, and also, just now, Hero on the Jax is pretty easily punishable. His only defensive option right now would be a leap strike to his minion, or maybe to a ward, also being placed by him already. And this is like one angle where DNK on the Viego, one spectral more hitting, he can also just flash that in, and it would be a dead hero. And yeah, here we see DNK, he's already on his 1.
Yeah, DNK is coming in. Of course, they've only got one piece of CC, so the Spectral Maw has to hit. It does, but the counter-strike, buying time. He's got no flash. He didn't have anything to jump to. And Hero will fall. First blood for the Viego. Immediately answered in the mid lane as Artifact has solo killed Dia.
Yeah, Artifact's still the best mid in the VCS, I guess. And yeah, what happened to Hero? I mean, I kind of called it, it's what I want to say. And that's exactly what happened. And yeah, those 2 kills are on the table. We see what happened mid lane right now, as it happened off screen. Artifact on the Y is very, very strong at this point of the game, where you can just, yeah, one is combo to him. I think maybe Dia1 tried to kill him, actually. I mean, with this.
Yeah, I think he caught an engage.
This looks very sus. Yeah. He looks onto him.
Dia went to the aggressive play, ate the flux. Down he goes.
One more auto attack weaving in. And this is rough for Dia1. I mean, you hate to see it, right? I mean, if this doesn't happen, it's just a very clean start for SE yet again. Artifact also probably very mad at Hero for going for this very optimistic flash counter-strike for lane dominance, which resulted in him giving up first blood to the Viego. And I think overall, I mean, both teams kind of okay with what they've gotten, but it could have been so much cleaner for either side. Now, DR1 on his signature pick getting solo killed, not something that he is probably happy about. But, I mean, DR1, he doesn't really pick this Gragas bit in for lane, right? He just plays this for this team fighting and for his TP roams that could maybe be seen later on as he went TP again this game. And we're looking forward to see DR1 Gragas, as I haven't casted it before. And it is a signature pick. It often gets banned away. And now I want to see what it can really do, especially in this top match.
Yeah, look, this DR1 Gragas is just something that doesn't really make a lot of sense, but has been so strong. And Boomerang Blade, both halves hitting onto Eddie. That's so much damage over onto this center. Now we have a clash in the top lane. Both junglers are here. Penguin putting the nightmares into Viego's head. Yes, that's right. They are removing your passive as he's chasing down onto DNK. One more slice will do it. And the King of the Shadow Isles will fall.
And DNK doesn't find a window to really flash out of it, is what I'm really surprised about, because I mean, you could just flash towards the side of Enpa, and yeah, Penguin would also flash over, but then you would at least give Enpa a window to really punish the Nocturne like this. It's another solo kill for the side of Team Secret. Them, yeah, showing some restraint, showing some discipline, as they get absolutely stomped around in the first game. This game is looking much better for them. Penguin finds unspeakable hover. DNK tries to fight in the 1v1. Closely loses out as the Viego should against the Nocturne in the early game. Onto the Dustbringer, you cannot really fight it. Bonus 80 is just too much for the side of Penguin. And DNK finds his demise. Team Secret this game definitely looking better than game 1.
Yeah, immediately looking a hell of a lot better. Artifact as well has been winning trades out. Maybe this Rise is just a good answer into the Gragas, because it looks like DR1 is just completely unable to engage as he just gets rune prisoned up immediately.
I mean, you say answer to the Gragas, but the Gragas was picked into the Rise, so it was just DR1 being very, very confident, maybe a bit cocky to really pick it. And I mean, I would assume they didn't expect a top lane Rise after looking in Grand themselves, so it's definitely something they really accounted to. But as I said before, DR1 doesn't really play for the laning phase. If you're speaking of laning phase,
Enpa did use that needlework and the ignite to stop Hero's engage, but Hero able to get back from it. So that's some big tools now gone from the Gwen.
That's absolutely the case, but it's still something that he could maybe go for a dive here. The wave very huge. Hero could likely just farm it under the turret though, as Enpa takes a turret shot. So at the end of the day, Hero probably more final than Enpa is, as he just not survived the potential ignite all-in coming out. And it will lead to him just losing some waves. As he doesn't have a TP, he will have to recall and then just walk all the way back to the top lane, with then Enpa getting some turret plates. So at the end of the day, he probably also fine with it. And what I now want to see is, like, with Herald coming up in a minute, with Drake now being live, whether there are some skirmishes around it, whether these teams are trading these objectives with each other. Because, I mean, Paranoia would be up by then. DR1 on this Gragas is going for a team fight oriented build with cooldown boots. But Enpa maybe getting caught.
Horror being channeled. Enpa in trouble. Activates the Nocturne attack speed. Penguin needs one more and he gets it. Now 2-0. DNK arrives, but he's nothing more than a gatekeeper.
It's just too late. Cannot really do anything there with Enpa falling down. Vio can just 1v2 into Penguin and Hero, at least not at this point of the game where he's just with a Sheen equipped. And like this, another kill towards the side of Penguin, who was a very good early on Nocturne. He doesn't even have Paranoia yet, or he just now got it, and he's already 2 kills up. And considering he likely has Ultimate Hunter, he's already having 2 takedowns to really reduce his ultimate cooldown even further, before it even was used a single time. And that's something that could also play into cards with him having sight and impact. And yeah, despite the draft we were criticizing, Team Secret with a very good early game.
So while we do have a moment, and you know how this works in the VCS, it is only moments. Can you explain to me why Sivir has reared her head once again?
No. Oh, you mean the champion in general? Oh, White Spec in
yeah.
Meta. Yeah, she got a soft
I was seeing if you could shed some light to the viewers.
Okay, yeah, I can. I thought it was like some play on words or anything. Either way, Sivir, soft rework.
Oh. Enpa in some trouble, throwing out those needles, but he's going the wrong way at the moment. It's a fair bit of healing with that Conqueror. DNK joining the party. Heartbreaker comes over, gets the shutdown. 1-for-1 at the moment, but that stolen Nocturne goes a long way under the tower for DNK, and he gets himself a second.
That looked cool with the second Heartbreaker coming out because he was aware of the fact that as a Nocturne he can't really do much against the Jax, but as a Viego, with that execute damage he definitely can. Getting this double kill in, here we see again how it played out. Paranoia coming out to the side of the top laner with the Gwen at first being in trouble, but she can of course buy something with the needlework, healing back up, dealing a lot of 2 damage. DNK now being in, flash Heartbreakers in, gets 1 kill, get the execute damage going, and here we see how he plays the second one out. Heartbreaker out to Q, it gets out of the Spectral Maw. Clean 2 kills picked up for him, double kill for the Viego, who's now also in the game. And I wanted to talk about Sivir and the soft rework, right? I mean, Sivir got quite some changes. The spell sheet now also heals her, but doesn't give the mana back. Her whole mana scaling got changed in general, where she has, I think, her mana cost got down, but also the mana pool she has on her own. And her whole ricochet mechanic got changed as well, as it is now limited on time and not on hits. So if you have a lot of attack speed, you can just ricochet infinitely.
Oh no, Eddie caught out. Has a heal. Can he get away? No, the party barrel comes in. Takes him out. DNK gets himself his first reset. They're in on to Artifact, flashing away. Zhu Hao joining the party. Enpa can't find that last bit of damage. Clutch Devour from the Frog. Hero now jumps over the wall. They have a stun onto Enpa. They need to find the kill. Penguin! You can't go that low. Railgun whips across the team, and now it turns fully in favor of SE. They have the staying power as those boomerangs whip left and right. And Team Secret are forced off the map.
And this is looking very, very rough because this SE Exodia combo, as you call it in draft, is starting to get online with the Yumi being able to really heal everyone up. Also, DNK this time clutch Heartbreaker to get invulnerable while the Dawning Shadow from Eddie is casted. The delay was abused by him to really outplay the damage part of it. And DR1's cast also just finishing off Eddie, so he just dies. And 1 kill, of course, going over to the side of SE with that one. And nobody on the side of TS really doing the damage to kill anyone on the side of SE, as they have to play against so much healing from Yumi, from Sivir healing a little bit, from Viego also healing a little bit, and Gwen, of course, once she has the Riftmaker, you will see how it played out. A lot of damage onto Eddie. He just gets cast away. He's invisible, but visible enough for the side of DR1. Counter-Strike can get tanked up by the side of Hero. The final chapter arrives, and as Juho doesn't fight anyone with the Whistle Dive, no damage is really sticking to the side of SE. They try to fight it a bit more, but at the end of the day, nobody really dies. Yumi can just change targets like she pleases, and yeah, DNK just rewards himself with this clean Heartbreaker.
Yeah, and we did see in the picture-in-picture there, despite the brawls, it actually was Team Secret in the end that got themselves a Herald. They're going to immediately put it down, try and turn around this gold lead, but Enpa is fending off Penguin. They want to get some of this gold onto Hero. They can't deny the dive. In they go! Immediately going under the tower because the rest of the team has arrived. Realm Warp brings them up. Rise Airlines has arrived, and Hero will be the beneficiary. Team Secret fight back, and they fight back hard.
And that's a very clean dive for them. Played out in a 4v2 with the Herald charge coming down. Also a lot of plating money guaranteed by them, which yet again swings a gold lead back in their favor, getting those 2 kills and all these platings. And that is like the best value they could get out of this Herald. They used to really much effect there. They lost in the last fight about it, so it must have been very well for them overall. And with that, game yet very close yet again. SE a few 100 golds down, they have the mountain back on their own, and they also scale pretty well. So I think in theory I would favor them a little bit. But I mean, you still play against Jax and the Senna, and if those 2 get online, that's also something that they have to keep in mind. I do, however, see that SE in the 5v5 will never be contested, so I think SE is still very fine. Here we see again how it played out. Paranoia comes in, DR1 dies before it can really use anything, and while the Gwen is a very strong champion in those dive situations, she doesn't have needlework, she only can use her snip, and that alone is not enough to really get any return kill.
Yeah, and someone who's been playing very, very well is actually Artifact. I think so far this Rise has had super high impact. It's a pick that I'm still very leery of, but he so far has been great. He's been landing great rune prisons, just showing the power of point-and-click CC just constantly throughout this game.
Absolutely, and here we see Enpa yet again fighting Hero. I wonder if this matchup is shifting, because it is Divan Sandman now complete for the side of the Jax. If Jax gets multiple items under his belt, it should be easier for him to really fight the Gwen. In the early game right now, I mean, with Gwen being somewhat changed, it is something that the Gwen can easier fight. And she isn't on the Riftmaker yet, so it's not that easy to fight in the duel, as Enpa is just now happy with fighting some jungle camps and getting those ahead. And overall, game kind of slowing down a little bit, as Herald is down, Drake is down. The next Drake would spawn in a bit more than 2 minutes. And Team Secret should maybe start contesting those, as the that's a brutal 5v5 comp on the side of SE that they have really much trouble fighting against. We saw a bit of a taste of that as we saw the first Herald fight, and I wonder if Team Secret is up to the task if the game goes longer.
Yeah, and the one pick on SE that I was a little bit sus of was the Viego. But Viego with a lead, like DNK has been able to put together, is absolutely no issue whatsoever. He finds himself at home in a 5v5 comp. So overall, despite the slight gold lead, the Team Secret does have that 1,000 gold. SE, I agree with you, are still sitting pretty. Items are beginning to be completed. The Kraken Slayer for the Sivir, she will begin to do a huge amount of damage with those ricocheting boomerangs. Over on the side, it's just the serrated Dirk. Obviously, Eddie will take a lot longer to get towards his mythic.
Yeah, and I wonder if he even goes a mythic first. Serrated Dirk to me says that he likes probably Umbregrave first to just have this additional sweeper in your pocket, and then he can just decide what item to really go for. He had the Executioner's Calling very early on to deny the healing coming out from Viego, from Gwen, from Gragas, and from Yuumi as well, of course. I mean, Silver will life steal, so very good anti-heal angle, of course, for him. And maybe even we see something like the Chempunk stuff, but I would absolutely doubt it. It's a Wuzer item. You really would want to see the Mortal Reminder more, and hopefully a Kraken Slayer item built by the side of the center to really have something going in that direction. But likely it will be the Felty center that doesn't really scale as great as a Kraken Slayer center would be. However, you don't match scaling anyway, so might as well go for the mid-game composition, which is likely the angle that Team Secret is going for. As Hero might get
trying to fend it off. Final chapter coming in. He gets the railgun shield. Enpo going low from the tower. Looks like Hero has outplayed the first attempt here. Needs another counter-strike. Gets it. Can't find the damage. Paulette did well tanking it up. He tried so hard, but he goes down.
Yeah, tries so hard, but goes down. Has a little bit of time, but not too much there. But he couldn't really do anything at all.
Oh, Artifact in trouble. Barreled into the wall. A teleport being called to save him. I just realized Shuhao's just raw dog running a teleport, by the way.
Yeah, straight up teleport. No spellbook or anything, right?
No spellbook, yeah.
You know what? He wants to play old Tahm Kench and new Tahm Kench at the same time. He's missing the old Abyssal Voyage, so he's got to take the TP. Where you could like TP a member into the enemy team. We all remember that great TSM
the old
multiplay.
Abyssal Voyage. Yep, the taxi.
Yeah, exactly. The taxi. And yeah, turret being taken by side of SE in the top side. Meanwhile, of course, Team Secret gets their first consolation prize with this first dragon that they are getting. So potential soul for them would be up in 15 minutes. It will be Hextech soul and of course Hextech map, which is very exciting. And there are way more flank angles. Especially I think DR1 will be very happy about that.
Yeah, DR1 has been very creative on this Gragas, and the Hex Gates only adds more dimensions to his designs. Hero, once again, being focused. They all step back from the counter-strike. Ooh, this teleport is looking a little bit sus. Shuhao is here, has the Devour. They could turn this one around. Hero now with a shield. Artifact firing away. Penguin has hit the lights. In he comes, flies on in. SE are in trouble. They're getting chopped down. Enper managing to get one back, but one is all it will be as he donates himself and the free double combo of Paulette. And that is an ace. No, not quite. Celebrity not going down. It is 4 kills for Team Secret. And this is back and forth, back and forth.
4 for 1 for them, and SE just not respecting the global potential coming from TS keep position with them just easily being there for the follow-up. I mean, it's triple global. I mean, we haven't really addressed the Tahm Kench being with the TP there, as you mentioned earlier. It's also like one pseudo-global to add to the fight. When somebody is about to get collapsed on, he would be there with the TP into the Devour and would be there to be there as a safety net. And like this, SE just picks a bad fight in the enemy jungle with everyone from TS ready for it, and Celebrity not even being there for the damage output means that TS can win this fight pretty easily. They try to go for play onto Hero, try to go in with the Spectral more. They land the stun, they also land the Everforce, but it's just, of course, Jax enters evasion, a defensive stance, yada yada, and just buys a lot of time here, and yeah, gets saved by the side of Hero, by the side of Shuhao. I'm talking absolute crap there. And they just don't land any kill, aside from the fact that they kill Hero. And it's just everyone on the side of TS being there, but only 2 members for the side of SE. Nothing they can really do. Celebrity, he's still by the end of it not really in the fight. He's literally like 2,000 units away, and yeah, you really want an ADC if you fight like this.
Yeah, that was a very, very good play out of Hero. As you said, buying so much time with the combination of the Counter-Strike and the Grandmaster's might. Saving his team, Zhu Hao, a little bit caught out, but he's fine. Just steps to the side. But the siege in the mid lane continues. Now this 3,000 gold lead. Team Secret managing to pull ahead. Look at Enpa, though, forcing Eddie's flash. Zhu Hao can't lock him up, so that's just going to be a Summoner Spell burned.
It's just a Summoner Spell burned, and I want to harp on one item build thing that they're going for, which is Hero's second item choice. It will be the Frozen Heart for him, which I kind of not like that much, as he should basically all in on the side lane. I think the 5v5s won't be winnable for them anyway in the late game, and he's just going with the Frozen Heart, which to me tells me that he wants to have an item that is doable in the 5v5, but also gives some value in the 1v1, and I think that's the wrong way to run towards.
Oh, well done. Excellent barrel out of Dia1. Separates Artifact out. He has to burn that stopwatch, but he goes down regardless. A shutdown given over to Celebrity. Dia1 on this Gragas is just so damn good. Zhu Hao having to flash into the Abyssal Dive. Gets interrupted. He'll be donated as well. Lovely, lovely stuff from the SE mid laner.
Lovely stuff by the SE team in general, getting those two picked there, especially with the cast coming out, and also like this cancel on the side of Zhu Hao to get another kill. It's just very short before Baron even spawned, otherwise it would maybe even be a topic in the 5v3. But as I say that, DNK, where are you?
He's got a little bit greedy. He saw that Kentucky Fried Raptors and went, I'm hungry. Got punished.
Yeah, Kentucky Fried Raptors, very expensive though, as that play comes out by the side of Team Secret. And yeah, beautiful cast to knock Artifact into the wall. He has to use the stopwatch out, and then he's just free food for the side of SE. And they just keep bowling on. At least get Zhu Hao, who was, of course, interested in his Abyssal Dive, with all the CC coming out by the side of SBTC Esports. I think it was the Spectral more actually stopping him there. So there's 2 kills going over to the side of SE. But they make it 2-for-1, as of course he's very greedy, as you said before. He's even trying to go for some dive play. What was his idea? He could just go towards the mid lane and then just have his team as a backup.
I feel like meanwhile, it was just a complete brain fade. Yeah, and now Team Secret have just snuck a Baron. That mistake from DNK had massive knock-on effects.
Yeah, no smite available. Very early Baron, of course, and maybe SE was like, nah, they're not gonna go for a 20-minute Baron anyway. It would take too much damage, and if we see them, they are instantly dead. And Team Secret maybe was like, but what if we just do it? And then, just like that, they get a Baron. And all of a sudden, 3k gold lead for them. They have a Baron. But I also think they need this Baron to make this game close. The 5v5 is still not looking good for them. And they need these next wakes. The Hextech Wake, however, is given over to the side of SE due to the reset timers. And SE is very happy about that, as they buy 5 more minutes for their comp to scale.
Yeah, look, I do agree with you that there are still compositional issues that Team Secret has to overcome. But a 3,500 gold lead is a good way to start doing it. They have a very strong Jax. Artifact is continuing to get stronger as well. So as this continues to go, I think their chances are getting a little bit better. But of course, Celebrity and Palette are still building up. This Sivir Yuumi combo really hasn't been utilized yet by SE, and I'm fearful for when it does.
We have seen a little bit of a taste of it at the first Herald fight, where it was like nobody from SE really dying, and then we just saw that TS was struggling to really deal any consistent damage to them. Of course, they have the Felty Silver, they have a Jenks that goes a half tanky item build, Nocturne kind of falling off in the mid to late game. It will not be easy for them to deal consistent damage. Their best bet is maybe even the Wise, but he's also going for this like Everfrost into Zonia's build that is like also like an off tanky build, so not easy to really do significant damage, but we see maybe them catching Enpa with the Realm Warp, and Enpa is in trouble. You're muted.
I was muted, oh my word. Oh, thank you for calling me out. I was going to say he was buying some time, but he did not buy enough. And he does fall. The siege from Team Secret continuing down onto the bottom lane. That's another lovely cask, dear.
Yeah, lovely cask. Shotgun's coming out, but the fight's not over.
Still in some trouble. Bound up. There's a boomerang going across him. Double kill now for DNK. Has another reset. Tries to Abyssal Dive. Actually gets interrupted. Still can move forward with another Heartbreaker. There he goes. Artifact is the next target. Hero trying to peel for him. He needs to get these EQs going. The machine gun needs to fire. Eddie decides to peel off. Sacrificial lamb is donated. They're splitting for the hills, but SE, they're just team fight gods as they find 4. Hero, the only one left standing. He should be able to slip away, but DNK is hot on his heels. Spectral Maw into Heartbreaker, but Jax enters a defensive stance and scuttles to his base.
And I was wondering if I was overstating how disgusting this 5v5 comp from SE is, but I think I wasn't. They just pressed all their buttons. You called them teamfight gods, but I think it's mostly just the comp really doing its work right there.
Oh, they had to pick it?
Yeah. They had to lock them in the draft. Like that's like the main concern right there, and them just being able to chase anything, to really heal off of anything. Just one misstep by the side of TS, and they are absolutely doomed in this 5v5. I mean, they had a gold lead and a Baron, and still couldn't teamfight this. As we speak of that,
Nocturnal coming in. They want to try and catch onto Enpa. They should be able to get this one. Yeah, he does go down. Enpa has sort of been the bait on this hook. He's 1-6 at the moment, looking like the corpse emperor at the moment. But he is still on a team that is doing very well.
And what the thing with SPTC and greeting for chickens, they really are like doing some brand thingy right there, I think.
Yeah,
overforcing that one.
Chickens.
Yeah, they just want every
Super
chicken
bad
in the
time
game.
for chickens.
Yeah, it only cost them 2 picks and a Baron so far, but I think considering their comp, that's probably okay. And they are still very much outscaling and just getting more and more on the map. The gold lead we had earlier is also down to 1,000, which is not meaning much in 25 minutes of game time. And the next wakes could easily be fought by them, as they didn't drop the dip in the bot lane or mid lane as well when the last push came up by the side of Team Secret. They just need to be a little bit more disciplined in not getting caught out on the map. We just now see Celebrity being on free items, and we just know, I mean, from CLG Link back then, from the Dunzo Manifesto, it's just a silver comp, you just group and win, and that's what SE just needs to do right now.
Wow, that's a deep cut there, Quincy. The Dunzo Manifesto, my word, I haven't thought about that in a while. As you are correct, though, it's just a silver comp, has 2 items, it has 3, in fact, I can count. And when you look at the fact that it's only this 500 gold lead and Enpa is sitting at 1-6, I think that means in the 4v4, SE is just pretty far ahead.
They definitely are. And also, I think in the 1v1, I mean, this Jax doesn't boost Let's Gwen as much. When it is the Frozen Heart item build with the Maw and the 3rd item, it is decent. I think maybe he should actually just triple down on what he's trying to do in this game and going for the full split push, just go Hullbreaker and then just out-stat check the Gwen at some point. Right now, he's not able to do that as quickly as he would hope to do so. At the 4v4 would just get absolutely brutalized by SE in the meantime. So right now, SE very, very comfortable in this game. Hextech Wake will spawn in a few seconds, and they could easily go for that. Map control being established, of course, right now, as the Baron would also spawn very soon, and you don't want Team Secret to rush another Baron.
Enpa moving in, trying to get the engage, a good cast to split the team apart. Penguin has to flash away. He will not participate in the rest of this fight, just except for turning out the light. Zhuhao going low. Can they take him down? Dia 1 falls at the same time. Hero going deep onto the back line, trying to take down Celebrity, and he does. That's absolutely massive as he tries to use that counter-strike, but now with a Realm Warp, Team Secret are coming back into this one as Enpa and Paulette try to find their way out. They still have D&K lurking as well, but it's Team Secret with a good fight win. Very well done.
Very good fight win by the side of Team Secret. They really got off a good flank by the side of Hero, who just didn't even need to use his TP. Just walked over there and just counter-struck the backline. There was just no way out for them at this point. And with Yumi carriers dying on, we see how this fight really played out. It was SE really trying to force it too early, I would say, with the cast only really hitting Zhuhao. Paranoia comes out. Dawn Shadow also just getting straight up tanked by the team. They do kill Zhuhao, but here we see Hero really getting into the backline and just annoying Celebrity very much. He is very, very tanky and just cannot get killed by the Silver yet, as in this instance, I must admit, the Frozen Heart is really doing a lot of work, as it is a very stat-efficient item to play against the AD carries. And with this, it is Team Secret getting this Drake for now. It will not be the Baron for them, however, and I think this is maybe something that they need to press more onto if they want to have any chance to win this game. However, I mean, just now a teamfight win for them. They are still up in gold, and if they can keep doing this, remember, Hero still has Flash, will have Flash and still has a TP. They could be another Jax flank at Silver, not yet on the super late game path, and can still get killed by him.
You really can, as This game is so very, very hard to call. It really feels like SE should be able to make this composition work. And we look at these comps, and it seems so obvious, but yet here is Team Secret defying the odds. And maybe it does just go back to that old VCS adage. Better comp losers.
Maybe we could go that route. I mean, you could Exodia. Maybe you jinx it exactly with that line. We don't know quite yet. So far, however, I think SE is still more than fine. I mean, what's the difference really in this game so far? It's a bit more than 1,000 gold at 29 minutes by now. And yeah, Drakes are even. There will still be at least 10 more minutes of game time before a soul would happen, but here's a fight.
Hero jumping in, has the railgun to cover him. They use that Gragas barrel just to separate him out, but he lands a huge stun. Juhao bails him out as well. Enpar in the back line has no such bailout. He will fall down. Hero rejoins the fight, basically full health, chunked down to half immediately. But DNK, he's basically dead, goes into the GA as Dia1 gets himself that first kill. 1 for 1, but it's a support for a top laner. You take that every day of the week.
You take that every day of the week, but it also just now slows down the game a little bit more. And that's something that SE is actually fine with, I think, because, I mean, nothing can really be forced by the side of TS. TS is right now at the point where they are still strong and can still force some fights and actually win them, as we saw a few minutes ago. And right now, trading this 1 for 1, despite it being an unfavorable 1 for 1, is still okay for the side of SE. They buy some more time. Baron cannot be forced by TS at any point, so if both of those members are down. So it's actually something that is fine for them overall. We just need to wait for the next item power spike that would come out for something like Celebrity. He was close to 4 items earlier, if I recall correctly, and I wonder what he can really do once he had that one as well going for him. What is of course still strong by side of Team Secret is of course the Senna pick that will never really fall off despite going the Lethality build. It will have an insane range, can always heal the members up. Dawning Shadow, very strong ultimate in the game to really turn fights around, and also the Curse of the Black Mist to really have this untargetability that helps against the Sivir especially, where she cannot really target anyone with the Ricochet. And now we see Celebrity is indeed on 4 items, 1 more to go to be full build, and yeah, let's wait and see how the Sivir will play in the next fight, because as Sivir got this mini rework, she has been getting stronger and stronger and will keep getting picked as long as she's left open.
Very true. Both teams hovering around this mid lane. Hero wants to find a way in, and Penguin finds his way onto the back line. They've immediately killed DNK. Celebrity's already going low. Can he kite this one out? He can. Now they've turned it back around. 2 kills of their own. He sidesteps the railgun as well. He runs away with his pet cat. Dia1 goes down, Enfa dashing away from the counter-strike. 2 for 2 at the moment. It's about to become a 2v3 though, Crincy, because Celebrity cannot rejoin.
That's a 2v3, and that's like one way where TS is still able to strike, and they just now go for the Baron. Penguin is down, but so is DNK. Celebrity and Palette alone cannot really do that much. They still need some kind of frontline to really fight these fights.
Yeah,
and Jax jumping into his face is still a problem. This Baron will be gone, will be going over to the side of Team Secret, and it will translate to the next Drake as well, which would mean soul point for the side of Team Secret, and this game is far from over.
It really, really is. Team Secret are looking fantastic. The one thing they've been able to do so excellently is force... They're not fighting 5v5s. They're fighting a 2v2 and a 3v3 at the same time. And in those compositions, they thrive. SE needs to group up. They need to actually support each other in these fights. And they can't just be doing these little skirmishes.
That's absolutely correct. I mean, it's just also the backline dive into backline dive, and then just Hero buying more time than Enpa is doing on the other side, because the Jax, while not the ideal tank, is kind of doing a better job at tanking than a Gwen would do. And Gwen, yeah, she actually shines in these skirmishes, but in those 5v5-esque kind of fights, she's kind of weaker than the Jax right now, at least. So there's like one little angle that Team Secret has still going for them, despite the overall comp being worse in these situations. And this just now leads them to have this Hextech Drake taken for them, will be a permanent Hextech Soul point for them. Baron's still on the table for them as well, and they will just now force a lot more as the DP comes out.
Yeah, they're going to move down this mid lane. Just continuing to stall it out. 117 souls for Eddie. Pretty good for this point in the game. Does have pretty fantastic range. They just keep on sieging Crincy. And despite the fact that by all metrics, Team Secret is so far ahead, it still feels so close to DNK!
Oh no.
Oh. Oh dear. That's not good. And now the mid lane game will be broken open. And that's an in him. That's Team Secret looking to lock themselves into a game 3. And honestly, I wouldn't have it any other way. These two giants of the league going up against each other. 2 in hims now fall. Does Team Secret want to keep going? They have the Baron. DNK still dead for 20, Quincy.
And DNK is also the member who's carrying 8 kills of the team. He's like the lion's share of the gold that SE really acquired over the game. If he is dead, that's like one way for Team Secret to really do much here. Oh, final chapter very early.
Ooh, final chapter completely missing. Only locking up Artifact right at the end. He gets gobbled up by Juhao. They should be able to use the Curse of the Black Mist to escape. There's the Realm Warp as well. Eddie left behind. He has to flash. But Team Secret get out of there.
Yeah, Team Secret get out there. They get 2 inhibitors, which means a lot of map control for them for potential other Drake they would maybe fight in the later stages. In 3 minutes, the Hextech Soul will spawn for them, and it will be something that's very tough for SE to defend. Yes, of course, I mean, they will be a stronger 5v5 team, but if you have to simultaneously win this 5v5 and also defend 2 lanes of super minions in your base, it will be quite a tough task to ask for. And it could also just be TS going for the flip, and if they manage to get the Drake, it will just be something that plays into their favor as well. So SE, while being on a very good comp, still has a lot of work to do in this game to deny TS equalizing the score and going for a deciding game 3 in this top match of the VCS. And Team Secret, gotta say, while we were doubting their comp, so far it is working out great for them.
Yeah, they've been able to execute it to perfection. SPTC has really not found an answer to the split dive of the Nocturne and the Jax. Emperor as well has been shut down so well in fights. Gwen doesn't like playing frontline duty. She doesn't actually thrive in that role. She wants to try and dive. She wants to try and kite. And Emperor is paying the price for it.
Absolutely nullified so far in this game. He's also 2 and 8. He has so many deaths worked up on this board. Maybe going for the Yuumi onto him is an angle that could go for, but he's also not someone you really want to ever die in a fight. And if he dies with Yuumi being on him, Yuumi would also die as well. And Yuumi is like one of the strong points of their comp, so they don't want to go for that risk. So it makes sense that he's not going for that one. As right now, as he is just farming these super minions, getting all this XP that they're getting from that. And Celebrity now on the full build on the Sivir should be eventually able to carry these fights, but Hero maybe getting caught out.
Has been caught out, but every moment he buys, look at what the rest of his team is doing. They are pushing into the base. There's a Nocturne on. He's still not dead, Quincy. This is a disaster. They're just going to end the game. They are just going to end the game. They finally kill the Jax, but it is traded for the whole damn world. And that is 1-1 as Team Secret tie us back up.
Yeah. Trade offer. You receive our Jax. I receive the Nexus, a game 3. That's what Team Secret just did to SPTC Esports. With them having that draft, the Jax being such a strong splitter, it was one way to break open the game. Team Secret played brilliantly in those teamfights, really out-teamfight. The Sivir, Viego, Gwen, Yuumi composition all of a sudden. Tier 1 lost on his signature Gragas pick, and Team Secret, yeah, they earned it. They earned to have a game 3 in our top match of the VCS, and one way to do it.
And I don't know if our producers already got it ready, but I know why that game went the way it did. If we can put that on screen, or do we have to wait till next time? Mr. Producer? Okay, next time apparently. We'll show you when we come back in about 5 minutes. Don't go anywhere.
Or am I giving life to phantom pain? 'Cause it's playing out every note in the score. I surrender once more, but as my tears fall, they still kiss the feathers of a hummingbird in flight. Break it up into a million specks of light. Take the shape of an angel in the night. Carry you to peaceful fields. Grant me one wish, send me one more kiss on the whispering wind. Like white horses running in the fields, something new begins. This tear I cry falls like healing rain, softly soothes my pain. This surrender, it feels like I'll kiss the feathers of a hummingbird in flight. Break it up into a million specks of light. Take the shape of an angel in the night. Carry you to peaceful fields. In your dreams of peaceful fields. In your dreams of peaceful fields.
Game 3 of our Clash of the Titans. Game 1 was SE showing the strength of their players. Game 2 was Team Secret showing the resilience of theirs. Quincy, Game 3, the field is open. How do you think it's going to go?
My gut is telling me SE just has to take it, but never count Team Secret out. I mean, they are also like the top team right next to them, and for a reason, right? I mean, they're literally tied in game score and match score right now. I mean, even right now in game score, as the series is going to a 1-1, and we just now thought that like our team fighting, this insane team fight composition, going for this bait and switch with the Jackson late game to just wash down their nexus, and they kept finding picks and picks, and it's just such a beautiful sight to see for the side of Team Secret. And I wonder in the third game how the draft adaptation will go, because it will be Team Secret back to the blue side, and this Draven Rek'Sai strat, this won't work out again. I mean, there won't be a first pick list in. I at least hope so.
I very much hope so. I really don't think the first pick Lee Sin comes out when they were so confident to just insta-lock the Rek'Sai counter. You just can't do it again. I feel like you don't necessarily need to ban the Draven. You just need to play around it better. Because as you said, what if we live in a timeline where Eddie doesn't give away that first kill? How does that game change? But regardless, let's jump into our third and final draft of this series, the 6th of the night, because this is VCS. When we say it's a 3-game series, we goddamn mean it.
Yeah, we definitely do. And they instantly started the Draven ban, something that, you advocated somewhat against it just now, saying, maybe just don't give away this early kill, and then it just happens. But it's just always easier said than done, right? Just don't give away an early kill to Draven, lol. That's not like how it works. Either way, just now more AD carries being taken off the board with the Aphelios and the Zeri being taken out. And of course now, we saw just now what Eddie could do on the Senna pick, and I think Senna should be an obvious first pick if this blue side pick gets left open again. The Lee Sin just wasn't really something that sit right with me.
Yeah, I completely agree. Sivir is up. Is that a first pick?
I think it isn't. I think you picked the Senna. I mean, you just now showed that you can beat Sivir with Senna, so I think they are fine in that regard. And I think Eddie just should pick this the Senna here. And Nocturne first pick would definitely be appealing, I would say. I mean, the Nocturne pick just now worked. Fair enough.
Well,
but do you first pick
actually,
would DNK to pick it away? I'm not sure.
Maybe they wouldn't, but I think it's not the worst thing ever, because maybe you're okay with either side of Senna and Sivir, right? Maybe you don't particularly care which side you get, so you just pick the one that they don't. Giving up Renata again is risky, in my opinion. I think Paulette has a very, very mean Renata, but actually we're just going to take this Viego, and I guess it makes sense with how well DNK has been doing on it.
Yeah, and weirdly enough, just now it was also Nocturne versus Viego. This time, of course, the sides are the same again for these champions. Didn't work out in the first time, but it wasn't really the pick's fault. But of course, Penguin got one solo kill against DNK in this matchup in the very early game, where Nocturne can do more as a pick. What I would hope to see is something like going for the Renata or the Yuumi again, and maybe even try the Silver comp again. I think in general it was still a very good thing to have. This time maybe it will actually be the Renata paired with the Silver, but of course Team Secret now has dibs on whatever AD carry they choose to pick. They could still also go for like Silver Yuumi. Remember that, as of course also Yuumi is something that could sit on the Nocturne and be strong with that, but right now they're hovering the Twitch. I don't hate Twitch, that's the thing, but there's just better things to pick, and they apparently seem to think
I don't want to say
Tahm
Kench.
Yeah, but sorry man. If it's Senna, it's also Tahm Kench. That's just how it works. That's the rules. I don't make the rules. It's not Taki playing, so you can't just pick a Camille or Cyan or Silas support or whatever you really want to see there. So I'm sorry to disappoint you. But Sivir gets ignored this draft. Very interesting.
Yeah, they just decide, nope, Sivir lost. It's not good anymore. They just completely ignore it and go for the Jinx instead. That's a strange decision.
It is, but we have seen Jinx working against Senna before. I mean, you kind of do the range thing and win the early game with the rocket launcher. Of course, it costs a lot of mana, so it's not something that you can always rely on. You will have lane priority this time again, even with not picking at something like a Draven, which was of course banned this time. And again, triple ban against the side of Celebrity, with them banning away an AD carry and there, and with Zeri being taken away. So this time, yeah, it will still be a very known Celebrity pick, I would say, as Celebrity also showed some proficiency on the Jinx beforehand, and Jinx Minato is a very good bot lane to play. I would have also loved something like a Kog'Maw here, because we have seen Kog'Maw Lulu working for the side of Cerberus against Senna Kench to really counter it up and really play with a higher range, but Jinx does something similar, and Jinx Minato is just an overall bot lane. You could always pick it, and with Jinx Viego you already have two decent reset champions in the fights. If you get a pick early on, you can roll over those, and that's already a strong asset for the side of SE.
Yeah, I expect a Gragas ban here. Force DR1 to go to something else other than his Silas and Grace. No, they actually are going to let him go to it if he wants it. Of course, it's not as good, well, at least not yet, against his composition, just because Senna can sit so far away, Tahm Kench can bail people out. But still interesting. You kind of know he's going to go to the Gragas.
Don't know. They could actually just pick Gragas and maybe even potentially pick it for top lane weak side flex. But they, however, opt against it and go for the Gnar. So it will maybe be a last pick Gragas for them. As, I mean, mid lane won't pick away your Gragas. That's not happening. Only DR1 plays Gragas mid lane. And Gragas into Gnar is also something you probably do not want to have. So now, aside from Team Secret, they need some AP damage in the composition and maybe also some DPS threat, as Nocturne right now is looking to be the best one. Senna is not really the best DPS AD carry in the game, as he's a very strong chip. Oh, Irelia would be very good here. Yeah, Irelia to Gnar, the hard counter matchup, is of course very pedal to the metal, can fall behind it and be absolutely useless, but if it doesn't happen, on the 1v1 on its own, Mini Gnar has no chance against Irelia, and also Mega Gnar not too happy to facing Irelia that can just lifesteal off of him. So Irelia is like one of those picks, like the Camille, like the gameplay which I want to see into the Gnar, and I really like that he was going for some strong pick that either is absolutely clutch or is absolutely behind the mark, and that is very exciting for the viewers and casters to see.
Does DR1 have something crazy in the pocket? That's the question. He's got 5th pick. It's just the fat boy.
Yeah, that's the thing. It's just something normal, right? Gragas mid lane. That's how far DR1 is really ruining us so far. If that is like the normal pick for him. Either way, of course, top lane now counter pick for SE. They have DR1 yet again on the combo chip that just now, of course, lost. Viego also into Nocturne, not really looking too hot for them. And now Celebrity kind of the player to watch right now, in my opinion, as he is the one who really has to carry them in all departments of the game, basically. With him being like the main DPS source of them, and of course the Jinx, the new answer against the Senna Kench bot lane that just now was successful for the side of Team Secret. And I wonder if SE can do it again. This time the draft doesn't look that easy for them to play, but I still think on their A game SE should win this.
Noticing, I think we might get a draft remake. Oh, no, there we go. The trade finally goes through. I think we will get a draft remake, though, because that was the time Kench stuck in the mid lane for quite a while. But I don't think that's going to matter.
SE is just fine with it.
Yeah,
they are sportsmen.
It's not, I mean, I remember, do you remember why that rule was brought in? Because you used to do such dirty things.
Like last second swap, and then they have wrong runes.
You do last second swap, so their runes were wrong.
Yeah.
It was so rude. It was so dirty. And then they were just like, no, you have to do it before 20 seconds because otherwise it was so stupid.
I mean, with the current state of the Riot client, I would think that maybe 30 or 40 seconds would be like the appropriate time window. But anyway.
Well, I mean, with the current state of the Riot client, we just do 2 drafts.
One for the wounds and one for the champs or what?
Yeah.
Could be one option, of course. Either way, we load into the Rift for our last game, definitely, of this round robin and of this day as Team Secret and SBTC Esports face one last time to fight for the top spot. Winner will take it, loser won't. That's just how easy it is. And yeah, we have some beautiful drafts on our hand right now. And yeah, I really wonder where SE is really going for this time and if this Gnar can survive against Irelia. Because if he can, it will be quite good in the mid game with Mega Gnar being able to plung members of the Secret into these walls. But if not, I mean, it can fall behind pretty quickly and be absolutely brutalized. Especially also because there's double globals again for Team Secret. They really have tools to make side lanes horror for the side of SE.
The thing I'm interested in is Artifact being able to get out of lane on this Taliyah. He was not able to do it in game 1. Really wasn't his fault. He had nowhere to go. That game was super, super doomed. He needs to be able to affect the side lanes in this game.
Yeah, as we just now see, no level 1 shenanigans coming out from either team. Just like some war placement as we usually see. And yeah, I just wonder if this Irelia pick is really working out, because I mean, it can just absolutely brutalize the Gnar, but if it doesn't, I mean, the teamfights for Irelia, they are playable, but I would definitely favor something like a Mega Gnar over it, as it's just that much easier to use, in a 5v5 especially, and Irelia kind of working with the skirmishes usually likes to play these with a lead to really have the impact to dive the backline. And it's also, you play against the Jinx, and the Jinx still has another bailout possible for her, so Celebrity also won't be that easy to kill.
Enper getting immediately given what for, being forced to back off that wave. But of course, he is still ranged. Oh, Hero, very nice there. Takes a few autos on his way out. This is a big call by Hero. I think everyone would agree that so far this split, Enper has been the more impressive top laner. But to go for the counter pick, when he did this against Kiaya and got absolutely destroyed despite having the supposedly strong side of the matchup.
Yeah, and this is a more one-sided matchup, I would say, so far. I mean, it's not like a Camille against Gnar, where the Camille wins out eventually, but can get bullied into the lane phase as
no, against Kiaya, it was the same matchup. It was against Kiaya's Gnar, and he got stomped.
he lost Irelia with Gnar.
Yep.
I think I remember that one. That was absolutely illegal. Either way, we see DNK being up there in the top lane early to see if Hero maybe goes for a push and goes for a bad reset here. As we see him clearing one more minion. Wave control looking kind of decent for Enper right now. And I wonder if you can hold that one. As mid lane, of course. It is this time again, DR1 on the Gragas. Remember last game he got solo killed by the Wise pretty early on, as he was miscalculating an all-in. And hopefully this happens, this doesn't happen again for him, as that definitely swung the matchup quite in Artifact's favor. It was maybe one of those reasons that Team Secret was allowed to win this game.
Penguin having a sticky beak into DNK's jungle, will spot him on the chickens, tries to steal some away, will actually succeed as he puts the nightmares into his mind, just walks away. But now DR1's here, and this is greed for chickens. It's been the theme of this series. Never mind, Penguin flashing. Can DNK continue this fight? He can. DR1, no mana, so Artifact will get away, but seriously, guys, KFC's not that good.
And both flash dash stuns used by the side of SE to really tunnel onto this knocked-in pick, who could spell shield one of them, but of course two of them is of course too much for him, as the Spectral Maw and the Body Slam got used. The one actually didn't even flash, I just now see. So this was, yeah, as you said, the theme of the series, greeting for the chickens, as SPTC is this time not able to defend the chickens, but their pride, they at least kill the murderer of the chickens with Penguin falling down, First Blood going over to the side of DNK, and he deliberately chose not to go for the vehicle transformation at first because you don't want to use it pre-6, as you cannot just recast the ultimate because you have no ultimate, but he just goes for it anyway.
Trying to get bailed out. Can't do it on the top side. Enper's gone down, so Hero finds him. But this is a bloody early game here, Quincy, as we've got 3 kills in 4 minutes.
It is, and off-screen, Emperor got solo killed by Hero, and that's the Aurelia star matchup. It's pretty volatile. It only gets better for the Aurelia as time goes on, so this one definitely a rough start for SE in this game, and they might just get reverse swept here. Here we see again how it happened in the top lane. Mega Narbar going pretty high, but Emperor probably getting baited by it itself. Yeah, just silly. I mean, he was likely banking on the fact that he would get Mega Gnar, get HP back, and then be able to like throw a boulder, then get a stun, and then just fight Aurelia in the minion wave and then just kill her if Hero would greed for it. But as long as he's minion Gnar, it's not greed. Hero can just kill him. And it's pretty stupid to say this, but this is just how the matchup works. And in the bot lane we have seen, yeah, one good gank by Penguin coming out, and it was just Celebrity not being able to be bailed out by the Renata, so it's 2 kills for Team Secret this time.
It is. He's also 11 kills up, so Hero suddenly just has so much control over this lane. As you said, this doesn't get better for Gnar. He's had to call DNK up. Maybe they can make something happen, but I really don't think they can. This Irelia is just going to have free run of top lane.
Yeah, this minion cannot even dare to look at the minions, basically, because this all-in range from Aurelia is just so insane. One flawless to that landing, she can just get Blade Surge in and then just use her ultimate, just keep pandering onto this Gnar pick, and there's not really much damage to be returned for the side of Emperor. And look at the CS gap, right? It's 50 to 26. Of course, a few minutes will get cleaned up by the pushing wave, and here we see how this all played out. This was with the ultimate missing, by the way. Hero missed his ultimate.
Yep. Yeah, he did. This Irelia is well and truly out of control, and it looks like another dive may be called. They have the Weaver's Wall. If they want to section DNK out, they won't be able to now. So Team Secret actually will just call that one off. They don't want to take any unnecessary risks.
No, they also shouldn't and don't need to do that, right? I mean, this top lane matchup is working fine without any dive plays. Of course, you could break open the game more if you happen to have a successful dive, but with, of course, DNK being around, don't go for that risk. It's not necessary. So right now, Hero can just farm up a Storm on this Aurelia, of course. Very easy to get all these minions with his Blade Surge resets coming out. And all while that bot lane is getting 2v2 as well.
Yeah, Eddie having to flash away. Does reset the play fairly well. Paulette had to burn his as well. Celebrity just getting tickled at, but in the end, it's a Summoner Spell advantage for SA.
Yeah, Summoner Spell advantage for them. And yeah, Celebrity still has both of his. Eddie being his flashdown could be very detrimental in a later stage fight. Also with Drake now being spawned, this might be an object to consider for the side of SE, as they are just now maybe going for that. They can heal up on this ocean, on this fruit plant, so get some HP back on their side. But they aren't going for it.
Not yet.
Eddie, down.
Oh, here's the paranoia immediately in onto the Jinx. Weaver's Wall as well. Deliver Artifact into the backside, but I don't think he wants to be there. He takes down Celebrity and flashes out. Amazing knockback as well as they pick themselves up a second kill. Dia1 over the wall. It does get tagged up with that W, but they can't do anything with it. And Team Secret are looking so good in this game 3, Quincy.
And that Weaver's Wall by Artifact maybe walled off SPTC off the first place right now, as it was definitely the detrimental part to get Celebrity down. You were saying he doesn't really want to be there, but it was at the end fine, as if you kill the ADC, there's nobody really returning the fire towards you, and they were able to get another kill off with a very good seismic shove used by him to make it pretty much easy for the side of Team Secret and no way out for the side of SE. Drake.
I'd like to be clear. When I said that Artifact doesn't want to be there, I was thinking, well, no human would want to be there. But he's a freak of nature, so fair enough, he thrives.
Yeah, here we see again how they play out. Paranoia coming in with Weaver's Wall at the follow-up. 70 just now lives, he's also in the bailout. They wait at the bailout, heal also gets used, and he just gets hit by all these seismic shoves. And also, the AoE damage that Nocturne does with his Umber Blades manages to kill him in the end, I think. And this is just a very good pick off by them. DNK also falling down. So Team Secret pulling up a bit more ahead right now, with them being up 1.5k gold. Of course, that lead in its own not being too much, but it's 9 minutes. I mean, this is definitely something to consider right now, as they are on the side of SE just now looking for this first Herald, and with the reset timing from Penguin, this will likely be theirs.
Definitely should be, but it still feels like a consolation prize. It seems like every play SE tries to make is getting completely stuffed by excellent plays from Team Secret. As Smite comes down, Herald picked up. Enper is going to move forward. Nas hero forward. Does burn his flash to get away from the wallop. This is top lane tower, actually under quite a lot of threat. Penguin is in range to ultimate in if they go for the dive, but currently they're not even dropping the Herald. So they're actually just going to back off.
Just one plating and the flash from hero. They expend quite a lot of members for that, also the ultimate for the side of Enper, but that cooldown not really that impactful. As in the bot lane, it is Year 1 just defending against the bot lane for the side of Team Secret, who are also just now having some free time, just some time to farm some souls, get some turret platings, get some farm on their own. As of course Timecatch likes to farm without an enemy champion in this lane. Is even ahead of Celebrity in CS by now, which is kind of looking funny to me. But that's just how it works like this. And all these members assigned to the top lane part of SE and not getting a single kill is definitely something that hurts them. I mean, it's just all those members for one single plate and one flash. That doesn't seem like enough for me.
No, it absolutely isn't enough. And now with the Nocturne lurking about, I think we might have a trigger pulled soon enough as another plate goes down. There's the Vanguard's Edge. They dive on in. Oh my word, Hero, that was excellently played. Artifact coming in with the Weaver's Wall will put Palette in the ground. DNK, next target. Every single rock is landing, and Artifact is absolutely braining this Viego. In goes Hero, trying to finish him off. He's a survivor for now, but he's still got 3 members around him. They call in a TP. It's going to be Dia 1, I assume, arriving. There it is. So Viego gets to live, but Team Secret have done it again.
They have done it again, and DNK just barely surviving off the safety TP coming up instead of Dia 1. Also, the Rift Herald making him have a Baron recall is also something that plays in his favor, and they were very desperate to stop this recall from him. But just in general, despite them only getting 2 kills, was very close to getting 3 kills for them, and just the double global comp really working out.
Hero's ult here, because it looked so weird when Nocturne goes on Celebrity, but look at the Vanguard's Edge. It hits them both.
It's just 90 degrees to the side. They don't expect it at all. It's just the base damage alone from it. Also, like applying the marking so that they can just curse through the whole team fight. But with the Dawning Shadow added on top of that, it's just basically a triple global for the TS. With Nocturne flying in, the Reaver's Wall cutting members off, and everyone really being there to deal the damage. And just now, Team Secret, 3,500 gold ahead at 12 minutes. Definitely looking to run away with this game. The top lane matchup not getting better, as I said before. And yeah, Team SPTC, consider, like, a bit more than an hour ago, they were absolutely stomping Team Secret in game 1, and they are just now looking likely to lose the 3rd game and drop away the whole lead in the table. That's kind of disheartening to see, but Team Secret definitely earned it with the way they stayed focused in game 2, really fighting against this teamfight composition, and just now in the 3rd game, having a strong early game themselves.
Oh, the trap has been sprung, but it's only Zhuhao, so they don't even really bother doing anything with that. It is this 3k gold lead. And, I mean, Team Secret, they just seem to... Game 1 was just an abnormality.
Kind of looks like it, right? I mean, it was also the Draven Dragster composition, but they got ahead from one misstep from Eddie, basically. If that happens, if that doesn't happen, maybe it's a whole different game, as we addressed earlier. Now the first wave gets taken away with the 15-minute mark. Oh, it's 13 minutes, actually. But it's still pretty late for a first wave, I would say. And Team Secret very happy with how this game is going so far. With Senna really being in a position to farm his souls. Irelia winning against the Nine on the side then. I don't see any member of the side of SE they could maybe answer Hero in the later stage of the game here. And also, even if they could, it's so many globals to play against, so it won't be easy either way. And now SE maybe chasing a losing play a little bit. Just now casting the Swift Herald.
Oh, and they immediately come in. It's an Ego Herald.
Not quite. I mean, an Ego Herald would be like completely unforced to spawn the Herald in the wrong spot. This is just them like seeing, yeah, plates are expiring, we need to cast the Herald, and yeah, it's just DNK trying to spawn it here. And at least they force a reaction of the enemy, right? It's just paranoia being used to dissuade the play, and they are already far behind. Ego did this completely uncontested when he had every time in the world to play the proper Herald, and then just, made it of no use. Like DNK, that's still not a good Herald, but it was just basically the result of them misplaying the last few minutes against TS, and also just TS playing well around it.
Yeah, that's a fair point, but have a look at the situation with the items in the top lane. It's a Blade of the Ruin King to a Half-Bound Axe.
Yeah, kind of a rough situation. At least they played the steel caps to DAO a lot against the Aurelia, right? All this armor that you really have going for you, and also negating these auto-attack damages. But anyway, not really fun for Emperor to play. Na also doesn't like to go tank that early, but he wants to have a Triforce as the first item. He went Steel Caps, Half-Bound Axe, and also another Cloth Armor. So this means he goes for like some early Warden's Mail or Bramblebest or something like this to really compensate this all-in pressure by this Aurelia. And if he has to go for that one, even if he lands a good Mega ultimate later on, it won't really bite as much as you want it to bite. And this just shows you how far behind Emperor really is and how much he has to respect this Aurelia pick right now.
Penguin has come down to the bot side. They want to try and get heavy bot control, or they would just maybe. I want to see what he buys, because maybe he just needed a little bit of gold to get a better reset. So I'm just trying to figure out what that Nocturne was doing that there. It's just a Kindle gem, but regardless, it doesn't really matter who gets the gold as long as Senna is there to get the soul. Not 100% sure what her soul count is at the moment. I'll keep an eye out to see if they click on her. But Crincy. Oh, hello. Artifact caught. But Juha's there.
Juha's there. I mean, at least Devour right now is an ultimate, so it's actually a bigger cooldown than it was like before the time Kench software work. It means at least more than nothing. But that's just the best catch you get in the last few minutes. If that's all it is, it's definitely very underwhelming for you. As the second Herald just now gets started off, and TS likely doesn't even want the Herald, they just want to force a fight. And SE, so far, they look like to take the bait.
Yeah, the Weaver's wall is up. Big Nah into the wall, but Enper's going to go down regardless. Eddie getting that kill. Good Abyssal dive. Immediately over onto DNK. The Viego's in trouble. The railgun goes across all of them. Fantastic Renata ult to hold them back, but he pays with it for his own life. Pays for it with his own life. I know how to talk. And it will be Team Secret picking themselves up the Rift Herald.
And that's so disappointing to see to me, because I would expect a top team like SE to really just sack this Rift Herald and just cut their losses. Just now they lost the Herald and gave away 2 more kills, which have been completely unnecessary in my opinion. I think Team Secret didn't even really have to go for this Herald at all. They just wanted to have a fight, as I mentioned earlier, as they just now pile onto this mini Nah, doesn't quite get Mega, or just now gets Mega when it's basically too late already. Beautiful Unraveled Earth coming up on the side of Artifact to really deny any sort of dashing away from the side of SE Esports. The next Threaded Volley lands as Pilot dies as well. And that's yet again 2 free kills, another Herald for them. Just nice to have money for the side of Team Secret, and this time they are running away with the game.
They are, but I'm not counting SE out quite yet. They are in this position. They are 5-1 for a reason, Crincy. Of course, so is Team Secret. We saw Team Secret reassert their footing in Game 2. Well, not 6-1 yet.
Yeah.
calm down.
Team Secret might be 6-1 soon, but either way, I'm holding my horses. We have caster cursed so many series before. Either way of that, map control now established by the side of Team
Twitter.
No, you will please don't. Either way, Infernal Drake will spawn in a few seconds, and just now Team Secret has so much map control. I mean, they can just use this Herald as a distraction for the Drake, or just spawn it a few seconds before it, because they just don't need to care about it that much. Weaver's wall to wall them off. They could go for a fight, but they don't even have to. It's just take one turret and go.
Well, they're going to anyway, as they have immediately used the Paranoia. Teleport coming in as well. Paulette so low, but will not go down. So this actually just buys some space to confirm the kill on the tower. But look at Dia1 having a lurk. Ends up just giving them something to drink.
Yeah, just something to drink. He just wanted to use the cast to deny the Herald charge, I think, and that's what he succeeded in. At the end of the day, this one was fine for SE. The fight also not resulting in a kill is something that they can live with, but they had to drop this mid and tier 1 to it, and will also drop this Infernal Drake, of course, which will go into the pockets of Team Secret, and then we will know what soul will spawn, and I'm very inclined to see that, as Team Secret is very much so balling. Observers, please no. Come on. This is a declaration of war by the TV observers, and I will take that personally. Either way, 7,000 gold is 600 gold is the lead that Team Secret is having against SE, as Hero took down another outer turret in the off-screen, and yeah, it's looking very grim for SE. I don't quite see how they really get back into this game. What they would need, in my opinion, is like a perfect explosive cask into a Mega Knife flying in, one early reset for both Viego and the Jinx, and then just Celebrity firing off his rockets with when he has like 2 items or 3 items, and them just quickly killing someone like Artifact in this fight. Maybe then it's possible, but then still Hero is a very huge problem. And yeah, it's just, you probably need like 2 miracle engages by Self SE to get back into this game completely. And so far, I just don't see them really doing it.
Yeah, I mean, look, it is certainly very, very difficult for SE in this position. I don't disagree with you, as they are just continuing to farm it up. Still don't think we've had a click on Eddie in a little while. Zhu Hao, that's not where you want to be, mate. He's in some trouble. Is cast back. That's going to be a dead Kench momentarily, but I don't know what he was thinking.
He was thinking, I'm Tam Kench, I'm tanky enough. Turns out he wasn't. And yeah, that's just one free kill. Of course, nice to have for sort of SE. I mean, they haven't really gotten anything this game so far. That's just them doubling their kill score. So very impressive to see. And what I wanted to mention earlier was the potential soul coming up. We just now see it is a Cloud Soul is coming up, which to some extent plays in SE's favor, as it is a very underwhelming soul compared to the others. And just that, speaking a little bit against Team Secret, I would say. However, SE right now, that's really the only thing that we're really getting in this game, was like some picks, and other than that, it was basically nothing. So just now, Team Secret looking firmly in control. It's also one thing I want to point out in the item build department. It's the Chovy item build for the side of Hero and Tisivalia. It's Blade of the Wound King into Sunfire. Very DPS heavy, but also very, very tanky, and can definitely deal a lot of damage to any squishies who are in this close vicinity.
Yeah, I really like this build as well. I think Sunfire just does an inhuman amount of damage while obviously making you basically invincible. Where's Nocturne going? Well, he's found himself an engage up onto the Viego of the enemy team as he's going to try and take down DNK. Can't quite do it with the rest of SE on the way in.
Yeah, some good engage coming up by side of TS. They just use the paranoia and force a TP.
Good flash artifact.
Yeah. Artifact now. Use both his summoners for that one. Something that is maybe worth noting. He is able to. You could maybe catch him out, but we see in the picture, right?
Oh my word! Artifact knocks them back, takes himself a kill in the bot side. Hero is just having the time of his life playing PvE, farming up his minions, and getting himself some towers. SE will disengage, so no doubt they'll be able to stop him now. But he got a tower. They got some kills up top. Everything is coming up Secret.
Yeah, and now we see he will instantly TPing to the Baron. They will also instantly force the Baron right here. Vanguard's Edge also used, and they can just wait and see what SE is really doing. I don't think it's about really finishing the Baron as it was with the second Herald. They just want to force the fight.
Yep, they have. Can we have a look up, observers? Penguin does finally get the kill. And they will get the Baron regardless.
Yeah, I mean, if you get the kill into the jungler, then just take the Baron. Also, nice body block by Eddie to deny this super mega death. It was very close to having a huge impact. Baron was about 3k and was just now being hit. I think it wouldn't have gotten the Baron, but there's just a slight chance, and you don't want to give the enemy slight chances to come back into this game. Yeah, I mean, we have seen, what was it? I think it was a Zap stealing an Elder Dragon in the VCS split. Something like that. Yep. But yeah. I don't want to see that again, so nice of Eddie to even think of those things and just face tank the super mega death rocket as an AD carry. I mean, why not? You're tanky enough for that. You have an Eclipse shield in the worst case, and also your own healing, and that should be enough. He actually doesn't have an Eclipse shield yet.
I'll never forget one time Zhu Hao stole... no, was it Zhu Hao? I think it was Paulette actually stole a Baron with a Rakan Q. That one was pretty special. Or one time Beob stole it with an uncharged support set W. Also great. Did about 3 damage to it, but it was the last 3.
I think I casted that game.
I think you did.
Yeah.
From memory. Look, the VCS has a long history around Baron. Real OGs know the king of the Baron pit and even the real god of the worm. But let's get back into the present, where Team Secret are sitting 11,000 gold ahead. I call it 10,000. and they are looking unassailable.
Yeah, definitely do. Irelia also going for second tank item. See how tanky a hero is.
Yeah, then in they go. That Paranoia doing well. Hero trying to get the dive. They've done it well. 3 members of SE are down. Double kill picked up for Artifact. He is having an absolute blinder of a game. DNK next one to fall, and Enpar, the only one to escape. It's 12 kills ahead for them.
12 kills, but the more important part is like the almost 12,000 gold they have for themselves, and also Celebrity tried to do damage. How dare he, and then just gets killed in all the AoE and whatever stuff was thrown at him. 4-0 in this extent for the side of Team Secret, and this might just be a finishing push considering they have a Baron. Death Towers are super low, so it will maybe just be the inhibitor. But I think Team Secret is very much firmly in control of this game right now, even more so than earlier. Hero also parallel to that, just pushing the mid lane simultaneously. And here we see again how the fight played out. Paranoia comes out, Weaver's Wall comes out. Yeah, Celebrity just dies to Artifact pretty much solo. And with the bot lane being out of the way, the dive can just keep happening. No restriction on the side of SE to prevent Team Secret from collapsing onto them. And it's just 4 more kills for them. And SE pretty much falling apart in this game.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like at this point, it's a bit of a foregone conclusion. You're 14,000 gold down. You don't even have dragons to try and play around as a miracle win condition. There's a Baron buff. It's expiring in about 5 seconds, but it's not going to matter. You can't enter the side lane where you have this 3-item Irelia, got that Gargoyle Stone Plate. I mean, what do you even begin to do as SA?
It's also like the... in quotation marks, new Gargoyle Stormplate, right? You don't even reduce your own damage when you cast it. It's so insane. Like, this Irelia is literally unkillable and still kills you. And yeah, poor Artifact, you're gone.
Yeah, he is very much gone. In goes the wall. Artifact, maybe not the best way to dismount that one. He does kind of smush himself up against the other wall. But regardless, Celebrity is down. That is a lot of their wave clear missing. Only 1 minion left alive. They don't actually have the Baron buff, so it's not super easy to maintain the wave. But with Penguin and Hero walking in the bottom lane, this one just feels like the dirge preceding the funeral of SE, at least in this series. And it will seemingly be Team Secret that ends our first round robin in first place, Quincy.
So far, it does look like it. Of course, Celebrity's death time are not that high, so he will respawn for one last resort, maybe one final stand that's coming out by the side of SE. Second inhibitor is down, however, and this might just be one final play.
Oh, Enpo tries to get the Miracle Mega Gnar, can't do it. Dia1 with a good knock aside, but it just doesn't matter. Hero for a moment attacks his team, but not hard enough. They've taken down DNK, they pull the trigger on everything, and Team Secret are looking to close this one out with a bang, and a bang it is as Hero goes onto the enemy summoner platform, as they will wait just a moment for their minions, and Team Secret, for the first time in their history in the VCS, I believe, will close out the first round robin in first place, uncontested. They are 6-1. The closest anyone else can get is 5-2. And that is, of course, SE, who they are going up against right now, who they have defeated in a 2-1 banger of a series. And oh my word, Quincy, what a treat we have just witnessed.
Yeah, what a treat we just witnessed, as you said. The reverse sweep coming up by Team Secret after getting absolutely stomped in the first game by this Raven Vexicom. They showed resilience. Game 2 was coming out. Artifact, the best mid laner of the VCS, getting the solo kill. Also, DNK against Penguin, very nicely played by those two. And yeah, gotta say, credit where credit is due. The draft in Game 3 was really sticking. Irelia finally into the Gnar, a very strong, decisive counter pick to punish all these blind pick Gnars in the VCS. I really like that much. And Eddie finally back into the center pick. Just please no more first pick Lee Sin, and then you're good to go. Team Secret, yeah, reward themselves as the round 1 champion of the VCS. And yeah, they just need to drop Clockwork as their peak fan, I guess, right?
As soon as Clockwork gave up, it was the time for Secret. I suppose that is how that works. And as we said, that is the end of our first round robin. I'm not sure if we have standings to bring up. If we want to actually bring up the brackets, we can go ahead and do that and just have a look forward at how things are going here in the VCS.
Yeah, looking good, right? Team Secret as a sole first place, as you said before. SPTC one way behind them. And then, yeah, the 2 champions from spring and winter split each, sitting on 4-3, which is kind of a mediocre result. They would probably both agree with. And the MSI representative of the VCS, the MSI representative is on 3-4 with a technically negative score, and that's maybe an unwelcome surprise for many, but a welcome surprise for every viewer, of course, who's new to the VCS, that gets to see more strong teams out of Vietnam, right?
Yep. This is the team that the team that duo killed T1's bot lane at level 1. Currently 3-4. They're not even the best we have to offer, at least not at the moment. But with that, we will be saying goodnight for our Friday night. Thank you so much for being here with me, Crinsy. Thank you so much, Milky Cereal, for doing the first 2 games today. And of course, thank you so much to our lovely producer, Spoods, behind the scenes, making everything run as amazingly as it does. This has been VCS English. If you want to support us, there will be links spammed in the chat momentarily where you can join our social media, join our Discord where everything started, and potentially maybe join our Patreon, because guess what? Rent's really expensive. Help us out. But with that, good night. We will see you tomorrow. Same time, same place, same amazing league. See ya.